Section 43 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Nathaniel Childs, Jr. for embezzlement, St. Louis, Missouri, Part 23. Mr. Geyer then proceeded to notice the remarks of the defense respecting the search warrant, as it had so often been sung, a search warrant for gold, and he contended that the matter lugged into the case in regard to the affidavit upon which it was issued and the manner in which it was executed had nothing to do with the guilt or innocence of the accused. In passing upon this branch, he referred to the proceedings on Spruce Street, and believed that house was visited by the gentleman who went there, with the best of motives, for the purpose of ascertaining if there was any ground for the suspicion entertained against the house, and for the purpose of preventing the officers from executing the warrant if there was not. He then alluded to that which seemed to call the opposite counsel more than anything else. It was hard to be obtained, like drawing a tooth. It was a slow process, and several tugs had to be made before it did come. While the counsel had been so highly complimentary to this lady, Mrs. Whitlock, whom he did not know, he asked the jury to see what was her position, according to the evidence. She knew the charge against Childs, had offered her services to him, and received these papers from Childs to be hid for him. When he told her, he expected his house would be searched. When these gentlemen went to her house and undertook to examine her, she denied everything. Have you got anything belonging to Mr. Childs? No, she had nothing. Haven't you got so-and-so? Did he not present you with a silk dress? Oh, yes, he presented me with a silk dress. You know it, Dr. Forbes. Haven't you got some papers? No, nothing. And they put question after question, and could get no affirmative answer, until finally, when Mr. Williams spoke of a search warrant, her recollection suddenly came to her, and the papers were produced. Painful as it was, as in the operation of tooth drawing, spoken of by Mr. Bates, it had to come. The counsel now charged these papers were obtained under false pretenses and threatened prosecution. He would like to see the figure Mr. Bates would make when he charged Williams, Ryland, and gentlemen, all members of the same church with him, on an indictment for false pretenses, and charged that they obtained these papers fraudulently and with intent to convert to their own use. He would like to see, no, he would not like to see Mr. Bates standing up and prosecuting such a case. He would tremble for the purity of their professional faith to see him prosecuting an accusation of that sort. They could not find these papers. It is a complaint of Mr. Bates. Williams gave them to Forbes, and Forbes, as a director in the bank, sent the check to Clark and Brothers and had it cashed. A part of this money, or the whole of it, Childs, as the agent of Mrs. Hayden, had deposited to Mrs. Whitlock's credit for the purpose of repairing her house on Spruce Street, injured by the large fire in May. They forget that the deposit was made 2 days before the fire, and that the damages to the house cost but $150. Mrs. Whitlock said it was Child's property, and being his property, she gave the check over. And these gentlemen, when they left the house, believed it to be his property, and to be the effects of a part of this missing gold. They took the check and had it converted into cash, and deposited on interest to abide the termination of this trial. The remainder of the papers have been held secure. When asked for, they were produced in court, and when they were charged with having had them in court all the time and trying to conceal them, when in fact they were in the custody of the cashier. We were charged with perpetrating a contemptible trick in regard to them, and such were the charges made by the defense in this case. What further? When the papers were produced in court, Because we were suspected of dishonesty, this court was called on to do what? To exercise jurisdiction in a criminal case and pass these papers over to Childs. Was that check or certificate his money? Mrs. Whitlock said it was. Here it has been denied, and then again asserted. Obtaining papers under false pretenses, a plea set up by defense. The cashier of the bank had in his possession a paper belonging to the bank, voluntarily furnished by Childs, and purporting to give a statement of his affairs. The defendant obtained this paper, as he said, to take a copy of it and under promise to return it. What became of this paper, or was it ever returned? Mr. Bates has already told what disposition was made of it, that Mr. Wright, being at Childs' house early on the Sunday morning after his arrest, had advised him to destroy it, and that Childs did so. Do you believe, gentlemen, that if the court had so far forgotten its duty and jurisdiction as to allow these papers to pass over to Childs, that we would ever have been permitted to see them again? Could we have examined witnesses to know who made the deposit and where it came from? He thought not. But he said, the defense, not content with charging criminal acts on the part of these gentlemen while down on Spruce Street, or abiding by the evidence, set their imaginations to work, and imagined that when Mr. Williams went upstairs with Mrs. Whitlock, he, by threats of violence or in some way, terrified her into giving up the check, which they claim as her property, but which she denies. He asked if the defendant did not wish to base their attack upon Mr. Williams upon hearsay, and make these eerie charges. Why not summon the lady upon whom these outrages were perpetrated? They knew if she was brought upon the stand, her testimony would have put an end to the gentlemen drafting upon their imagination, would have silenced that which has cut the largest paragraph in their speeches, the outrages on Spruce Street. End of section 43. Section 44 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Nathaniel Childs, Jr. for embezzlement. St. Louis, Missouri, Part 24. December 8th. Mr. Geyer. He was asking why the defense did not examine Mrs. Whitlock touching what they supposed the outrageous conduct of these gentlemen towards her, when Mr. Wright interrupted him and said she had been summoned as our witness. He said he answered, and so had Boland. He had since been informed that Boland was not summoned by the state, and his object was now to explain how he fell into the mistake. During the examination and discussion, when that witness, Boland, was alluded to for the defense, it was stated that he was a bank witness and endorsed by them, and he, Mr. Geyer, respecting Boland, was somewhat in the situation of a country cousin to a young lady who, when asked her age, was never over 19. On one occasion, when the cousin was present, she made that reply when some of the company appeared incredulous. The cousin was present and applied to for verification, when he said it must be so, as she had stuck to it for 10 years. So it was in regard to Boland. They had talked so much about his being a witness for the state that he had been partially persuaded it was true. Mr. Geyer then proceeded to notice the enormities of the bank, the foul conspiracy of the directors in sending East, and taking off the injunction of secrecy from the proceedings in the board, for the purpose of enabling them to talk over the matter and building up public sentiment against the accused. Their dark and damning accusations against him, themes so extensively dwelt on by the defense. From the commencement of this trial, the defense has been told to point out such books or papers in the bank as they might want, and at any moment they should be at their command. These secret conclaves, as they had been styled, were open to their inspection, and he thought his side had submitted to an act of doubtful propriety by producing these books in open court for inspection to those who might choose to look into them. It was true, the injunction of secrecy was removed from the proceedings of the board so far as it related to the matter under inquiry. Yet there were other matters in that record which were sacred. Copies could not have been asked, because they did not know what was in them, and we produced the record for them to select whatever matter might be useful to them on the trial. He had not, at this time, ready access to the record of the directors, and would read from a newspaper a resolution which he supposed to be correctly printed, which resolution had been read in evidence by Mr. Bates. It was offered to the board by a friend of Mr. Childs, an amendment offered by Mr. Barnes and rejected, and the original passed. It was as follows. On Tuesday, August 11, 1849, the board met, 10 directors present, when Mr. Brandt moved a suitable person be procured to proceed east with the view of ferreting out evidence as regards the personal persons who may have abstracted funds from the bank. Mr. Barnes moved as a substitute that the agents of the bank at Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York, and Boston be instructed to employ a police officer to inquire if N. Childs, Jr. has any money deposited to his credit in any of these cities, and ascertain if any stock or other evidences of debt has been bought or sold by the said Childs or any of his relations, or if any stock stands in the name of the said Childs on the transfer book in either of those cities. The question being on the substitute, it was negatived, and the proposition of Mr. Brandt adopted. The President and Mr. Brandt were appointed a committee to procure a suitable person to proceed east. He read this to show how the defense had tortured the plain meaning of language. The resolution as passed, it would be seen, was for a general inquiry, and if that inquiry had resulted in testimony tending to establish the guilt of anybody else, it would have been brought here as other testimony was. Mr. Barnes' amendment, it would be observed, required the agents of the bank to employ police officers to inquire if N. Childs, Jr. or any of his relatives had stock in the transfer books in any of those cities, etc., which amendment was rejected by the board and the original resolution adopted. Yet the defense exclaimed, notwithstanding this action, here was an inquisition, not only in the affairs of Childs, but into the affairs of his relatives, every man connected with him. A shameful perversion of the meaning of language, and an attempt to mislead the jury on this point. The defense had been told these records were accessible to them, and subject to their order at any moment. They could have had them and looked into them at any stage of the trial. Yet, notwithstanding this, when the directors were brought to the stand, every one of them was examined for hours about the records, and because they did not recollect the contents of a book, they are denounced as witnesses, and a want of memory sufficient to testify upon. Also declaiming the gentleman himself, Mr. Bates, who read these resolutions, forgot there were 2 distinct propositions before the board, and declaimed here for hours against the resolution of Mr. Barnes, which was negative, and told you it was adopted. He thought they pursued their examination a little too far, and Mr. Blennerhassett said the whole of it turned out to be a piece of folly. He did not find, in the eloquent language employed by him, even a mare's nest. The original of that phrase, as the story goes, was in Ireland. A countryman of the gentleman, in passing through a pumpkin patch, took in for a mare's nest, and as he walked along reflected on the delight it would be to little Teddy at home to have a colt, and he pulled one in passing along. Patrick unfortunately dropped his pumpkin near by a rabbit, which started and ran when the pumpkin broke. Patrick started after, crying at the top of his voice, "Stop that colt!" Were we in search of any such thing? If we were, that gentleman would have been a capital man for the expedition, with one exception. If he had found the nest, he would have sucked the eggs. But when these witnesses were under examination, they put them to torture and applied the corkscrew cross-examination, said Mr. Bates, a figure no doubt taken from early convivial recollection. And they were interrogated touching what had been the fruits of expeditions, etc. Every time the directors answered, "We know nothing about it," but pliant expressions of countenances were manifested. Finally, Mr. Walsh got on the stand. They proceeded to interrogate him, and found the expeditions were not altogether fruitless. Here their countenances suddenly fell. "Yes, we did get a letter from Baltimore," said Mr. Walsh, "and after that, not a man was asked about expeditions. They previously talked lavishly about the fruits of the expeditions, but this stopped them. They knew that in a criminal prosecution we could not take depositions and introduce them." "Well, the bank employs counsel," says Mr. Bates, "and here was an extraordinary proceeding. They passed a resolution to employ counsel, and they had attempted to get all who were worth having, naming them. Who leads off in the names of counsel mentioned in that resolution? Gamble and Bates. And they were not here prosecuting this case, simply because Charles was too fast for the bank, and in their race to obtain counsel, got ahead of them. If the bank had been so lucky as to know the whereabouts of my friend Mr. Bates, he having told us he was absent from the city at the time, we may have changed sides, and then, if I thought the case desperate, I might have resorted to the same expedients he has. In almost every instance in this country, where a prosecution was instituted, there must be a prosecutor, and scarcely a crime is detected where there is not. What harm was there in the employment of counsel, he asked. The very gentleman who complained about the bank employing counsel to prosecute was fresh from a state's prosecution in the county of St. Charles when this cause commenced. During the trial, you will remember, when the box counted by Messrs. Pickering and Yateman was brought forward as one of the boxes from which abstraction was made, and the name of Pickering found upon it. How quick these gentlemen, one or two of them fresh from the defense of Pickering as an injured individual, began to sneer at him as if he had escaped the power of the law through their ingenuity. Mr. Bates follows this up, and you heard some of his expressions in two instances. There was no mistaking the mark or object of these allusions. We were told that anybody who can raise a quire of paper in a few types will be placed by the public in the management and control of millions, and this is followed up by an expression which has reference to those coming here from abroad, that they leave their country for their country's good. He never saw Pickering but once, on the night of the fire, and then he was introduced to him by a gentleman of distinction, and he had that gentleman's endorsement. It was true that not long afterwards this same gentleman entertained suspicions of the same Pickering and followed him up the country, but as he never brought him back, he must suppose he had not left his country for any criminal act. Although not a witness in this case, there appeared to be a determination, whatever his name was mentioned, that it should receive a blot. Even Mr. Barnes, who enjoys the confidence of Mr. Bates, the model director and model gentleman, even he could not escape. He is detailed on the grand jury, and this indictment could not have been found if he had not been there. What does Mr. Bates know about their proceeding? Has he had eavesdroppers to know who voted and how the vote was? If he has been in communication with any of that body, he has tempted some man to the commission of crime, as no man can reveal the secrets of that body. Where did he receive his information that but for Mr. Barnes being on the jury, this indictment would not have been found? Dr. Forbes was a dentist and had the presumption to turn miller, and for that reason he is suspected of having robbed or taken a share in the plundered heir they talk about. The boxes counted by Dr. Forbes and Mr. Fisher had not been interfered with. Mr. Wright had spoken of Mr. Haskell in such a way as to produce the impression that he had been tried in the county of Marion, for some criminal offense. Such an onslaught upon gentlemen, because they chanced to be witnesses, he strongly denounced. He had heard in the latter part of the summer, after this abstraction was discovered, that there was to be one man immolated, and the gentleman who was to do it was named, and public opinion was being manufactured by digging from the grave the putrid remains of old scandal. When that witness was to be brought to the stand, public opinion makers were on the qui-vive. He did come, and what did they meet with? They were going to put to him the corkscrew of cross-examination, and announced it in advance. He would never forget the noble bearing of that old soldier when upon the stand, knowing as he did that men were detailed for ruining his reputation. Colonel Brent was a soldier in the ranks in the period of 1814, had fought in Scott's regiment, then on the frontier, was subsequently promoted because he was a soldier and merited it. And he did not expect him to flinch when these gentlemen attempted to inflict upon him torture. Did you see how soon they dropped him, and how the counsel who had been detailed for the ignominious duty left the field? Mr. Geyer then proceeded to note his child's position in the bank, and he did not care a whit whether his books corresponded with the other books or not. He told the amount of coin that ought to be on hand, made that total amount daily and weekly, and it was no importance whether the private ledger corresponded or not. We were told all the reports lie, and were one continuous series of lying from the beginning of the bank down to the present hour, and if they lie in regard to the specie balance, he asked who was the father of it, and upon whose data and sworn reports was it founded. The reports of the cashier were but a consolidation of all the reports of those employed by the bank, and he must rely upon them. If they report to him incorrectly, surely he should not be charged with the omission. But the counsel spring another ground of defense, and tell us the indictment is bad and ought to be quashed. Mr. Bates did not move to quash it because delays are dangerous. Why dangerous to a man confident of innocence? Are delays dangerous to him, or is it deliberation that is dangerous? They say this indictment was gotten up for the purpose of making capital to be used in a civil case. Then how can delays be dangerous? If this was to influence a civil suit, why did they not come to the civil suit first? He would not say that Childs authorized his counsel to talk in the way he did. If he did so authorize, his case was worse than he thought. In the judgment of counsel, delays were dangerous. In the civil case, depositions might be taken. In a criminal case, they cannot. The indictment being bad, Mr. Haight was guilty of an enormity for not reading it at the opening of this case. He mentioned it in the hearing of these gentlemen, and they did not think proper to call for the reading as they might have done. And if called for, he would have been bound to read it. It was not read, and the record of the court will show why. Defendant comes into court and waives an arraignment and the reading of the indictment, and says he is not guilty in fact. Not one word was said to Mr. Haight about reading the indictment, and it was for the learned, powerful, and ingenious counsel who made the concluding speech to make this ground of defense, this point which ensures his client's acquittal. I, when Mr. Leslie concluded his argument, proposed to communicate to the senior counsel for defense the grounds upon which I would present certain views, and he accepted the proposition. Yet when he concluded his speech, these views were not touched by him, and we were told his client was to be siphoned into the penitentiary. I intended to produce the books, and if the defendant got into the penitentiary in consequence, it would be by his own ciphering and not mine. Mr. Blennerhassett was set to ciphering, and he made certain discoveries. Mr. Bates did not touch them at all. He did not say one word as to the force of that defense, but contented himself with the vague generality. It might have been somebody else. 9/10 of his speech was made on these extraneous matters, the rubbish of which he had endeavored to clear away and extricate the facts which belonged to the case. There was one point dwelt upon at large by the two gentlemen who spoke first, not touched at all by Mr. Bates in his concluding speech, which was presented as one of the desperate expedients to avoid the true issue. You heard them talk about the body of the offense, that is, whether anything has been lost. Could the jury go into their room and find that a fact, as they say it, that no money was lost? He would be one of the first to rejoice. It would acquit all men of the imputation thrown upon them. But dared the jury say so? He would be willing to rejoice if they could, upon their conscience in the discharge of their duty, satisfactory to their own minds, stand up and proclaim to the world that no money was lost, and that no body was guilty of any offense. The only use of argument was to prove a proposition, not to assume it, and he would undertake to prove that the money was lost, though the gentleman on the other side may have reason for an aversion of all sorts of figures, except figures of fancy. It would be his duty to place his case where the books placed it, and in doing so, might have to do some little ciphering. The accounts of coin and paper were kept separately, and the general ledger must represent truly the balances of each, as well as the general aggregate. The cash keeper was required to report the amount on hand, and every week did report that amount, which corresponded with the cash balance, showing the amount that ought to be on hand. Independent of these reports, the cash keeper kept specie books, in which the daily and weekly operations in coin were entered, commencing from the beginning of the bank. These books have been put in evidence. But to the body of the offense, the foreign coin was counted in February and March, and all done in the presence of Giles. He wrote upon most of the boxes the memorandum of their contents, stating the number of bags, kind of coin, and amount each contained. He verified their count by his own memorandum of the count set up each day to be counted, and verified the whole when the count was closed. According to that count, there was $969,360.95 in foreign gold placed in the 57 boxes, sealed and marked, and $40,379.81 in loose foreign gold, making in foreign gold counted $1,009,740.76. The American gold counted amounted to $364,265. These 57 boxes, purporting to contain $969,360.95, were placed in the keeping of Giles, and by him delivered over to Mr. Hirschberg, his successor, as containing that amount. This amount, or supposed amount of coin, was stowed away in the vault. Then came on the semi-annual June count, which was protracted to the 7th of July in consequence of the sickness of Mr. Hirschberg. At that time, the contents of these boxes were not examined. The counting committee went down into the vault, examined the memorandums upon the outside, and from this derived the amount and character of the contents. We then pass on to the 10th of August, that memorable day in the history of the city, which seemed to throw this whole community into disorder and confusion, the discovery of this abstraction. The first thing the directors do is to see whether there might not have been a mistake. They examined the boxes counted on the same day with box number 30, the box in which the loss was first discovered, and instead of finding the missing bag of sovereigns in some other box, they discover a bag of 10 thalers missing from box 37, the last box counted on the same day that number 30 was. Then it was they began to see that some fraud had been practiced before they thought it was a mistake. They immediately sent for Giles and the entire board of directors, and in his presence, he looking on and seeing what they did. Every box was opened. They found 2 bags missing on the previous day, and by this examination 14 more, making 16 bags in all. There was found missing 14 bags of 10 thalers, containing $109,900, and 2 bags of sovereigns containing $11,021.62, amounting in all to $121,921.62. This was no mistake. It was proven by the directors and admitted by Giles. On the very evening the loss was ascertained, he said there was no mistake about it. Thus we have the corpus delicti, the body of the offense, proven, and Giles never thought of the contemptible expedient of denying the loss of the money until his counsel found that something of that sort must be thrown out on his behalf. End of section 44. Section 45 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Nathaniel Giles, Jr. for embezzlement. St. Louis, Missouri, Part 25. Mr. Geyer then proceeded to notice the examination of the coin in August, and in connection therewith referred to the charge that the boxes of foreign gold from which abstractions were made had been resealed by the directors with intent to deprive the defense of examining and comparing the original seals upon them, and for the purpose of suppressing that evidence. Had these boxes been left open since that examination, then their tone would have been changed. The cry would have been loud and long that this money was open to the plunder of everybody. Several of these boxes were brought into court by the marshal, and he would direct the attention of the jury to the seals upon those that were and those that were not violated boxes, and request they would make a careful examination in order to perceive the difference in the wax. He thought it had established, according to the evidence and the accounts of the bank, that the bank should have had $120,921.62 more in August than they really did have. He thought they had also ascertained what descriptions of coins were missing. They had the opinion of Giles that it was taken away a bag at a time, and why raise the question, if confident of innocence, that nothing was gone, or ask what particular kind of coin was missing? This argument raised by Mr. Wright was soon perceived by Mr. Bates not to hold good, and he raised the other expedient of quashing the indictment before the jury, and argued because the money was by resolution in the custody of Mr. Shirles, and in fact in the keeping of Giles, that no matter how much was taken, the defendant was an innocent man. He would not treat upon that point, and he asked the jury, upon the whole of the testimony before them, who had possession of that coin. Mr. Bates had said access was not possession. That was a question of law, and if, from the facts in the case, the jury find that the abstraction was made by Giles, he was guilty as charged. He had the exclusive management of the coin, so that the counting directors were dependent upon him for each bag they counted. The defense had asked with an air of confidence, was it coin or paper money that was gone? Mr. Giles had reported it to be coin. He thought it was taken away in coin, and his counsel cannot deny but what it was coin without contradicting their client of fraud upon the bank. He said it was coin. He turned it over to his successor as coin. He reported it as coin, and as a given sum in these 57 boxes. If a clerk abstracts from your drawer from an amount which you knew to be there, so much in specie and so much in notes, according to your count, you have a right to charge him with the plunder of whatever is missing. He contended this was the position of Giles. These funds were in his charge as coin, but he readily saw how he could take paper and make it appear as coin. He illustrated it as follows. Suppose in the operations of a single day, he takes out from the vault $40,000 in coin, receives from the paper teller $40,000 in paper, for which he gives a ticket, and receives during the operations of the day $40,000 more in coin. He then has an actual capital of $120,000, of which $40,000 is in paper. During the day he pays out $25,000 in specie and $20,000 in coin, leaving him $75,000 to account for at night, $20,000 in paper and $55,000 in coin. Suppose of that remaining $20,000 in paper, he puts $10,000 in his pocket and gives the remaining $10,000 to Clark, the paper teller, and gets credit for it. Clark don't count the coin, but balances account by the day's operations. You see, $65,000 is shown as coin when in fact he has but $55,000. Nobody counts the coin, and he has the remaining $10,000 in his pocket. He represents the $55,000 coin, which he has upon his trays, as $65,000 against him, and so this embezzlement could have been effected. It was not incumbent on the state to prove that the abstraction took place at any particular time within 3 years unless the defense choose to avail themselves of the statute of limitation. And he contended, if taken before the 20th March last at any time, no matter by whom taken, the testimony pointed to the defendant as the guilty man. If taken since that period, the question is opened. May it not have been taken by others? He contended that if it was taken before the end of March count, Childs was responsible. If it was taken by anybody else, he became a party to it when that count was made. Childs knew it, and must have known the laws when he took the specie up to be counted, or else he could not have made the coin count $120,921.62 more than was really in the vault. Various persons have been charged with being the possible offenders, Messrs. Shirles, Hirschberg, and others, and he thought he would be able to show it was inconsistent with the testimony that any one of them should be suspected. He proceeded to notice this argument of the defense, and first as to the outsiders. Mr. Wright was very good in imagining a case, but in reference to these outsiders he had totally failed. The banking house had been described to the jury, and all the doors except the back door were barred on the inside. The door through which it was thought Shirles had access to the banking room was effectually barred, and even Boland did not have the hardihood to say that after that bar was put up it was ever taken down. Boland, honest Boland, was in the possession of the key to the unbarred door. Now, the gentlemen tell us that somebody to get in must first get the key from Boland, and that was the easiest thing in the world, because it could be had at any time, day or night, by the servant girl being sent for it. And just at this particular point in the argument, one of Mr. Wright's correspondents communicates to him something he dare not read, and he insinuates something against character, against the girl. As great a horror as he has manifested for such insinuations. Access to the banking room is not all. A man must have the keys to the vault before he could enter, and there was no evidence of external violence upon it. But in regard to the back door key, from the count in February to the 15th of May, that key was kept by Boland. From the 15th to 18th May, it was kept by Cochran. And on the 19th of May, J.R. Christie was sworn in as boarder when he took charge of it. Boland swears that down to the time of his leaving the bank, these boxes of foreign gold had never been disturbed in the vault. And Christie swears that from the time he went into the bank up to the time of the discovery of the abstraction, they had not been disturbed. There was then 3 or 4 days, and that between the 15th and 19th of May, that we have no evidence of what might have happened in the vault. He had fixed the date of his argument on this point to the 2nd of March last, and the perpetrator must have had both the keys to the vault and back door, and known the contents of the boxes before he opened them. He contended the man who took the coin did not want it for circulation, or he would not have taken thalers. There was American coin placed just in front of the boxes from which the abstraction was made, and sovereigns at the other end, both more accessible and easier to circulate. The man who entered that vault had some other purpose to answer than the mere amount of the money. He must have had some reason for not taking the 2 bags out of each box, and for taking thalers almost exclusively. He could have gotten his supply out of half the number of boxes deposited, but that was not the object. The argument of the defense was that outsiders might have taken the money, a position assumed by them for argument, but certainly without the least foundation. We have now come to a part of this case in which he was called upon to perform a very disagreeable duty, to present to the jury such facts as would operate upon the character of a witness which had been introduced here under circumstances calculated to produce an unfavorable impression upon the public mind. He had been told, and triumphantly told, that we sent for Bolin and endorsed him. He was sent for, having been an officer of the bank, under the supposition that he would know something about the matter. The instant he was sent for, by a polite invitation through Mr. Christie, his conscience smarts under the impression that he is to go to St. Louis in custody. He thinks a police officer is sent for him because it was possible there might be suspicions against him, and he would show, if Childs was the guilty man, he had some grounds for his uneasiness. He starts to come, and by the time he gets here, collects his courage and a large amount of insolence. When he landed in the city, the officer left him, and he called on Mr. Christie. He struts into his office and says to him, "Well, sir, you sent for me. What do you want?" When on the stand, Bolin was interrogated about that. He was asked why he said so. "I thought I was brought here in custody and I was ready for them." Why screw his courage up and dare them to do anything? He told you. They thought I was simple enough to tell them all I knew. No, gentlemen, he was not simple enough to tell them all. What think you of a witness that introduces himself to a jury with such declarations? My opinion is, he has not yet become simple enough to tell all he knows. The counsel for defense says he is a witness of truth because we've brought nobody here to say they would not believe him on oath. Why, gentlemen, did they bring anybody here who would not believe Engelrod, Barnes, Brandt, and the other directors upon their oaths? Did they attempt to disprove their testimony? No. Notwithstanding this, we designed to slaughter Bolin. They designed to slaughter the directors because they have not the memory to give dates and times. There were 3 modes to impeach a witness, and the meanest of these was to bring up witnesses to swear to character. When he wanted to know whether a man tells the truth, he would rather look him in the eye, and if he could not detect him while looking at him, he would not give a straw of other evidence. He tested men by meeting them face to face, and he believed there never yet was a man so practiced in iniquity, but his guilty soul would make him turn his eye when he was stared in the face. There is another mode of impeaching a witness, and that is by impeaching what he swears to. Let us see what Bolin did swear to. He swears he never let Childs into the bank and accompanied him. He says that he placed the boxes of foreign gold in the vault in their natural order, number 1 at the bottom of the first tier, running up to number 10, number 11 at the bottom of the second tier, running up to number 20, etc., and that so they remained when he left the bank, and this was a question of veracity between Mr. Hirschberg and Bolin, and very easily determined. Another thing he thought necessary to swear to, as he had heard much of it out of doors, was that Childs, very soon after the commencement of the count, had called the attention of some of the directors to the fact that the seal or stamp was lying about the room, and they had better take care of it. He never would have done so unless he was an innocent man, and that he, Bolin, never saw the seal afterwards unless they were using it. This was for a double purpose. One was to show this transaction took place at the early part of the putting up of the boxes, and the other was that he nor Childs ever saw it afterwards. Then came his story about the sealing wax, and that Childs went to Fisher's and got more wax for the directors, that Mr. Sherrills was in the bank several Sundays during the count, that Mrs. Sherrills was there twice in that period, and Mr. Sherrills said to him, "What in the devil was you doing there?" He would show how this truthful witness stood condemned by every witness with whom he came in contact. He never let Childs in the bank, and never accompanied him. Is not that directly in the teeth of Burke's swearing? Burke says he never saw them go in together but once. He told you that during last winter Childs came to the bank at night and was inside of upwards of an hour, that he came there a week after this, when he, Burke, went to Boland for the key, and he would not let him have it, that Boland himself went in with Childs, and they were there together about an hour. If these two witnesses were here, and stood before you unknown and uncontradicted, you could easily tell that Burke was the honest man, not Boland. Burke and Boland do not stand alone in contradiction. Move one step farther, and you find Boland in conflict with Mr. Hirschberg, and I think in perfect conflict with the facts of this case. Boland swears the boxes were arranged in a certain position in the vault, and so remained until he left the bank. Christie, his successor, swears they remained undisturbed down to the 10th of August. There were 3 days' interval between these two porters, Tuesday the 15th of May to Thursday the 17th inclusive, and on that night was the great fire. On the night of the fire, most of the officers were about the bank, endeavoring to secure the books and papers, and on the next day Christie went in the bank, and that no change was made after he came. If Hirschberg was the guilty man, he must have turned these boxes topsy-turvy in the course of Wednesday and Thursday. If he had been in the vault at any time, long enough in the daytime to do it, the noise of moving the boxes would have been heard. How is it possible that he could accomplish that laborious work without any man missing him from his desk, and without being in the bank at night? How accomplish it without being observed by anybody? Well, Hirschberg tells you that when he received these boxes from Childs, he looked over the memorandums on the outside, taking the first tier from number 1 to number 10, that then he looked at the bottom of the second tier for number 11, when Childs told him it was at the top, etc. It struck him as a singular arrangement. As said before, it was a mere question of veracity between Hirschberg and Boland, and made no sort of difference so far as the question of extraction was concerned, as it had been indisputably proven that the 2 stacks of American gold completely covered the 2 first stacks of foreign coin, which were not accessible except by removing the American coin or 4 tiers of the foreign coin. And remember, the abstraction was principally from these 2 first tiers of the foreign coin. Boland says the sub-treasury gold was taken up on the 3 last days of the count. According to the statement of Childs, it was carried up and commenced on the 6th day of the count. The first full bags of sovereigns counted on that day disappeared, and between boxes number 11 and number 30, they disappear entirely. Unfortunately for them, so far from the 4 last days of the count containing nothing but sub-treasury gold, which was in sovereigns, there was nearly as much of other coins counted, and on the 11 last days of the counting, 11 full bags of 10 thalers appear. He would be able to show a fact before he closed, indicating how this occurred. Boland says farther that he saw Mr. Childs pick up the seal from the carpet about the first of the count, and hand it to Mr. Engelrod, and they never saw it afterwards. Mr. Engelrod testified on that subject, and testified that it was on the last day of the counting, and he strengthens his testimony by stating he was alone in the room of sorting mixed coins, which were boxed that evening and sent to the vault, that Mr. Childs entered the room and threw the seal upon the table. Mr. A. did not see where he got it from. Boland was not in the cashier's room at the time, but was seen in the banking room by Mr. Engelrod as he left the bank. From the position of Engelrod and Childs at the table when the seal was handed over, it was impossible for Boland to see the transaction. and he undertakes to swear he saw it through a wall or was looking through a 2-inch plank. He does not stop here in his swearing, but comes to the sealing wax. He stated that one evening he heard Mr. Walsh say the wax was very bad and ran through the cracks in the boxes, and that he or someone else gave orders for Childs to procure more wax. The first witness we bring on the stand to contradict this statement is Childs himself. He went to Mr. Fisher's, it is true, about a week after the count commenced, and bought sealing wax, not for the bank but for himself, and no mistake about it. Gentlemen talk loud and long about a man being entitled to use or buy as much wax as he wanted, but it affects nothing. Mr. Fisher was a director, and had sold Childs the other wax to be used in sealing. He expressed surprise that more should already be called for, when Childs tells him, "I don't want it for the bank, but for myself." Boland says, Childs bought the wax from Fisher. He did not see him go there, he says. He saw the wax in the bank. He may, but not in use by directors. But he follows this up by saying he is pretty sure some of that wax is at the bank now. The fellow undertakes to swear in that way. He left here in May last and had been absent ever since, professing to be in Mansfield, Ohio, and actually found in Lake County, Michigan. Has he been to the bank for the purpose of seeing whether any of that wax was there, or putting a piece there to swear by? How could he know that some of it was there at this time? How could he be certain of it? Mr. Wright asked triumphantly why he did not send and see if there was not some of the wax bought by Childs the second time, now in the bank. The reason we did not, we thought we had enough to settle the judgment of the jury about this man swearing without taking that trouble. We now come to his swearing about Mr. Shirles and family. He began by telling you that Mr. Shirles was often in the bank on Sunday since the 1st of January, and Mrs. Shirles was in there twice. When we cross-examined him on this point, he cut short the answer. I did not watch Mr. Shirles. He had the privilege to go where he pleased. He, Mr. G., knew then he had sworn in that respect untruly. Mark the period selected by the witness to place Mr. and Mrs. Shirles in the bank, 4 Sundays in succession during the counting. Now, there were but 2 Sundays intervened during that count. The counting commenced on the 15th February and ended on the 2nd of March. Yet he put Mrs. Shirles in the bank twice, 6 hours one day and 2 hours the next, on both which Sundays her husband was absent in the country. And Mr. Shirles he puts in the bank twice in the same period. Independent of any testimony, this was sufficient to condemn his statement. But what does Mrs. Shirles say? I have not been in the banking house since November last, and during the months of February and March was sick and did not go down. I was in the banking house twice during October and November last, but never sent for the keys but once, and at that time was in the banking house but a few minutes. I went in to get an account for jewelry, sent to Mr. Shirles the day before, which I asked him for and he neglected to give to me. The second time she went into the cashier's room to write some letters, and passed in through the door leading from the cashier's house. She had no occasion for the key. Boland says she was there 2 Sundays during the count. She says it was no such thing, and she got the key but once, and that was in November. After the alarm about robbing the bank, she could not have gotten in except by the back door, as Boland himself says the door leading from the house was effectually barred, and the bar was never removed. But he swears further. When the judge came home, I thought I had done wrong in letting Mrs. Shirles have the key, and I told him about it. He said, what in the devil was she doing there? Yet the very next time she sent for the key, he let her have it. Was ever caitiff known to lie as this man has? Once more, and he hoped for the last time, he would proceed to address the jury on the questions which remain undisposed of in this important trial, with misgivings on his part in consequence of the state of his health, now growing weaker and weaker of his ability so to discharge his duty as he had hoped when the court adjourned. The jury would pardon him if in some instances, for the purpose of saving himself, he hastily passed over some facts, leaving it to their judgment to draw the conclusion. We had been asked why Judge Shultz was not interrogated as to the language Bolin attributed to him. One reason was, we would have been ashamed to ask such a question, and another was, the lie had been effectually nailed to the counter by the testimony of Mrs. Shultz. She was not in the bank at all in March, and consequently there was no occasion for such a question from George Shultz as Bolin had attributed to him. We come next to a statement about Mr. Shultz, and here it is that these things betray more than at first meets the eye. It was for the purpose of showing that during the operations of counting, some person else beside defendant had access to these boxes, and hence it is that Bolin is brought up to place Mr. Shultz as spending his time in the banking house, with the keys to the vault in his possession, for the purpose of throwing suspicion off to himself. And it would be seen in the sequel, if Charles was the guilty man, that Bolin was an accomplice. Mr. Shultz comes up and testifies that he was in the bank on Sunday only twice since January last, once on the Sunday succeeding the Great Fire, when the clerks were in the banking room arranging the books from the confusion they were thrown into on the night of the fire. Did he get the key from Bolin then? No. In passing the door, which was open, he stepped in for a moment. Bolin was not about the bank at that time. He left on the 15th, and this was on the 20th May. Yet he comes here and swears that during the time he was porter, and during the time of the count, Mr. Shultz was twice in the banking room on Sunday. What he did was none of my business. He had the privilege to go there. The second and only other thing he had been in the bank on Sunday since January last, Judge Shultz tells you, was the Sunday after the 12th of August, when he went in there to write letters. Contrast these two witnesses, and what becomes of Bolin, whose contradictions of himself are so numerous that it is impossible for me to remember them without referring to my memorandum of his testimony. With respect to the sealing wax, what is the testimony of Bolin? I have said it was contradicted by Charles himself. But this witness says, Mr. Walsh and Mr. Barnes were in the room, and that Mr. Walsh complained of the sealing wax, that some of the directors ordered Charles to get more wax, that he got more from Mr. Fisher's. Charles said he got this additional wax for his own use. This man Bolin says he brought it to the bank, and it was used by the directors. All the directors excepting Messrs. Sarpy and Pickering, who were on the committee with Messrs. Jakeman and Walsh, had been examined on this point, and 11 out of the 13 directors swear positively they gave no such order, and, as is clear, no such order was given. Mr. Wright, in the course of his speech, asserted that Bolin said he had arranged the boxes of foreign coin by direction of these directors. He had referred to his own notes and to the newspaper report of his evidence, and found he said no such thing. He remembered distinctly, when Bolin was under examination, he was asked who directed him to arrange the American coin just in front of the violated boxes. He said something in a low voice, something I did not understand. I asked him, who when he pointed his finger and said Childs. He told and never did say the directors gave him such an order. Now, what is Bolin's position as a witness? He came here, declaring from the witness stand on oath that he was not going to be so simple as to tell all he knew. He was only going to tell so much as to serve the purpose of him for whom he was called. He was to dispute the swearing of Burke, who says that during the count, Childs was twice within the banking house at night for more than an hour at a time. That first time he applied for the key, Burke went to Bolin's house and got it, and Bolin was not at home. The second time he applied at Bolin's for the key, Bolin was there, and upon ascertaining who wanted it, did not give it to him. Stop, sir. You can't have the key. I have business of my own to attend to in the bank, and that he accompanied Giles in, and they were there together. Boland stood upon the stand and contradicted himself, was contradicted by Burke and Hirschberg, all the directors, by the circumstances of the case, and by Giles himself. Why was he not simple enough to tell all he knew? Why was he beset with terror when the police officer approached him? He suspected something, but when the officer approached him, he was reading the account in the paper, having got the intelligence with an unusual degree of rapidity. He felt that he was charged without testimony, and his situation with Giles placed him in a condition in which he must share his fate. He feared for himself, and truly was not simple enough to tell all he knew. Mr. Geyer, after briefly noticing the report of a contemplated attack upon the bank last winter, the result of which was a depredation upon the vault of Nesbitt and Company, proceeded to notice the charge against the officers and directors, and to inquire whether, under the circumstances of the case, the testimony pointed to anybody else but Giles, leaving out the 3 gentlemen named by Giles. Certainly no one of the others had any chance to effect this abstraction. He then alluded to the proposition upon which Giles placed the case, that it was either Shirles, Hirschberg, or myself. There could be, and he was free to state it, there could be no suspicion resting upon Giles after the time he transferred the boxes to Hirschberg. He was then a mere outsider. In order to relieve him, it will be necessary for you to find that what he represented to Hirschberg was in the boxes at that time. For recollect, he handed them over as containing the amount of coin they did contain when put up by the directors, and not until you were satisfied that amount was passed over to his successor are we warranted in saying he is not responsible for the abstraction. We will see in the sequel that the passing over the coin was merely a formal matter, and that it proves nothing affirmatively. Now, down to the 7th of May, at which time Giles left the bank, Hirschberg stands in the same position as the other clerks. Shirles is, all the time, down to the discovery of the loss, in the same situation. Let us see whether the hypothesis that Shirles could have taken it will bear testing, and if I am successful in showing that Shirles or Hirschberg could not have been guilty of the abstraction, then the case is reduced to a point. Mrs. Shirles, with a great deal of liberality on the part of the gentleman for the defense, has been excused. Well, Mr. Shirles had a memorandum of the contents of these boxes, and so had Giles. One had a set of keys to the vault, and so had the other. Shirles never was in the banking house at night, never was in the vault during banking hours, or the counting of the coin, and never in the banking house on Sundays during this year, down to the period of the Great Fire. Here is an important distinction between the accused and Shirles. If the witnesses are to be relied on, Giles was in the banking house at night, and was in the vault for hours during the period of that count. But, gentlemen, I have undertaken to show that the man who made that abstraction was not in want of money for circulation, but to cover up some deficiency. What had Mr. Shirles to cover up? What account of responsibility was it necessary for him to conceal? Shirles, since the commencement of the count in February, did not get the key to the back door, and that access to the banking room from his residence, so much talked of by the gentleman on the other side, was cut off. Shirles could not get into the bank without collusion with Boland, and could not have got $1 without Giles knowing it at the end of the count. After Giles left the bank, Shirles had no more opportunity to abstract this money than any other man, except that he had a set of keys to the vault lying in his drawer upstairs. Not a single witness has testified that he was about the banking hours at an unusual hour after that count was concluded, and if he had gone down into that vault during banking hours, it would have been so remarkable an occurrence that all would have noticed it. He passed from this, but would presently treat of another matter that would remove Shirles from any suspicion. He would bring him in connection with Hirschberg, when the discovery was made. Gentleman had told us to throw around Giles the circumstances which surrounded Hirschberg, and then what would we say? He would say he was not only willing that he should be acquitted, but it would be the bounden duty of the jury to acquit him. Gentleman excused the defendant from the fact that he resigned at the time he did. Every hour he remained in the bank, supposing him to be the guilty man, brought him nearer to certain discovery and punishment. If he had been in the bank on the 10th of August, is there a single man that would not hold him accountable for all the money? He knew detection must come, earlier or later, that he must be detected when this coin was marketed and might be detected in shipping it, on account of the deficiency in the weight of the boxes, and if anything was needed to throw off suspicion from him, it was to interpose another man upon whom suspicion might be thrown in the event of a discovery. What circumstances surrounded Hirschberg? The gentleman asked. Didn't he arrange the boxes in the vault? I answered that by asking another question. When did he do it? The old porter swears they were never changed while he was there. Then there was an intermission of 3 days before his successor came into office. Then you must place Hirschberg in the vault these 3 days, sealing and unsealing and making a total change in the position of the boxes, which could not be done without detection in twice that time. Who told you it was ever in the vault either morning or evening during that time? Not a single witness can say he was there either day or night, and yet they boldly assert he made the change in 3 days, and not one of the clerks could smell the sealing wax. But Hirschberg introduced a new rule. What was it? He received these boxes from Charles without counting their contents, and when about to pay out, insisted that it be counted in the bank. There had, previous to his administration, been more than one dispute about discrepancies in coin when counted out of the bank, and hard thoughts have risen in consequence. Like a prudent man, he not having counted this coin, and to obviate such feelings in case of discrepancy, he did not enforce a new rule, but the old one, and required all coin paid from the bank to be counted in the bank. Had he been the fraudulent depredator, and attempted to palm a despoil box upon them, he would have let them take it home, and then had a quarrel as to whether they had not stolen it themselves. But he would not have paid that box, knowing it to be short, had he been the guilty man, or, if he had paid it out through mistake, it would have been the easiest thing in the world for him, when he saw 5 bags were called for, and before found in the box, to replace it in the vault, and get another box. Box 38, he told you, contained $19,400 in even sovereigns, and he would have preferred to pay that box out, but being weak, in consequence of sickness, he was unable to lift off the 2 boxes which were piled upon it. The bag was missing from number 30, and what did he do? Did he act like a guilty man? No. He goes for Mr. Schultz, who comes into the bank very much concerned. Finding the box was counted by Mr. Walsh, what did he do? He sent for that director, who came to the bank and putting his hand on the box said, I put 5 bags in there. There may be a mistake, however. Then the actor Schultz and Hirschberg tended to show their guilt, or knowledge of the abstraction until this discovery. He thought he had shown, and the conclusion was irresistible, that the money was taken from these boxes before the 2nd of March, the end of the count. There was not the slightest foundation for a suspicion that it was taken afterwards. If taken before that count, discovery could not have been avoided at the count, and the irresistible conclusion is that it was taken during the count, or if taken before, that count was so arranged and managed by Childs, who was in attendance upon the committees all the time, as to cover up the deficiency. Mr. Geyer then proceeded to show that during the latter part of Mr. Childs' service in the bank, during 1847 and 1848, the specie books showed what appeared to be forced balances. He then read from the books to show that from August 1847 down to the 5th of May, 1849, the period at which Childs left the bank. With the exception of special counts, it was very rarely that the foreign coin was entered in odd hundreds, while invariably at the times of the special counts, odd hundreds appeared. From the different values of that species of coins, he contended this could not reasonably occur, and from the fact that of special counts these sums were odd, he inferred these balances upon the specie books were forced and incorrect. This system of forced balances commenced in 1847, and in that connection Mr. Geyer desired to present some facts which he thought of importance. In referring to the property of Childs, we turn to his own statement. He said to the directory, he saved $30 per month from his salary, made $600 by the purchase and sale of a lot, and had $1,200 when he came here. In the beginning of 1847, he had just been in the bank 10 years. To that time, he had purchased the Franklin Avenue property, which was paid for in 1 year at a cost, in round numbers, of upwards of $7,000, had purchased 40 arpents of ground for $578, loaned to Diggs $636, and presented to the church $750, making his expenditures in property and donations to the church up to that time $9,124. Now, take him on his own hypothesis. His savings at $30 per month, his rents at $24 per month, the $600 made on the lot, give him the $1,200 he brought with him, and 10% interest, and you make his whole accumulations $9,440. Recollect his expenditures and donations to the same period, 1847, are $9,124, leaving $316 to commence on from that time. What were his expenditures in the latter part of 1847 up to 1849? The lots and improvements thereon, on 15th Street, which had been paid for since the period of the above estimate, cost $9,098.42. The Digg lot cost $1,551.52. Advanced to purchase the graveyard lot, $3,000. Loaned Mrs. Garnier $1,000. Purchased of McAllister half his interest in a piece of ground of $575, making his aggregate expenditures for the past 2 years $15,224.94. These were facts for the jury to take into consideration in connection with the fact that Mr. Childs had no other income but his salary. Mr. Geyer then alluded to the December count in order to show the jury how the examining committee may have been deceived in reference to the amount of coin on hand. There were 2 chests in the vault provided by Childs, the locks on which were furnished by himself, according to the result of the December count, at which time the foreign coin was not boxed. There was this remarkable state of things existing. In one chest, $167,000 in foreign coin, in the other, $402,000, and upon the shelves the enormous sum of $287,000. I give round sums. This sum on the shelves struck the attention of Mr. Sarby, and he called on Mr. Childs to account for it. Childs answered, it was recently taken in, he had not time to assort it. Mr. Geyer then proceeded to show that no such increase in foreign coins had taken place in November and December as to justify that large amount upon the shelves. He then called the attention of the jury to the facility which existed for Childs to remove from the chest to the shelves coin once counted, and caused the same to be counted a second time, and by that means to cover up any deficiency in his account which might have existed. Mr. Geyer referred to the great increase of thalers in February over the amount on hand in December. He also called the attention of the jury to the fact that for the first few days of the count, thalers almost exclusively were counted. When they fell off about the time that Childs asked for more time to arrange the coin, again appeared in a few days after and continued to be found In the boxes were the end of the counting of the foreign coin, taken in connection with the fact that thalers almost exclusively were placed in the first boxes counted, from 14 of which abstraction was made. The defendant asking for more time, their disappearance for a few days, and their appearing again, shows a strong circumstance that in the interval these boxes were violated, and the coins sent up to be counted a second time. This conclusion appeared more manifest from the fact that about that time more bags were wanted by defendant, while at the December count there were more bags in the bank than appeared to be there at the count in February. In connection with this, he reminded the jury that bags once filled in February could not have been sent up to the directors the second time, from the fact that the initials of the director, who first counted its contents, were invariably placed upon them, and a second use of the bag would lead to detection. Then this February count, having been concluded and everything well arranged, it was a fortunate time for Giles to resign. It would have been dangerous for him to remain in the bank, lest another ordeal more troublesome than that through which he passed on that occasion might be presented. Mr. Geyer then adverted to the wealth and transactions of Giles, in real estate and loans outstanding, and by giving the smallest estimate and allowing him every advantage, he estimated the aggregate at $28,512, excluding $1,800 paid to the parson and $750 donated to the church. After adverting to the position which Giles sustained in society, and his influence and popularity, which should have no weight with the jury, if guilty of the crime alleged against him, he asked the jury to examine the facts which had been presented, to examine them carefully and cautiously, and if they found anything not worth their attention, to reject it. It asked them to look at both sides, as the question of guilt or innocence had been presented before them, and from the facts to draw their conclusions, and if they should find it satisfactory to themselves, after this examination, that the accused was innocent, to acquit him. He committed the case to the jury, with the hope that they might be enabled to exercise such judgment in its decision as would be satisfactory to the country, and in after years be satisfactory to those who may have a review and examination of these facts. The court congratulated the gentlemen of the jury that the case was about to be submitted for their final action, and instructed them as to the law which was to govern them in their final decision. The case was then, at 5:30, given to the jury, and the court took a recess for half an hour. The verdict. At 6:15, the court was again opened, when the jury returned the following verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty, as charged in the indictment. Great applause succeeded the reading of the verdict by the clerk, and a number of Giles' friends crowded around him to offer their congratulations. End of section 45. Section 46 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson. Trial of John Johnson for the murder of James Murray, New York City, 1824, Part 1. The narrative. James Murray, a young man, a stranger in the city, landed in New York from the Boston boat in November 1824. He had lately emigrated from Ireland and was intending to go to the southern states to make his home there. One of the first persons he met on the dock was a fellow countryman, John Johnson, who invited Murray to make his home with him while he was in the city. Murray gladly accepted, and the two carried his trunk from the boat when it was taken to Johnson's house. Johnson appeared to be a man in good circumstances. He was 45 years of age, married, and had 4 sons and a daughter. After supper, the two men went down to the dock again, as Johnson was expecting his wife to return that night by boat from a visit she was making. She did not arrive, so they returned to the house when Murray requested that his trunk be brought up from the cellar, where the drayman had put it, as all his money for his passage to the South was in it, and he did not feel that it was safe where it was. So the two carried it up to the bedroom in which they were to sleep. Murray undressed and went to bed. Johnson went downstairs, sat there for a while, then came up to the bedroom, when curiosity impelled him to take the key from the pocket of the sleeping guest and open the trunk. There he found a large bag of silver coins, and it immediately came into his head, as he afterwards confessed, to commit murder. He went quickly downstairs, got a hatchet and killed Murray with 2 blows as he lay. The latter never moved. The murderer carried the body to the cellar, returned upstairs, took the bloody axe and pillow and carried them down to the river, throwing them in the stream. Then he went to bed, but could not sleep, and in the morning told his daughter what he had done. She cried, said he in his confession, and said it would not have happened if her mother had been at home. That night he carried the body out of the house and left it in an alley nearby, where it was discovered the next day. Footnote, Charles Miller, page 522, end of footnote. At the trial, the mate of the ship. Footnote, Dennis Ripley, end of footnote. The steward. Footnote, Henry Young, page 523, end of footnote. And the passenger. Footnote, Samuel Morehouse, page 523, end of footnote. Identified the body as that of Murray, and also the prisoner as the man who went away with him and his trunk. And it appeared that when he was taken before the magistrate, he confessed to the murder, but evidence of his confession was objected to by his counsel on the ground that just before it was made, he had been taken by the high constable to the dead body and asked to touch it, which made the confession one given under undue influence and inadmissible. But the judge overruled this objection. The prisoner was convicted and subsequently hanged. The trial shows an interesting incident in the selection of a jury. The case had been widely discussed in the city and in the newspapers, and a large number of persons were challenged both peremptorily and for cause. On the first juror being asked if he had any bias against the prisoner, the court appointed 2 leading members of the bar, John Anthon and Charles King, as triers, and left to them the decision as to the competency of the jurors, as was the common law practice at that day, and still remains so in England. The trial. Footnote. Bibliography. Wheeler's Criminal Cases. See American State Trial 1. The trial and confession of John Johnson, who was executed at New York on Friday, April 2, 1824, for the horrid murder of James Murray, to which is added his farewell letter to his wife and children, collected with great labor from authentic sources. Philadelphia, printed back of number 171 Market Street, between 4th and 5th Streets, North Side, also in Ray's first door, down 6th Street. There is an absurd picture on the cover which recalls Hogarth's print of a bad perspective. A man is hanging on a gallows, his coffin in the foreground, with his initials painted on it. Behind are 18 men in a row, all wearing stiff black hats, and all carrying large staves, and at the side a tree on which 3 individuals with similar headgear are perched. Below is the following verse. In what a hopeless state in this abode is wretched man, bereft of fear of God. To unknown lengths in sin on earth he'll go, ere he is lost in everlasting woe. End of footnote. Honorable Ogden Edwards, Judge. Honorable Richard Riker, Recorder. Footnote. Ogden Edwards, 1781 to 1862. Born in Connecticut, member New York Legislature and of Constitutional Convention 1821. Judge Supreme Court 1822 to 1841. C. 1 American State Trials 361. End of footnotes. March 15th. The prisoner, John Johnson, had been indicted by the grand jury for the murder of one James Murray. There were no less than 8 counts in the indictment, in each of which the kind of instrument used was varied. As the weapon was not exactly known, and the name of the deceased was given in different courts as Murray, Clark, and a person unknown, for the deceased was a stranger who had been in the city but a few days, and some uncertainty existed as to his true name. Footnote. The first count of the indictment was as follows. City and County of New York, Sessions. The jurors of the people of the state of New York, in and for the body of the city and county of New York, upon their oath present, that John Johnson, later the first ward of the city of New York, in the county of New York, aforesaid laborer, not having the fear of God before his eyes, but being moved and seduced by the instigation of the devil, on the 21st day of November, in the year of our Lord 1823, with force and arms, at the first ward of the city of New York in the county of New York aforesaid, in and upon one James Murray, in the peace of God and of the people, then and there being feloniously, wilfully, and of his malice aforethought, did make an assault, and that the said John Johnson, with a certain hatchet made of iron and steel of the value of $1, which he, the said John Johnson, then and there had, and held in both his hands, him, the said James Murray, in and upon the left side of the head near the left temple of him, the same James Murray, then and there feloniously, wilfully, and of his malice aforethought, did hit and strike, and that the said Johnson did then and there give unto him, the said James Murray, by such striking of him with the hatchet aforesaid, one mortal wound of the length of 4 inches, and of the depth of 1 inch, in and upon the left side of the head, near the left temple of him, the said James Murray, of which said mortal wound, he, the said James Murray, then and there instantly died. And so the jurors aforesaid, upon their oath aforesaid, say that the said John Johnson, him, the said James Murray, in the manner and by the means aforesaid, feloniously, wilfully, and of his malice aforethought, did kill and murder, in contempt of the people of the state of New York, and their laws, to the evil example of all others in like case offending, and against the peace of the people of the state of New York and their dignity. End of footnote. Hugh Maxwell, District Attorney for the people. Dr. Graham, Mr. Price, and Mr. McEwen for the prisoner. Footnote. C1 American State Trial 62. John A. Graham, a leading practitioner in the criminal courts early in the first quarter of the 19th century. His son, John L. Graham, was also an eminent lawyer. See People v. Ward for American State Trial. End of footnote. The clerk. How say you, John Johnson? Are you guilty or not guilty? Mr. Price called upon the district attorney to elect the counts upon which the prisoner was to plead. He contended that the election must be made before plea pleaded, or the prisoner would lose the benefit of his objection. It appeared, he observed, from the record, that the prisoner was indicted for the murder of more than one person, and that it was clearly illegal to charge distinct felonies in the same indictment. Mr. Maxwell, district attorney, replied that he was not bound to elect on which count of the indictment he intended to rely. He was aware of an authority in Cbteddy, Volume 1, page 252, which seemed to warrant the doctrine contended for by the counsel of the prisoner, but he could satisfy the court by a reference to other books and cases that the dictum in Cbteddy was unsupported by the very cases he referred to. Mr. Maxwell read from 1 Cbteddy's Criminal Law, page 252, and from 3 T. Rep., page 103, Young's case, and he read Lord Kenyon's, Justice Ashurst's, and Justice Buller's opinions, to show that the court would not quash an indictment even when distinct and separate felonies were laid in it. Also the case of King v. O'Kigley, STTR, Volume 26, page 1203. There were others he might refer to, but he thought it unnecessary. They were all contrary to the dictum in Chitty, and they had no analogy to this case. He had indicted Johnson for one offense, to wit, the murder of James Murray. Now it was well known to the court that it was often necessary to vary the name of the person supposed to be murdered in order to meet the proof expected to be offered. There was but one charge, and that modified to meet the circumstances of the case. In this case, it was indispensable. It arose from the uncertainty of the name of the deceased, and could not be avoided. Here is a man murdered in a foreign country. He was a perfect stranger in the city. Some called him by one name and some by another, and it was necessary to lay it so in the different counts. That there was nothing unreasonable in the rule must be apparent. Suppose a child murdered upon the wharf and thrown into the river, and it was not known whether it was a male or a female. Would it not be necessary to charge it as a male child and also as a female child in the indictment? Mr. Price, the situation I stand in is none of my seeking. I am here to defend a man on a charge of murder. I should feel myself guilty of that crime if I neglected to make all legal objections that are calculated to serve the interest of my client. The application before the court is to compel the district attorney to specify the counts the prisoner is to plead to. The district attorney contends that he cannot be compelled to elect upon which of the counts he intends to offer evidence, because it is apparent to the court that he intends to offer evidence against the prisoner, but for the murder of one person, and of course of but one offense. But how is the court to know this? They know nothing of the case but what they have learned from the record, and by that instant it appears the prisoner is charged in one count for the murder of James Murray, and in another for the murder of Timothy Murray, etc. How does it appear to the court that they are the same person? It is extremely important to the prisoner that he knows the charge against him, in order to frame his plea to meet it, and to have the benefit of challenges. I make this application to the court. They are to dispose of it as the solemn nature of the case now before them requires. The court. Without entering farther into the law, the opinion of the court is that they have discretion and may compel the district attorney to select the counts in the indictment he intends to rely upon. It is a discretion to be exercised upon a full view of the case, where it appears to the court that distinct and separate offenses are charged in one indictment, which confuses the prisoner in his pleas and challenges. They will give him relief by compelling the district attorney to elect upon which count he intended to rely. Here it is obvious the indictment contains but one charge, although modified to meet the proof in the different counts. The court can see no hardship upon the prisoner in this case. Their opinion, therefore, is that the prisoner must plead to the indictment. The clerk. John Johnson, are you guilty or not guilty? The prisoner. Not guilty. The clerk. Are you ready for trial? The prisoner. Yes. Will be ready tomorrow morning. The clerk. Have you counsel? The prisoner. Yes. The clerk. Do you wish the court to assign you more? The prisoner. No. March 16th. Found a very great crowd in the rooms and in the avenues to the hall. All the witnesses on the part of the people did not answer when called. Mr. Maxwell said that it would be impossible for him to proceed until the witnesses came in. He had no doubt they were among the crowd but could not get in. The court directed the panel to be called, and by that time it was supposed the witnesses would come. It also directed the court to swear the gentlemen upon the panel who had belonged to the artillery and who were suspended yesterday. It decided that artillerymen are not exempted by the statute to serve as jurors after they cease to be artillerists. The petty jury were then called, and the challenges made. The prisoner made peremptory challenges and challenges for favor. Albert D. Spear being called as a juror. Mr. Price prayed for the following questions to be put, as in Selfridge's case, to each jury, as he came to the book to be sworn. First, have you heard anything of this case? Second, do you feel any bias for or against the prisoner in this case? The court. The only object of interrogating jurors is to ascertain whether they are prejudiced for or against the prisoner. The court or the counsel for the prosecution would not be concluded by the answer. The question of competency must be settled by the triers appointed according to law. We do not mean to sanction the particular mode now suggested. You may, however, ask the questions. The recorder referred the counsel for the prisoner to Milligan and Welchman's case, 6 City Hall, Rec. 71. The court, after consultation, adopted the questions put in Milligan's case. The questions were, have you at any time formed or expressed an opinion or ever entertained an impression which may influence your conduct as a juror? Have you any bias or prejudice on your mind for or against the prisoner? Do you, in every respect, according to the best of your knowledge or belief, stand perfectly indifferent between the people and the prisoner? Mr. Price requested the court to so frame the interrogatories that the answer in the affirmative or the negative would embrace the case and preclude farther questions. The court, the prisoner must be tried according to law. We cannot frame any question to preclude explanatory ones being put by either party. The court cannot decide upon the competency of the juror. If challenged for favor, triers must be appointed. The juror Spear was challenged for favor by Mr. Price. The court appointed John Anthony and Charles King, Esquires, to decide upon the competency of the challenged juror, and they were sworn well and truly to try the juror to answer the questions put to him. Mr. Price, have you formed and expressed an opinion or ever entertained an impression which may influence your conduct as a juror, etc., as in Milligan's case? Mr. Spear, I have unfavorable impressions against the prisoner. I have read his confession. Mr. Maxwell, notwithstanding your impressions and what you have heard, is your mind free to make up a verdict upon the evidence that will be offered, exclusive of what you have read and heard? Mr. Price, in a case involving the life of a person, the juror should be free. His mind should be as a blank piece of paper. The juror himself can hardly know his own bias. Mr. Spear has read the confession of Johnson in a handbill, circulated through the town by some persons. A great many persons have been summoned as jurors. Is it not possible to obtain an impartial jury? I do not mean a jury who have never heard of this case, but a jury who are impartial. We can certainly find such a jury notwithstanding the excitement. Mr. Maxwell, if the doctrine contended for by the counsel for the prisoner were adopted, every culprit would go unpunished. Jurors feel as men. That they feel a prejudice against the enormity of a great crime is natural. It is not a prejudice or bias against the man, but against the offense. What would be the consequence of such a doctrine if sustained by the court? The party himself might excite and keep alive these prejudices. In that case, he never could be tried at all. The juror says he has heard the reports of the murder and has read the handbill detailing the confession, but he nevertheless says he is competent to render a verdict upon the evidence. With the greatest respect, I think Mr. Spear is a competent juror. The court. A juror must approach the box with impartiality. The opinion that the juror has made up his mind may be predicated upon a hypothesis that if the report is true or not true, the prisoner is guilty or not guilty. The mere circumstance of a juror having formed an opinion upon reports and newspaper publications is not an objection against him. If the juror is able to make up a verdict upon the testimony offered on the trial, independent of the reports he has read and heard, he is certainly a good juror. The clerk, to the triers. How say you? Do you find the challenge true or not true? The triers. Not true. 18 jurors were challenged peremptorily, and 22 for cause shown. The following jurors were sworn: Robert Stoddard, Joseph Middlemast, Timothy Kellogg, Richard Harding, Barnett Andrews, William Hitchcock, Dennis Ward, John Degas, James L. Bleecker, Alexander Robertson, Isaac L. Jakes, and Michael Emanuel. Mr. Maxwell. Gentlemen of the jury, the prisoner is now to put up on trial for the crime of murder, a crime against the laws of God and man. In a crime of such a deep dye, it is necessary that satisfactory evidence should be offered, that the prisoner should have a fair trial. But however anxious the counsel for the prisoner may be to find some difficulty, some doubt in the case, it is my duty, gentlemen, to say to you that the proof will be of so satisfactory a nature that you will find little or no difficulty in the investigation of it. The witnesses against the prisoner are all people of good character. They are strangers to him, have no malice or ill will to gratify. They will develop such a chain of facts and circumstances that nothing but the hand of a superintending and all-wise providence could have brought to light, as if for the detection and punishment of this foul murder. It would appear that the deceased was a young man of good character. He was not a native of this country, but had just come from Boston, where, by honest industry, he accumulated upwards of $300. He arrived here in the sloop, Fulton, on Tuesday the 18th of November and slept on board the sloop until Thursday. It would appear by the testimony of Young, the steward on board the sloop, that he saw Johnson on the wharf on Wednesday, speaking to the deceased, and that he came again on Thursday and assisted the deceased to carry away the trunk. The deceased told Captain Morehouse, the captain of the sloop, that he was going to board in the lower part of the city. It would appear by the testimony that the deceased left the vessel on Thursday, and the people on board neither saw nor heard of him until Sunday, when a dead body was immediately recognized by them as the body of Murray. Under the direction of an all-wise providence, I shall be able to fix the guilt of this murder upon the prisoner beyond all doubt, not only by the testimony of the people on board, but by the officers of the police who arrested Johnson and searched his premises, from the circumstances of the case, and from the confession of the prisoner himself. On Sunday, the officers took Johnson as he was coming from church, where he had been, I hope, to worship. He was arrested by Mr. Hayes, and while under arrest, as the steward of the sloop Fulton was approaching in order to identify him, the prisoner exclaimed, "This scares me." The prisoner was brought to the police office and was examined. He denied all knowledge of the deceased, had never been at his house, and knew nothing of his chest. While Johnson was under examination, the officers of the police searched his house, found a bloody sheet, troughs, and clothing, all in places not usual for those articles. On Monday, Mr. Kipp recognized the deceased as the same person who was in company with Johnson with the chest, which they employed him to carry to Johnson's house. Mr. Maxwell detailed the circumstances of finding the chest of the deceased under Johnson's bed, a bloody shirt and bloody handkerchief, the clothes of the deceased, also the circumstances of finding the money in the sandbank at Brooklyn, the blood traced from Johnson's bedroom to the cellar, the particulars and manner of the death of the deceased, the finding of the body in Cuyler's Alley, the exhibition of the body at the hospital, and its recognition, and concluded by observing he was not willing, by any address to the jury, to inflame their minds against the prisoner. There could be no necessity for it, for he apprehended the jury would be under the necessity of exerting themselves to resist their feelings and indignation of such a public outrage. End of section 46. Section 47 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of John Johnson for the murder of James Murray, New York City, 1824, Part 2. The evidence. Charles Miller. Am a city watchman. On Saturday, the 22nd of November, at 2:30, I was doing duty in the neighborhood of Cuyler's Alley and found a dead body. It had nothing on but a red flannel shirt tied round the body, an old bolster case tied around the head, and a white pair of drawers wrapped around them. It had a wound upon the left temple of the head. A rope was tied around the body, and another around the head. The rope around the body was slack, as if to carry it. I remained with the body until the coroner came and took it away. Dr. Stevens saw the dead body on Monday. The wound upon the left side of the head appeared to have been produced by some blunt instrument. The body had longitudinal scratches upon the chest, such as might have been produced by dragging him upon the sand or gravel. Think he died in good health. There were marks of a rupture on the right side, which the truss now produced would fit. The body might have been dead 4 or 5 days. The scalp of the deceased was not cut. The wound must therefore have been inflicted by a blunt instrument. The wound was about 3.5 inches long and 2.5 wide, and it was about 2 inches deep. It must have produced instantaneous death. Dr. Rogers concur in the statement of Dr. Stevens in all he has said. Was present at the examination. The truss now produced would be proper for the rupture on the person of the deceased. Elizabeth Day lived at 16 Berkeley Street. Saw the body on Monday, 24th November, at the hospital. His name was James Murray, the same person that called at my house to inquire for the Reverend Mr. Powers. He told me his name was James Murray, and that if the Reverend Mr. Powers called, he would know his name. Deceased was dressed in a gray coat, dark vest with spots, black silk handkerchief, and dark pantaloons. The coat and waistcoat now produced, James Murray had on when he was at my house. Have no doubt at all the body at the hospital was the deceased Murray, nor that the clothes now before the court were worn by Murray when at my house. John Powers saw the body of deceased on Sunday morning. His name was James Murray. Saw James Murray alive the Thursday before the Sunday he was exhibited at the almshouse. Saw him at the Reverend Mr. Powers. He had on a gray coat, dark spotted vest, and darkish pantaloons, the same now produced before the court. Dr. Powers, am a physician, saw the body of Murray on Sunday. It was the body of same person I saw at my brother's on Thursday. He had on a gray coatee and dark vest. Did not know him by any name, but others called him Murray. Am certain it is the same person who called at my brother's. Samuel Morehouse, Jr. arrived in New York from Boston in the sloop Fulton in November last, the Tuesday preceding the Sunday on which the body was exhibited. Saw our body in the rear of the hall on Sunday. It was the body of the person who came in the sloop with me from Boston. Murray stayed on board until Thursday, had a chest on board, the chest now before the court. He wore on board the sloop a gray coatee and red shirt and grayish pantaloons, the same now produced. Do not recollect who came on board with him. He was not intimate with any person on board. Dennis Ripley was mate on board the Fulton. Saw the dead body of a man in the rear of the hall on Sunday. It was the body of the same person who came from Boston in the sloop Fulton with me. Saw his chest. It is the same chest now before the court. Deceased wore on board the vessel a gray coatee, grayish pantaloons, black silk handkerchief, dark waistcoat. The clothes now shown to me are the same clothes the deceased wore on board the sloop. Henry Long, a black. Am steward on board the Fulton. Saw a dead body in the rear of the hall. It was the body of the person who came from Boston on board the sloop Fulton. Deceased left the vessel on Thursday in the afternoon. Am certain the deceased is the person who came in the sloop. The prisoner and the deceased came on board and took away his chest Thursday afternoon. Had seen Johnson speaking with Murray on Wednesday before. Murray came on board and lifted the chest on the quarter rails, and Johnson took hold of it. Cannot tell which way they went. Murray had on a gray coat, dark pantaloons, and dark vest, with spots in it, the same clothes now before the court. saw the body at the almshouse and immediately recognized it. I described Johnson to the officers of the police before he was taken. Cross-examined. Johnson and deceased took away the trunk 1 hour and a half before Sunday on Thursday. Johnson had been there the preceding Wednesday and had conversed with Murray. Johnson was dressed the same on Sunday as he was when he and Murray went away. He had on a green surtout on Sunday. The chest now before the court is the same that belonged to Murray on board the sloop. Thomas Kipp. Am a cartman. On Thursday in the afternoon between 1 and 2, was at the head of Burling Slip. Thursday preceding the exhibition of the dead body on Sunday. Was sitting on Griswold's stoop. Saw 2 men carrying a chest. One was Johnson and the other the man whom I saw dead at the hospital. They agreed with me to drive his trunk to Johnson's house. On arriving at the house, Murray pulled out his pocketbook to pay witness, but had no change. Johnson said he would pay him, and borrowed the money of a boarder, and paid him. Cannot be mistaken. It was Johnson. Have known him 5 years. Deceased was dressed in a grey coatee and black waistcoat, the same now before the court. Took particular notice of him. Am sure he is the same man I saw with Johnson. Recognized him immediately when he lay dead in the hospital. Mary McLaughlin. Lived at number 64 Front Street, directly opposite Johnson's house. Remember the Thursday evening preceding the exhibition of the dead body on Monday in the hospital. There was a light on Thursday evening in Johnson's room at 12:30. It is an unusual thing in that house. They were in the habit of retiring to bed at 9 or 10 o'clock. One of the window shutters was open, could see into the room, but not where the bed stood. Might see a person walk across the room. Jacob Hayes. Am High Constable. Arrested Johnson on Sunday as he was returning from church. Told him I wished to speak to him. And as Young, the steward of the sloop Fulton, was coming up to us in company with Mr. Maxwell, Johnson exclaimed, "This scares me." I had him by the hand, told him not to be frightened, and took him to the police office. Never said to Johnson it would be better for him to confess. Took him to see the dead body, and requested him to touch it. He was very much agitated. Brought him to the police office, where he confessed to the magistrate. George A. Raymond. Went to Johnson's house with Mr. Holman. Traced the blood from the room to the store, and down the stairs into the cellar. There were spots of blood on the ladder which leads into the cellar. Mr. Holman. Examined Johnson's house. Crawled into a hole in the cellar, not more than 3 feet wide, but 10 or 12 feet long, just large enough to admit the body of a man. In the extreme end of this hole found a bloody sheet and a truss. On Monday found a bundle of clothes behind the woodpile in the yard. They were very filthy, apparently just taken from the sink of the necessary. Found the chest upstairs under Johnson's bed. Traced the blood out of the room down the stairs into the store. Turned down the bedclothes and found the bed wet with water and blood, and fresh spots of blood appeared on the headboard. Hazel Conklin. Examined the room in which the supposed murder was committed. There was blood upon the carpet and upon the stairs. Found in the bar below a chest which contained dirty clothes, a shirt covered with clots of blood, and a cravat also very bloody. Justice Hobson sworn. Mr. Maxwell, have you any money in your possession, found in Brooklyn? I have $380 in specie. Mr. Maxwell, how did you become possessed of that money? Mr. Price, I object to the inquiry. It may lead to improper testimony. Mr. Maxwell, I shall offer nothing in evidence against the prisoner but what came from third persons in his presence and was assented to by him. I wish to show the court that, after the confession was made, Johnson was asked what he had done with the money, that he said he gave it to his daughter, and she, upon being sent for, said she gave it to her brother, and on his being sent for, said he had secreted it in the sandhills back of Brooklyn, and this being said in Johnson's presence, he requested his son to go with the officers for it, where it was found. Mr. Price: It must appear by the examination. The court: Was it at the time of the examination? Mr. Maxwell: It was connected with it. It was subsequent. Mr. Price: I contend that it was part of the examination and cannot be separated from it. The court: We are not sufficiently certain whether the proof now proposed to be offered is connected with the examination or not. If it was made at the time of the examination, it should have been inserted. The rule of law is well settled, that the examination must be taken together. It is the right of the prisoner to demand that the whole of his confession be taken together. The evidence is excluded. Dr. Graham objected to reading the examination of the prisoner on the ground that it did not state that the magistrate had apprised him that he was entitled to counsel. The court ruled that no law in this country required the presence of counsel at the examination of a prisoner. Mr. Price: The confession was not free and voluntary. The prisoner was taken out of his cell to the hospital by Mr. Hayes, the high constable, and was required to touch the dead body, a circumstance calculated to agitate and distract him. It was a species of mental torture more powerful than promises of favor or threats and menaces. The law was well settled that the least undue influence exercised upon the mind of the prisoner by threats or promises would vitiate any confession made by him. Should not, then, a confession made under circumstances so well calculated to agitate and confound the prisoner be rejected? The court: The prisoner was taken to see the dead body and was required to touch it. He did so, and was brought by the police officer to the police office in great perturbation of mind, and confessed the murder. It does not appear that any threats or promises were made to him by the officer or by any other person. On the contrary, it was stated to him by Mr. Hobson, the examining magistrate, that he was not bound to confess, and that his confession might be used against him upon this trial. He did confess, and that confession, in our opinion, was free and voluntary. His being taken to the dead body and being required to touch it does not affect the examination. What influence would such a circumstance have upon an innocent person? None. The guilty might be intimidated and tremble. Conscious innocent were disregarded. Mr. Maxwell then read the examination of the prisoner. John Johnson again brought out and examined in relation to the murder of James Murray. Johnson was first told that he was to be examined, and that what he might say would be made use of against him, and in all probability it might cause his life, that he need not answer any question without he pleased. Question: Do you know James Murray, whose corpse you have just been to see? Answer: Yes, I do know him, and I will tell you all about it. Question: Where did you first meet with him? Answer: On Thursday last, I met with him at the coffee house Slip, and he asked me whether I was an Irishman, and I told him that I was born there, and he mentioned about his going to New Orleans or Savannah, and I asked him to my house, as there were a couple of men at my house who were going there, and he came and talked to Jackson and Jerry about the Southwood, and he stated he would stay there a few days, and wanted me to go with him and get his chest, and went and got the chest, which chest is now here shown to me, from the vessel at Burling Slip, and at the head of the slip had it put on a cart and taken to the house, and Jackson and Jerry were there when they came with it. I paid the cartage, as I got a shilling from Jerry to make the change. The chest was put into the back room. They all remained at home and eat supper, viz. Jackson, Jerry, Mary, my daughter, Murray, the dead man, and myself. After supper, Murray and myself went over to the North River to look for the vessel that I expected my wife to come down in from Newburgh at Washington Market. We parted, Murray having stopped with a man, and I went home, and got home a little before Murray did. Jackson and Jerry were sitting there when I returned, and they saw Murray return, after which they sat and talked together till 10 or 11 o'clock, when Jackson and Jerry went up to bed in the back room, leaving the man, Murray, myself, and daughter in the room, my 3 boys being put to bed some time previous. Murray said that he did not like to go upstairs with the men without his chest being taken up, as he had money in the chest. He did not mention the sum, but said he had enough to take him to the southward. I then proposed to him to go to bed with myself and take the chest up in the room. Mary by this time had gone up to bed in the bedroom. Murray and myself then took up his chest into my bedroom, the front room, and set it near the fireplace by the bedside. And Murray undressed himself and went to bed, and I remained up, went downstairs, and sat by the stove for near an hour as a judge, and found Murray was asleep, and took a key out of his vest pocket, opened his chest, and took out a little bag of money about as big as my 2 fists. It was dollars, as I judged, as I did not open it, and Murray told me that he had silver dollars. It then came into my head to murder him, and I threw the bag and money into the corner of the closet where there were carpenter's tools. I then went downstairs and got a hatchet, and came up and struck Murray 2 blows, as I think, on the head, and he never moved, as I know of. I then put something about his head, so as to prevent the blood running on the floor, and carried him downstairs into the cellar through the trap door. I then returned upstairs, took the bloody pillow and the hatchet, and went and threw them into the river. When I returned and looked about the floor for the blood, and not seeing any, went and lay down on the bed with Mary, being afraid to go into my own bed. In the morning I felt very uneasy, and my daughter Mary asked me what the matter was, and I finally took her and told her how I had killed the man, and showed her where I had put him, and he remained there till 10 o'clock the next night. When they were all quiet, then I put a rope about the man and carried him out and left him in the lane. I can't say what has become of the money, the clothing, or anything else of the man. Mary cried and went on when I told her, and she said it would not have happened if her mother had been at home. I put the bloody sheet and things all into the river. Dr. Graham to the jury. This was a case depending entirely upon circumstantial evidence. The examination must be thrown aside. It was taken under circumstances of extreme perturbation in the prisoner. He had not the benefit of counsel, had just been to see the dead body, had just touched it. In this situation he is brought to the police office, ready to confess anything, and willing to confess everything to save his family. The examination therefore cannot be depended upon. Dr. Graham read the celebrated Vermont case where the party confessed himself guilty of murder, and the man was discovered to be alive, just before the day appointed for the execution. And to show the dangerous tendency of presumptive evidence, he read a number of cases in the appendix to Phillips. Mr. Price, gentlemen, we have a great responsibility upon us. We are to pass upon the life and death of a fellow being. We are called to take away the life of a fellow being. Need I remind you with what care and caution you ought to proceed? I advert to it to admonish you that unless you have the most satisfactory evidence of the prisoner's guilt, for your own peace here, and for your security hereafter, you will not take away this man's life without the most satisfactory evidence. It has been doubted by many great men whether it could in any case be taken by the creature, it being the gift of the Creator. Mr. Price adverted to the fact of Johnson's former good character, and contended it was against the nature of things for a man to plunge into the depths of wickedness at once. He proceeds by degrees and argued the improbability of the guilt of the prisoner from the enormity of the crime. He contended, independent of the examination, there was not sufficient evidence to convict. Little reliance could be placed on the examination. It was no doubt made under the most excruciating agony of feeling, made to save his family, made after his return from laying his hand upon the dead body of the man charged to have been murdered. He referred to the Vermont case. It was no bugbear. No man ever doubted it. He went on to show a discrepancy between the testimony of Young, the steward, and Mr. Kipp. He also remarked upon the favorable circumstances of the window shutters being open, and concluded no man in his senses would commit so foul a crime with the window open. He also commented on the expression used by Johnson, while in the custody of Mr. Hayes, at the approach of the steward. "It scares me." The word guilty is easily pronounced, but its effects are irrevocable. For let it not be whispered to you that if you pronounce him guilty, there is aught can save him from execution. No, gentlemen, I say, if he has been guilty of the murder imputed, he has committed a deed of deep, bloody, and unprovoked malice, meriting all punishment. If he be guilty, gentlemen, he has by this one act contradicted a life of excellence. You have heard from witnesses you cannot discredit that his past life has been without reproach. It is not in the course of nature thus suddenly to plunge into guilt. It is the work of time, and no man ever was at the outset an accomplished villain. This man had every inducement to be otherwise. A good character, acquired through a long life, in possession of large means, with a wife and children around him. Would he have thrown from him all these blessings, his peace here and his hopes hereafter, for the indulgence at such hazard of the passion of avarice? It is almost incredible. The two men, Jackson and Jerry, said to have been in Johnson's house at the same time with the deceased, have not been called. No account is given of them. No assurance that, reckless villains as they may be, they have not fled with the consciousness of guilt from the possibility of punishment. If the proof were irresistible, which it is not, that the deceased was murdered in the prisoner's house, it would by no means follow that the prisoner was the murderer. Then, as to identity, it is one of the most difficult cases in the world to establish, as in the famous case from Haverstraw, tried in our old city hall, was demonstrated. Yet, to the identity of Johnson as being alongside the sloop on Wednesday, we have no positive evidence but that of the steward, though the captain, mate, and working people around them had no recollection of seeing him. He had never seen the prisoner before, never spoken to him, yet he identifies him, and not only identifies his person, but his clothes, and not only his clothes when without, but when covered with a surtout. The witness, I hope, believed what he stated, but if he did, it only shows you, gentlemen, that a witness may state as a fact what the jury would find it difficult to receive as such. But the prisoner has confessed, it is said. Confessions freely made are the highest evidence, but under threat or hope, or under any undue excitement, ought never to be received. But what was his condition? Torn from his family on a Sabbath day, thrust into a loathsome prison, his wife cast into the same prison, his daughter, just entering into life, incarcerated there too, his little boys scattered, God only knows where. After passing 2 nights, thus harrowed in heart and spirit, he is taken to the hospital to gratify some absurd theory, to see if by his touch the dead body will not bleed afresh. Thus harrowed, thus tortured, he is carried to the police office, and there falling on his knees, says he will confess all, confess everything, and this is called free and voluntary confession. A promise of reward, however trifling, will vitiate any confession, and yet this mighty working on the mind is to be held as not affecting this case. I do not refer to the Vermont case as a bugbear, but put it solemnly before you as an instance in which a man confessed himself guilty of murder, when none had been committed. Here murder has been committed, but the confession is probably not less false. Here I commit this cause, gentlemen, to you. I ask no perjured verdict at your hands, but as you are accountable beings, if you entertain a doubt, I invoke the benefit of it on the side of mercy and human life. Mr. Maxwell said if there was a case where the evidence was of that conclusive nature that left no doubt in favor of the accused, this was one. He had never known a case where all the circumstances so harmonized. It might be true that innocent men had suffered, but because it is possible, and may at some time or other have occurred, is John Johnson to imbrue his hand in the blood of a stranger with impunity? Is Johnson to be thought innocent because an innocent man may have suffered? The jury were bound to judge the case according to law, but the throne of mercy was not in this hall. Here we are bound by the principles of law, and in accordance to them we must decide. The executive may pardon if the object is thought worthy the exercise of this power. There was a singular consistency in the testimony of all the witnesses. The testimony of Young, the steward of the sloop, must be satisfactory as to the identity of the prisoner, his calling at the sloop on Wednesday and Thursday, and what took place on Sunday, when Johnson was arrested. Replying to Mr. Price's remarks upon Young's testimony, and upon the fact that the window shutter of Johnson's bedroom was open the night of the murder, he observed that Mrs. Johnson had gone to Newburgh, and might have left it open, or that perhaps the deceased, being a stranger, and wanting to rise early in the morning, had opened it himself. He saw the confession was perfectly free and voluntary. The magistrate testified that he had given him all and more than the necessary caution. The magistrate, indeed, had to restrain him. To such an extent had a guilty mind been operated upon by a consciousness of his own crimes. The fact of the prisoner being taken to and touching the dead body could not be used as an argument against the validity of the examination. If he was an innocent man, what had he to fear? He made the confession just read without any advantage being taken of his situation. He did not even know his wife and daughter were in jail. You, gentlemen, are called here unto the solemnity of your oaths, to do justice according to law and evidence. And if those laws and evidence with your oaths require that, for a particular crime, life shall be forfeited, you must go straight on. You are not here to legislate, not to exercise the prerogative of mercy, but to find a verdict on the facts detailed before you. It is a fact that could not be explained, but to the disadvantage of the prisoner, that his counsel had not called to exculpate him. If he could be exculpated, his daughter the witness of all others that could best establish his innocence. For the prosecution, this witness could not have been introduced without violating the feelings which belong to us all. But in defense of a father, her filial affection, her highest obligation would have prompted her at once to appear as his father's vindicator. It is happy this daughter was not introduced. It would have led to a scene which we should never have forgotten. Mr. Maxwell went into a particular detail of the evidence, and concluded by remarking that if the jurors of our country were to disregard testimony of such character as that now before the court, there was no safety for the lives of individuals. If strangers coming into our city are to be inveigled into houses apparently for their accommodation, and when in the house where they suppose themselves entitled to protection, to be robbed and murdered, there could be no security for life or property. End of section 47. Section 48 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson. Trial of John Johnson for the murder of James Murray, New York City, 1824, Part 3. J. Edwards. Gentlemen of the jury, the high and responsible duty now to be exercised by you is the most sacred and awful that a fellow citizen can be compelled to perform. It is a duty of the greatest importance to society, and which is necessary to be exercised for their protection and safety. You must be so impressed with this feeling as to make it unnecessary for me to remark any farther upon it. You are called to pass upon the life of a fellow being. You must decide between the people of the state of New York and John Johnson, the prisoner at the bar. You are called upon to pass according to the evidence before you, divested of anything you may have heard out of doors. On Saturday, the 23rd of November, a man was found in Kyler's Alley by Mr. Miller, the watchman. The situation and circumstances of the body was such as to induce a well-grounded belief the man had been murdered. The state of the body and the circumstances of it. Here the judge stated the particulars of the evidence. The body was watched by Mr. Miller until the coroner was sent for, when it was removed to the hospital, where it was seen by Mrs. Day, Young, the steward, and others. They recognized the body to be James Murray, who had just arrived in the sloop Fulton from Boston, and was at the sloop on Thursday in good health. It is certain he was murdered. The next inquiry is, who is the murderer? It appears by the testimony of Young, the steward, that Johnson came to the sloop Wednesday and talked to Murray, and came again on Thursday, and he and Murray took away the trunk of the latter. It also appears that Mr. Kipp carried the trunk to Johnson's house, which was the last place the deceased was seen alive. Here his Honor stated the testimony in relation to the bloody clothes found in the house, the clothing found behind the woodpile, and the testimony of Mr. Holman and others police officers. It is your duty, gentlemen, in a case of this kind, to make every reasonable allowance and put upon the transactions, as they have been disclosed, the most favorable constructions that can in any way benefit the prisoner. It is your duty in considering the case to test the witnesses, to test their accuracy, to give every circumstance in favor of the prisoner as much weight as in your judgment it ought to receive. In order to the clear understanding of this case, I will read to you the first examination at the police office. Here the judge read the first examination of the prisoner, commenting upon and explaining it to the jury. With respect to the last examination, the law is that if it was made under any threats or promises whatever, it cannot be received in evidence. In this connection, it does not appear that any threat or hopes were held out to the prisoner. But, however, should you think that he made this confession under any frenzy of mind, from the effects of guilt and anguish and sufferings, which he could no longer endure, then it is admissible in evidence against the prisoner, and is entitled to full credit. I do not know that it is my duty or that it is necessary for me to enter more fully into the testimony. In the close of my remarks, I shall observe that on the one hand, you have the life of a fellow being in your hands, and on the other, you have a community to protect. Your course must necessarily be straightforward. You cannot turn either to the right or to the left, without doing great injustice to the prisoner on the one hand, and to the community on the other. You will, when you retire from these benches, take the subject into your consideration, and report the matters as you find them, under all the circumstances of the case. With respect to mercy, gentlemen, this is not the mercy seat. That attribute is in the hands of the executive. If he is a proper subject for mercy, it rests with the executive to extend it. Your duty, gentlemen, is to say whether the prisoner at the bar is or is not guilty of the murder laid to his charge. With these remarks, gentlemen, I submit the case to your consideration. The verdict and sentence. The jury then retired, and in about 10 minutes, viz., at 2:15 in the morning, returned with a verdict of guilty. The prisoner was asked the usual question by the clerk. Johnson, I want to speak just to say, I am not the man that killed the murdered. Edwards J. John Johnson, you have been convicted by a jury of your country of the murder of James Murray. The circumstances attending the murder are of an extraordinary and, in this country, unprecedented character. The deceased was a young man, a countryman of your own, who, having accumulated some property, was desirous of joining friends at the South. You invited him to your house under the pretext of ability to serve him, and after he had committed his person to your house, his property to your protection while sleeping in your room, in your bed, deprived him first of his property and then of his life. Your case has been calmly investigated, and a jury whose verdict is approved by every member of the court pronounced you guilty, and that verdict is not too much to say, is approved by an almost unanimous community. You stand before the audience and country as an instance of moral depravity almost unexampled. I mention this circumstance not to harrow up your feelings, but to satisfy the community, if any yet remain to be satisfied, of the justice of the sentence to be passed. I cannot flatter you with any hope of mercy. Your situation is an awful one. On the scenes around you, your eyes must soon close forever. You are about to pass from the presence of your fellow beings to that of your God. You will be sent there by the voice of your injured fellow beings. You will appear before him with your hands stained with blood, which his mercy alone can wash out. Having made these observations in the hope of awakening you to a realizing sense of your condition, I now proceed to pass the sentence of the court, that is, that you be taken to the prison from whence you came, and thence on Friday the 2nd of April next, to the place of execution, there, between the hours of 10 and 3 o'clock, to be hung by the neck until you are dead, and your body to be then delivered to the surgeons for dissection. And may the God of heaven have mercy on your soul. During the sentence, not a muscle of the prisoner's face moved, except as he occasionally muttered something, and at its close, he looked around on the audience with a hardened unconcern. The awful stillness of the court formed a striking contrast with the demeanor of the prisoner. The execution. After he was taken back to prison, Johnson made another confession, in which he placed the responsibility for the killing on one Jerry, one of his boarders, and the man he borrowed the money from to pay the carter for carrying the trunk from the boat to his house. On the night Murray came, said Johnson, he, Johnson, and Jerry were talking about him, when Jerry said Murray had been very foolish in telling about the money in the trunk. We must have that money, said Jerry. Johnson expressed a fear that if they committed a robbery, they would be discovered and sent to the state prison. Jerry replied that they could avoid this by killing Murray, and it was then agreed that they should kill him for his money. Jerry wanted to do it at once while he slept, but Johnson objected that the watchman might be near and hear his cries. So Johnson went into the street to see if anyone was about, and when he came back, he found that Jerry had killed Murray. The two then carried the corpse to the cellar, and in the morning Jerry decamped with part of the money. The next night, Johnson carried the body into the street where it was found. The prisoner held to this story to the end, repeating it to the clergyman at the foot of the gallows, though he acknowledged he was guilty, but not of the actual murder. Asked by the clergyman why he had confessed to the magistrate that he had killed Murray, he replied, "To save my wife and children from being put to death. They were there in Bridewell, and a police officer told me that they would all be hanged, as well as myself, if I did not take the murder on myself. So to save them, I confessed more than was really true, but I have been accessory to and deserved to die for it." The sentence of the law was executed upon Johnson on Friday, April 2nd. Curiosity to see the execution brought an immense concourse of people together from the several parts of the city of New York and the adjacent counties. The military, in considerable strength, were ordered out. Johnson, who throughout had been in good health and sound memory, rose early and ate a hearty breakfast, and several clergymen attended to pray and converse with him. The sheriff, Mr. Wendover, and the under-sheriff, Mr. Louds, who were unremitting in their humane attentions to this unfortunate man, had his irons taken off, and the usual dress, consisting of a white cap, shirt, and pantaloons trimmed with black, put on him, a ceremony which seemed to move him more than any other preceding event, and he was conducted to a platform in the rear of the Bridewell jail and seated on a chair. Reverend Mr. Stanford then made an address or sermon in which he recapitulated the heinousness of the crime for which Johnson was about to suffer, and the two prominent causes which led to the fatal act, namely, intemperance and covetousness, and he concluded with a prayer to the prisoner and others. Footnote. He said, "Fellow citizens, this morning we are assembled to witness the execution of the sentence of the law of God and of our country upon an unfortunate creature for the horrid crime of murder. Though painful to assert, it is a fact which cannot be denied that our city, as its population increases, too much abounds in vice and immorality. Murder is the greatest criminal offense which can possibly be committed, whether against God or man. It is assuming the rights of the majesty of heaven by violently taking away the life of a fellow creature, which none but God can give, and which the murderer cannot possibly restore. And while it deprives the public of a useful citizen, the criminal act of the murderer hurries the soul of the victim into eternity, prepared or not, to stand before the judgment seat of his God, there to receive its final doom, whether in heaven or in hell. So awful and so malignant is the atrocious crime of murder, unless the act of murder be committed from a principle of premeditated revenge. It usually proceeds through the two great avenues of intoxication or of covetousness. By the fiery draught, the mind loses its restraining tone. Reason is prostrated, and the man becomes capable of committing that offense which may produce his own misery. The unfortunate person, now a spectacle before you, confessed to me, "If I had not been drunk, I should not have killed the man." Take warning, therefore, my fellow citizens, and beware of the sin of intemperance, which has become a growing evil, is a source of crime, and too frequently destroys the happiness of families. This poor, miserable criminal, discovering the bags of money in the chest of James Murray, coveted the money for his own use, and committed the murder to conceal his own theft. Take heed, therefore, and beware of covetousness, and be content with such things as you have, lest, by overreaching yourselves before you are aware, you fall down the precipice of destruction. It is most devoutly to be wished that Providence may overrule the present awful exhibition of justice by making it an effectual warning to every class of citizens, and so produce the most desirable moral reformation. My poor fellow sinner, what can I say to you? Solemn and dreadful is your prospect of an immediate death. Whatever may be the public opinion concerning your case, I most earnestly entreat you to penetrate the secrets of your own breast, and make such a confession as your God may read at his final judgment. Look to that blessed Savior, who alone can pardon your crimes, through the shedding of his own blood upon the cross, and grant you peace with your offended God. Whether you already enjoy a sense of such mercies or not, may the compassionate Redeemer meet with you on your way to death, and in your last moments enable you to commit your departing soul into his hands for a blessed immortality, that the God of grace may prepare this distressed man for his last conflict and death, and sanctify this event for the moral benefit of our community. Let us offer our prayer at the throne of his mercy. End of footnote. This for a moment seemed to affect Johnson, but he was soon calm and collected. He was then seated in a wagon with 2 or 3 clergymen, and the procession moved up Broadway to the place of execution on 2nd Avenue. Here prayers were said for about half an hour, when Johnson ascended the platform with a firm step. He conversed a few minutes with the sheriff and undersheriff about the adjustment of the rope. When the cap was drawn over his face, the drop fell, and he ceased to exist without a struggle. By order of the court, the body of Johnson was handed over to the surgeon for dissection. Letter to Johnson from his wife a few days before his execution. I have written you 1 or more letters, but have not received any from you. If you can, I wish you to write to me, or to get some person to write for you, for I want to receive a letter from you before you die. The children are well, and so is the cattle. We have dragged the stones from the field near Mr. T. We have sowed the fields with clover and timothy, and we have made the fence ourselves. I have bought the plow, as I wrote you, for $7. The barn will be up on Monday next. My dear husband, I love you as well as I ever did. I want to see you before you die, but it is so far that I do not feel able to come. I pray night and morning and every day that God will have mercy on your poor soul. Farewell. Amen. Amen. Then the daughter writes in her own name. Mother is almost sick with crying. Mr. ABC talked of going down to see you. I hope you won't let them see you. They say up here you are going to make a speech. You don't know what folks say about you when they come here. I hope you will not make any dying speeches to be printed in books when you are died. But there is enough now printed in the papers to take half the day to read. I hope you will keep a closed mouth. You have said too much. J.P. and D., the children, all send their love to you and pray for you night and morning. This letter was signed by the daughter. The letter continued in the same handwriting as from the mother, which goes on to request him to pray to God and to die innocent, as I believe you are, and to keep your lips shut. Johnson's farewell letter to his family, Bridewell Prison, Saturday, March 28, 1824. Once more before I leave this earthly prison, I write to you. Perhaps you will not get this while I am in this world. But my dear, I thank God that I am quite easy and resigned to death, for I have the greatest hope in the pardon and forgiveness of God. Trusting in the mercies of Jesus Christ our Savior, who is able to forgive all our sins. My dear, I have done all in my power, with prayers and tears of repentance, and I am in a state of mind that I hope I will make a happy change. The clergy attend me regularly every day. I am preparing to take my sacrament on Wednesday. You know what a solemn thing it is. Mr. Onderdonk attends me, so I hope with God's help all will be for my good. But still I am troubled for you and the children. But if you will commit all of your affairs to God, pray for his mercies and blessings, you will find that all will work together for good for you. Don't despair. God says he will help the widows and the fatherless. Mr. Onderdonk has wrote to Mr. Brown for you, and the Reverend Mr. Ogilvy has wrote to Reverend Mr. Johnson in Newburgh for to see to you and the children. Go and see them. They will help you to bear your trouble. My dear, for God's sake, pray for patience. Don't grieve for me, for I am so well supported by the grace of God that I hope I will die a happy death, trusting myself to Jesus, who died for us all. My dear, don't let the reports of the newspaper trouble you. They say everything about us all, but God knows all things. Leave all to God. My dear, I got your letter. I am content that you are at home with my dear children. God bless you all. My dear, when you are able to go, Mr. Thorpe will give you my bedclothes and books, and you must see Mr. Onderdonk and the Reverend Mr. Feltus in the Bowery. Wants you to call upon him. He wants to see you. And Mr. Ogilvy, the minister who attends me, wrote to Mr. Johnson about you. He wants to see you at his house, number 511 Greenwich Street. He says it will help you and the children. So, my dear, You will find that God will turn up friends for you. Therefore, be content. Trust to God, and all will be for your good. My dear, since I got my sentence of death, I am greatly changed. I now plainly see that I did not lead a godly life. You may thank God that you have your health, and I hope in God that my children will live in fear of God and be a comfort to their mother. I know that I have ruined you, my dear wife and children, but I hope you will forgive me, and I hope God will forgive me. My dear, you have a hard world to come through, but you won't starve with hunger. A little will do you. A short time will end your cares and troubles of this world. May the Lord take you and his little flock under his care, until such time as we shall meet in a better world. My dear, I can't write no more. My hand begins to tremble. We must part for a time. To God I give my charge, my dear wife and children. Oh, my prayers. May God take all and bless all. Until we meet again in heaven, farewell. On Friday next, then I must bid you all adieu. That is the weeping day, that God may heal your broken hearts and wipe your tears away. To heaven I hope my soul will go, God will I go to see. And all my children here below will soon come after me. My dear, I bid you all adieu. I leave you in God's care. For in this world I'll ne'er see you, in heaven I'll meet you there. Call on Mr. Carter, 136 Mulberry Street. He attends me every day. He is a good friend of mine. He will do something for your help with your family. He is with me to my dying moment, one of my divines. End of section 48.
Section 49 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Robinson. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Action of George Spence and wife against Barney Duffy for false imprisonment, New York City, 1816. The action of George Spence and wife against Barney Duffy for false imprisonment, New York City, 1816. The narrative. A woman went shopping in the city of New York nearly 100 years ago, and, just as she would today, she wanted the clerk to come down in the price of the piece of cloth she desired. The clerk cut it off, and then she would not take it, whereupon the proprietor was summoned and refused to let the woman leave the store until she paid for the goods. The husband sued the proprietor for damages, and the jury gave him a verdict, the court holding that the storekeeper's conduct was entirely unjustifiable. The trial. In the Mayor's Court of New York City, February 1816. Honorable Richard Rottger, Recorder, February 9th. The action to recover damages for an assault and battery upon and the false imprisonment of Eleanor Spence, wife of George Spence, came on for trial today. Mr. Price for the plaintiff, Mr. Sampson for the defendant. The plaintiff's witnesses testified that Mrs. Spence went into the store of the defendant in New York City and inquired the price of several pieces of cloth, and that one piece was shown for which the defendant asked $6.75 a yard. She offered $6, which was refused, but at length, before any bargain was made and before he was requested to do so, the clerk cut off the quantity he had understood she wanted. The lady then stated that she had not requested him to cut it, refused to take it, and was proceeding out of the store when the defendant followed her into the street, required her to return, and actually brought her into the store by the arm. On leaving the store, she was afterwards brought in twice by the defendant in the same manner. It appeared that at length she unwillingly paid for the cloth and departed. The defendant's witnesses testified in substance that they saw no violence offered to the lady, but that on her leaving the store, after she had purchased the goods and refused to take them away, by reason that the color did not suit her, the defendant followed her into the street and took her gently by the arm, and in a mild manner requested her to take the goods, which she at length did voluntarily. Mr. Sampson to the jury. It has of late become so fashionable for women to assume the character of suitors in this court that I am fearful your attention will soon be exclusively confined to the litigations of the sex. I know in what a melting mood a woman's cause is apt to find the jury, that an appeal will be made to your gallantry, and that you will be conjured, in compassion to the tenderness of the sex, to pronounce a heavy verdict against my client. But all of you know the way in which soppers like the plaintiff tax and fret the time and patience of industrious dealers like my client. The evidence is very contradictory, and I have no doubt Mrs. Spence actually purchased the article in question previous to any difference on the subject. I therefore ask you to find a verdict for the defendant, and thus teach the plaintiff that instead of acting as an angry suitor in a court of justice, she would be more profitably employed in mending stockings and making puddings for her family. Mr. Price. The slightest touching of another person in a rude or angry manner is an assault and battery, and proof of such an act, or the shortest possible detention of the plaintiff, will support the present action. I do not mean to inquire whether Mrs. Spence had purchased the cloth in question. Indeed, but as affecting the amount of damages, I am willing to admit that she went a-shopping for amusement, nay, that she entered the store to trouble or perplex the defendant. Although such conduct might have legally excused him for turning a woman out of his house, it would never justify her detention for a single instance. Under the circumstances of this case, the way in which he took hold of her arm, gentle as his nature may be, was rude, unmanly, and unlawful. If she had failed to perform the contract for the cloth, his resort would have been to a court of law, and not that superior force which was given to him for any other than the coward purpose of harming a defenseless woman. The actual injury to the plaintiff is, indeed, not great. The verdict ought to be sufficient to convince the defendant that in driving his trade hereafter, he must endeavor to make his own interest harmonize with the rights and the feelings of others. The recorder charged the jury that the least restraint or detention of a person was sufficient to support this action, that if the jury believed that in this case there was such restraint or detention of Mrs. Spence for the shortest possible time, it would be their duty to find a verdict in favor of the plaintiff, and that the question of damages belonged exclusively to the jury. The jury found a verdict in favor of the plaintiff for $40. End of section 49.
Section 50 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Thomas O. Selfridge for the killing of Charles Auston, Boston, Massachusetts, 1806, Part 1. The narrative. The shooting of young Charles Auston by Thomas O. Selfridge on the public street in the city of Boston at the beginning of the 19th century caused such excitement and passion among its citizens as few homicides have since done, either in this country or in Europe. The men belonged to different political parties. The killing was the result of political temper, and the victim was an innocent one, for it was the alleged sins of the father which in this case were visited upon the son. A few months before the fatal day, there had been a dinner given by the Democratic Party of Boston on the 4th of July. Mr. Benjamin Auston was the chairman of the committee, which had it in charge and was responsible for the bill. But when it was presented, the committee thought that it was too high and refused to pay it. The caterer brought suit, but it was finally compromised and paid. During the negotiations, the caterer had consulted Mr. Selfridge about bringing the suit and had asked him to take it on a contingent fee, which the lawyer refused to do. The fee being agreed upon, the suit was brought by Mr. Selfridge. Footnote, Daniel Scott, page 612. Eben Eager, page 615. End of footnote. Shortly after the settlement, Mr. Selfridge learned from several persons that Mr. Benjamin Auston had circulated a story to the effect that the federal lawyer, i.e., the lawyer of the opposite political party, who had filed the suit against the Democratic Committee, had gone to the caterer in person and had instigated him to bring the suit, and he considered it a most unprofessional and disgraceful act. Mr. Selfridge became very angry when he heard this, and an interview with Mr. Auston did not improve matters, and sending for his friend Mr. Thomas Walsh, he gave him a letter addressed to Mr. Auston, stating that he had evidence that he had told various parties in the city that he had sought out the caterer and solicited him to institute a suit against the committee for the bill for the 4th of July dinner, that this was a charge highly derogatory to him as a lawyer, that the charge was absolutely false, and that he demanded a retraction. Mr. Welch delivered the letter the same day. When he had read it, Mr. Auston replied that he had nothing to say beyond what he had already stated to Mr. Selfridge himself, viz., that he had heard the report from another person, that what he had said was that Mr. Eager, the caterer, had not asked any lawyer to sue the committee, but a lawyer had solicited him to do so, which he considered disgraceful and unprofessional, that he had never once mentioned Mr. Selfridge's name. He added that he would call on the person from whom he had heard the story and see if he would consent to have his name revealed. Next morning, Mr. Auston and Mr. Welch met on the street, and Mr. Auston informed him that he had been investigating the report and had found that the charge was untrue and that he had been around contradicting it to the persons he had told it to. He said that when he told the rumor, he did not know what attorney was meant, and that he had never suggested to anyone that Mr. Selfridge was the man. He said that he thought that ought to satisfy Mr. Selfridge, but the latter, when his friend Welch carried back this excuse, was not content. He insisted on a formal written retraction which could be published in the newspapers. Mr. Auston would not consent to this, and so on July 30th, Mr. Selfridge sent a second letter to Mr. Auston in these words: "Sir, the declarations you have made to Mr. Welch are jesuitically false, and your concessions wholly unsatisfactory. You acknowledge to have spread a base falsehood against my professional reputation. Two alternatives therefore present themselves to you. Either give me the author's name or assume it yourself. You call the author a gentleman and probably a friend. He is in grain a liar and a scoundrel. If you assume the falsehood yourself, to screen your friend, you must acknowledge it under your own hand and give me the means of vindicating myself against the effect of your aspersion. A man who has been guilty of so gross a violation of truth and honor as to fabricate the story you have propagated, I will not trust. He must give me some better pledge than his word for present indemnity and future security. The positions I have taken are too obviously just to admit of any illustration, and there is no ingenious mind that would revolt from a compliance with my requisitions." On receiving this letter, Mr. Auston told Mr. Welch that he thought Mr. Selfridge was taking very high ground, as he had done all that he thought he should be called upon to do in the matter. Mr. Welch answered that Mr. Selfridge was in possession of evidence that he, Auston, had used his name in connection with the charge. "And as to your denial," said Mr. Welch, "we think that you have not made the contradiction to all the persons to whom you told the story, and even a verbal denial to all of them would not reach the numerous persons to whom they may have repeated it. This is why Mr. Selfridge insists on a letter which may be published in such a way that it will reach the whole community. Mr. Auston again refused to do this, and Mr. Wells returned with the refusal to his principal. There was a long conference between them in which Mr. Selfridge told his friend that as a proper retraction for Mr. Auston was now an impossibility, and further negotiations were useless, his means of redress were reduced to 3: prosecution, chastisement, or posting. A prosecution was out of the question, for a legal remedy, even were it certain, would take 2 or 3 years. Few persons would read the result, which would be delivered long after public interest in the suit had ceased, and the damage which he had sustained would be difficult of proof, for it would be impossible to prove who or how many had abstained from employing him professionally in consequence of the slander, and while the process was pending his business would dwindle away. On account of his age and infirmity, a personal contest was out of the question. To ask his friends to take the matter up in this way for him would be the act of a coward. That this mode of redress savoured too much of malice and revenge to be compatible with an honourable desire to procure reparation for an injury, and would have no effect in disproving the charge with those persons who believed in law and order, and whose opinion he wished to retain. Therefore, posting was the only remaining alternative. Accordingly, in the Boston Gazette, on the morning of August 4th, the following card appeared: Benjamin Auston, loan officer, having acknowledged that he has circulated an infamous falsehood concerning my professional conduct in a certain cause, and having refused to give the satisfaction due to a gentleman in similar cases, I hereby publish said Auston as a coward, a liar, and a scoundrel, and if said Auston has the effrontery to deny any part of the charge, he shall be silenced by the most irrefrangible proofs. Thomas O. Selfridge. P.S. The various editors in the United States are requested to insert the above notice in their journals, and their bills shall be paid to the respective agents in the town. Mr. Auston read the card in the morning, and his reply appeared in the Independent Chronicle the same day. Considering it derogatory to enter into a newspaper controversy with one T.O. Selfridge, in reply to his insolent and false publication in the Gazette of this day. If any gentleman is desirous to know the facts on which his impertinence is founded, any information will be given by me on the subject. Those who publish Selfridge's statement are requested to insert the above, and they shall be paid on presenting their bills. Matters had come to a crisis. The very day of the publication, Auston told a friend he should not himself meddle with Selfridge, but some person on a footing with him would take him in hand. About noon, Selfridge told the person who had called at his office that he anticipated attack on himself by Mr. Auston or some of his friends, that he was not a man to engage in fisticuffs, but that he was prepared to protect and defend himself, and an indiscreet friend of Mr. Selfridge had previously reported to him that Mr. Auston was going to get some bully to chastise him on 'change where he usually went at midday. Mr. Selfridge, during the correspondence, had made some preparations for defense if attacked. He had purchased an additional pistol and provided himself with powder and shot. Footnote, Master Glover, page 604, end of footnote. Mr. Auston does not seem to have done anything of the kind, but his son Charles, a youth of 18 and a student in college, had said to more than one person that he intended to resent the insults to his father, and it appears that the day before the killing, he had purchased a heavy walking stick which he proceeded to carry in place of a little one which he generally used. Footnote, William Schaffer, page 589. End of footnote. Charles was a delicate youth, had never taken part in athletics, and was not a person likely to come up first in a personal encounter. Footnote. William Fales, page 588, end of footnote. Shortly after 1 o'clock on the same day, August 4th, Mr. Selfridge left his office and walked down the street towards the exchange, with his hands behind him in his pockets. He suddenly met young Auston, and at once Selfridge drew a pistol and fired at Auston, while at the same time Auston struck Selfridge a heavy blow over the head with his walking stick. He continued to strike him several more blows, and then fell to the ground, was taken into a neighboring shop where his wound was examined and found to be fatal, and he soon expired. On December 23rd, Selfridge was put on trial for the manslaughter of young Auston, the grand jury having refused to return a true bill for the higher crime of murder. The Commonwealth contended that Selfridge's act in publishing the card of August 4th and his declaration that he was ready to defend himself were with the object of drawing old Mr. Auston, his son, and his friends into a combat in which he would have an opportunity of killing one of them, that he was never in any fear of assault or attack by anyone, that he went into the encounter with Charles Auston as a result of a quarrel of his own seeking, and thereupon being himself the aggressor, he lost the right to take the life in self-defense. The defense, on the other hand, maintained that Mr. Selfridge went on the street on the 4th of August about his lawful business, and with no design of engaging in an affray, that he was in the habit of carrying a pistol, and that it was very uncertain whether he took the weapon to defend himself against the attack that day. But even if he did, he had this right, that young Auston's attack on him with the stick was so sudden that he, a feeble old man, could neither defend himself with his hands nor retreat with safety, and that the blows which young Auston would have given him, had he not fired, would inevitably have killed him, and that the previous quarrel with Mr. Auston Sr. was the result of the latter's evil conduct, which had injured him greatly. The trial lasted several days. The evidence was most full, the speeches of counsel on both sides able and learned, and the jury returned a verdict of not guilty after a short consultation. The case and the charge of Mr. Justice Parker remained for 3/4 of a century, and is perhaps even at this day the leading American authority on the law of self-defense. The trial. Footnote. Bibliography. Trial of Thomas O. Selfridge, attorney at law, before the Honorable Isaac Parker, Esquire, for killing Charles Auston on the public exchange in Boston, August 4, 1806. Taken in shorthand by T. Lloyd, Esquire, reporter at the debates of Congress, and George Gaines, Esquire, late reporter to the state of New York, and sanctioned by the court, and reported to the state. Copyright secured. Boston, published by Russell and Cutler, Belcher and Armstrong, and Oliver N. Monroe. Sold by them, by William Blagrove, No. 5 School Street, and by the principal booksellers throughout the Union. The preface says, the publishers have spared no labor or expense to obtain an authentic and accurate report of this trial. The evidence, being originally taken by 2 eminent stenographers, has been compared by Mr. Ting, reporter of the decisions of the Supreme Judicial Court, with the notes of the testimony taken by him, and with the minutes of the Honorable Judge who sat in the trial. The several addresses have been submitted to and corrected by the respective speakers. Correct statement of the whole preliminary controversy between Thomas O. Selfridge and Benjamin Auston. Also a brief account of the catastrophe in State Street, Boston, on the 4th of August, 1806, with some remarks by Thomas O. Selfridge. He takes my life when he doth take the means whereby I live. Shakespeare. Charlestown, printed by Samuel Etheridge, for the author, 1807. End of footnote. In the Supreme Court of Massachusetts, Boston, August 1806. Honorable Isaac Parker, Judge. Footnote. C1 American State Trials 108. End of footnote. December 23rd. On May 25th, the grand jury had been impaneled, and the case had been submitted to them by Chief Justice Parsons, and on December 2nd, they had returned a true bill against Thomas Oliver Selfridge of Boston for killing, by shooting him with a gun, Charles Auston in the same place on the day named. Footnote. Theophilus Parsons, 1750 to 1813, born Byfield, Massachusetts, graduated Harvard 1769, was appointed Chief Justice of Massachusetts in 1806, and held the office until his death. At the Supreme Judicial Court begun and holden at Boston within the county of Suffolk, and for the counties of Suffolk and Nantucket, on the 4th Tuesday of November, in the year of our Lord 1806. The jurors for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts upon their oath present, that Thomas Oliver Selfridge of Boston, in the county of Suffolk, gentleman, otherwise called Thomas Oliver Selfridge of Medford, in the county of Middlesex, gentleman, not having the fear of God before his eyes, but being moved and seduced by the instigation of the devil, on the 4th day of August, in the present year, with force and arms at Boston aforesaid, in the county of Suffolk aforesaid, in and upon one Charles Auston, in the peace of God in the said Commonwealth, then and there being, feloniously, wilfully, and of the fury of his mind, did make an assault, and that he, the said Thomas Oliver Selfridge, a certain pistol of the value of $5, then and there loaded and charged with gunpowder, and one leaden bullet, which pistol he, the said Thomas Oliver Selfridge, in his right hand, then and there held, too, against and upon the said Charles Auston, then and there, feloniously, wilfully, and of the fury of his mind, did shoot and discharge, and that he, the said Thomas Oliver Selfridge, with the leaden bullet aforesaid, out of the pistol aforesaid, then and there, by force of the gunpowder, shot and sent forth as aforesaid, the aforesaid Charles Auston, in and upon the left breast of him, the said Charles Auston, a little below the left pap of him, the said Charles Auston, then and there, with the leaden bullet aforesaid, out of the pistol aforesaid, by him the same Thomas Oliver Selfridge, so as aforesaid, shot, discharged, and sent forth, feloniously, wilfully, and out the fury of his mind, did strike, penetrate, and wound, giving to him the said Charles Auston, then and there with the leaden bullet aforesaid, shot, discharged, and sent forth out of the pistol aforesaid, by him the said Thomas Oliver Selfridge in manner aforesaid, in and upon the left breast of him the said Charles Auston, a little below the left pap of him, the said Charles Auston, one mortal wound, of the depth of 6 inches, and of the breadth of 1 inch, of which mortal wound aforesaid the said Charles Auston, then and there instantly died. And so the jurors aforesaid, upon their oath aforesaid, do say, that he, the said Thomas Oliver Selfridge, the said Charles Auston, etc., etc. End of footnote. The following jurors were selected after the judge had asked each one 2 questions, viz., have you heard anything of this case so as to have made up your mind? Do you feel any bias or prejudice for or against the prisoner at the bar? Paul Revere, Thomas Fracker, Isaac Parker, Micah J. Clark, Ward Jackson, Francis Tufts, Lemuel Turner, Elijah Learned, Ebenezer Goff, John Fox, John West, and Dexter Dana. James Sullivan, Attorney General, and Daniel Davis, Solicitor General for the Commonwealth. Footnote. James Sullivan, 1744 to 1808, born Berwick, Maine, a revolutionary leader and member, 1775 of the Massachusetts Provincial Congress, Judge Superior Court, Attorney General, 1790 to 1807, Governor of Massachusetts, 1807. Daniel Davis, born 1762 in Barnstable, Massachusetts, Solicitor General of Massachusetts, 1800 to 1832. author of Criminal Practice and Precedents of Indictments. End of footnote. Christopher Gore and Samuel Dexter for the defendant. Footnote. Christopher Gore, 1758 to 1827, born Boston, Massachusetts, U.S. District Attorney, Massachusetts, 1789. Governor of Massachusetts, 1809. U.S. Senator, 1813 to 1816. Samuel Dexter, 1761 to 1816, born Boston, Massachusetts. Representative in Congress, 1793 to 1795. Senator, 1799. Secretary of War, 1800. Secretary of Treasury, 1801. End of footnote. The Clerk. Gentlemen of the jury, hearken to the indictment found against Thomas Oliver Selfridge. To the indictment the defendant has pleaded not guilty, and has put himself upon the country, which country you are, and you are now sworn to try the case. End of section 50. Section 51 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Thomas O. Selfridge for the killing of Charles Auston, Boston, Massachusetts, 1806, Part 2. Solicitor General Davis. Gentlemen of the jury, I cannot discharge my duty to explain to you the crime with which the defendant is charged without recurring to the authorities which treat on the subject of homicide. It is impossible to understand the crime of manslaughter, with which crime the defendant is charged, without attending to the subject of homicide at large, and without a previous acquaintance with the crime of murder. Writers have so blended the different degrees of guilt attaching to these crimes, and the shades are in many instances so faintly delineated that it is difficult to understand the distinction. I shall therefore, before I state the facts and call the witnesses, ask your attention to several authorities on the law, with a view to define the crime, and which you ought in the beginning of the cause to understand. In For Blackstone's Commission, that learned author says, of crimes injurious to the persons of private subjects, the most principal and important is the offense of taking away that life, which is the immediate gift of the great Creator, and of which therefore no man can be entitled to deprive himself or another, but in some manner, either expressly commanded in, or evidently deducible from, those laws which the Creator has given us, the divine laws, I mean, of either nature or revelation. The author then proceeds to state that what be justifiable homicide, but the crime with which the defendant is charged is not of that nature, and of this I shall say nothing, because nothing can occur in the present trial which can render the homicide of that nature. In pages 180 and 181, he proceeds in the next place to consider such homicide as takes place to prevent a crime. The Roman law, he says, also justifies homicide when committed in defense of the chastity either of oneself or relations, and so also, according to Selden, stood the law in the Jewish Republic. The English law justifies a woman killing one who attempts to ravish her, and so too the husband or father may justify killing a man who attempts a rape upon his wife or daughter, but not if he takes them in adultery by consent, for the one is forcible and felonious, but not the other. And I make no doubt but the forcibly attempting a crime of a still more detestable nature may be equally resisted by the death of the unnatural aggressor. For the one uniform principle that runs through our own and all other laws seems to be this, that where a crime, in itself capital, is endeavored to be committed by force, it is lawful to repel that force by the death of the party attempting. But we must not carry this doctrine to the same visionary length that Mr. Locke does, who holds that all manner of force without right upon a man's person puts him in a state of war with the aggressor, and, of consequence, that, being in such a state of war, he may lawfully kill him that puts him under this unnatural restraint. However just this conclusion may be in a state of uncivilized nature, yet the law of England, like that of every well-regulated community, is too tender of the public peace, too careful of the lives of the subjects, to adopt so contentious a system, nor will suffer with impunity any crime to be prevented by death, unless the same, if committed, would also be punished by death. In page 183, the author considers that species which consists in self-defense, homicide in self-defense, or say defendendo, upon a sudden affray, is also excusable rather than justifiable by the English law. This species of self-defense must be distinguished from that just now mentioned, as calculated to hinder the perpetration of a capital crime, which is not only a matter of excuse, but of justification. But the self-defense, which we are now speaking of, is that whereby a man may protect himself from an assault, or the like, in the course of a sudden brawl or quarrel, by killing him who assaults him. And this is what the law expresses by the word chance medley, or rather, as some choose to write it, a short medley, the former of which, in its etymology, signifies a casual affray, the latter an affray in the heat of blood or passion. Both of them are pretty much of the same import, but the former is in common speech too often erroneously applied to any manner of homicide by misadventure, whereas it appears by the statute 24 Hen 8 c. 5, and our ancient books that it is properly applied to such killing as happens in self-defense upon a sudden rencontre. This right of natural defense does not imply a right of attacking, for instead of attacking one another for injuries past or impending, men need only have recourse to the proper tribunals of justice. They cannot, therefore, legally exercise this right of preventive defense, but in sudden and violent cases, when certain and immediate suffering would be the consequence of waiting for the assistance of the law. Wherefore, to excuse homicide by the plea of self-defense, it must appear that the slayer had no other possible, or at least probable means of escaping from his assailant. In page 188, the learned writer describes the nature of felonious homicide. Felonious homicide is an act of a very different nature from the former, being the killing of a human creature of any age or sex without justification or excuse. This may be done either by killing oneself or another man. I will thank you, gentlemen of the jury, to attend to the distinction between that offense and the one for which the defendant stands indicted, and which I am about to state from the same elegant author. In page 191 he says, manslaughter is therefore thus defined, the unlawful killing of another, without malice either express or implied, which may be either voluntarily, upon a sudden heat, or involuntarily, but in the commission of some unlawful act. As to the first or voluntary branch, if upon a sudden quarrel 2 persons fight, and one of them kills the other, this is manslaughter, and so it is if they upon such an occasion go out and fight in a field. But this is one continued act of passion, and the law pays that regard to human frailty, as not to put a hasty and a deliberate act upon the same footing with regard to guilt. So also if a man be greatly provoked, as by pulling his nose, or other great indignity, and immediately kills the aggressor, though this is not excusable, se defendendo, since there is no absolute necessity for doing it to preserve himself. Yet neither is it murder, for there is no previous malice, but it is manslaughter. There is only one other definition which I will trouble you, gentlemen, to attend to in the history of this trial. It is the definition of the crime of murder, as given in the 190th page of the same book, in the words of Sir Edward Coke. Murder is therefore now thus defined, or rather described, by Sir Edward Coke. When a person of sound memory and discretion unlawfully killeth any reasonable creature in being, and under the king's peace, with malice aforethought, either express or implied, it is murder. He then goes on to give different descriptions of the several branches of murder, which it is not necessary at this state of the trial to trouble you with. I thought it my duty, gentlemen, to read to you such passages in the book I have resorted to on this occasion, as contain the description of all the different branches of homicide, from willful murder down to justifiable self-defense. I will now state my reasons for so doing, so far as I am acquainted with the facts of this case. It will turn out, from the testimony of the witnesses on the part of the government, that this event happened in such a manner that it may become a question whether the fact charged by this indictment was murder or manslaughter. I do not mean to insinuate that it is possible to convict the defendant on this indictment of higher species of homicide than manslaughter, but you will find by recurrence to other books and on investigation of the facts that though he be indicted for manslaughter, if from those facts he might have been found guilty of murder, he must be found guilty of manslaughter. I mention this because it is possible that distinctions of this kind may be set up, that either the facts amount to murder or to justifiable self-defense, in either of which cases you must acquit. I say it is possible because it is out of my power exactly to anticipate on what ground the defendant's counsel will place their defense. But I may suppose that they will rest it on that. It is therefore necessary that you should have a just idea of this, and I have laid all these things before you that will show you that you cannot convict of murder on an indictment for manslaughter, for though you find that the facts approach the degree of murder, you must from every principle of public justice say that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter only. I will now state to you generally the facts which will appear in evidence to you on the part of the government, and before I proceed particularly to state those facts, I will mention that it is necessary that the government prove these two things. First, that Charles Auston, the person named in the indictment, is dead. Secondly, that he came to his death by the instrumentality of the defendant at the bar, and under the circumstances alleged in the indictment, which two facts will amount to the crime of manslaughter. These, then, are the facts which the government must prove before it can be entitled to your verdict, and you are to judge from the evidence that will be laid before you whether these 2 points are or are not substantiated on the part of the Commonwealth. I expect that it will appear that on the day mentioned in the indictment, between the hours of 1 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Selfridge was in his office employed about his ordinary business, that a few minutes before he proceeded from thence into State Street, he had a conversation in which he mentioned that he anticipated some attack in the course of the day, probably about change hours, and that he then stated a conversation which took place between Mr. Benjamin Auston and Mr. Welch, in which Mr. Auston had threatened to have him chastised, and that Mr. Selfridge declared to the person with whom he had conversation that he was not a man to engage in fisticuffs, though he was prepared to protect and defend himself. To this will be added other circumstances which tend to show that Mr. Selfridge went out of his office with the pistol, which was the instrument of the death of the deceased, and which was deliberately loaded for that purpose. About 20 minutes after Mr. Selfridge went out of his office, down into State Street, and the deceased was then on change, standing near the door of Mr. Townsend's shop, that Mr. Selfridge walked down State Street with his hands in his pockets, or behind him, with, probably, and intended to conceal the instrument he had in his pocket, and with which he gave the deceased his death wound. That in passing down in this manner, Auston, leaving the place at which he stood, approached him with a stick in his hand, that they met together a few paces from the door of the shop, and that there a combat ensued. It will appear that the deceased came with the stick in his hand in a manner to make an assault, but from the evidence we shall introduce, it will be impossible, I think, to decide whether the pistol was discharged and the death wound given before or after Auston gave Selfridge a blow. It is not necessary now so very minutely to state the circumstances of this affecting tragedy. I shall rely on the information of the witnesses for these facts, but it will appear from the whole that this tragedy was performed in the course of 20 seconds at the farthest. The parties met. The pistol and first blow given were discharged, probably at the same instant. Auston then fell to the ground and soon expired. He was carried into the shop of Mr. Townsend, where his wound was examined, found mortal, and of which he died. When the people collected, Mr. Selfridge appeared perfectly in possession of his mind, declared him stayed in a state of recollection, and said he knew what he had done, and was ready to answer for it at the bar of his country. These were the defendant's declarations, and whether just or not will come under your consideration. I mention this to show that he was in the possession of his mind. These are the outlines of this case. These facts, I am confident, from what I know of the former testimony of the witnesses, they will again declare, and perhaps something further in favor of the government. If so, it will be impossible the defendant should escape the punishment the law affixes to the crime. Taking it for granted that I shall prove the facts, it may be convenient at this time to ask your attention to those rules of law applicable to a case of this kind. When I have so done, their applicability will easily be perceived, and the cause will be fully opened on the part of the government. I do not know that the book I have in my hands has ever been read as an authority. It is one East Pleas of the Crown, which contains the best treatise on the subject of homicide that has been printed, and though it has been but recently published, I presume I may read the authorities adduced by him in support of what he lays down, as they are the original authorities on the subject. I will begin by reading some part of the 19th section, Chapter 5, page 232. If any question is made as to the correctness of the principles, I have Hale, Hawkins, and the other authorities cited, which can be referred to. The part I cite is that which treats of homicide from transport of passion or heat of blood. Herein it is to be considered under what circumstances it may be presumed that the act done, though intentional of death or great bodily harm, was not the result of a cool, deliberate judgment and previous malignity of heart, but imputable to human infirmity alone. Upon this head it is principally to be observed that whenever death ensues from sudden transport of passion or heat of blood, if upon a reasonable provocation and without malice, or if upon sudden combat, it will be manslaughter. If without such provocation, or the blood has reasonable time or opportunity to cool, or thereby be evidence of express malice, it will be murder. For let it be again observed that in no instance can the party killing alleviate his case by referring to a previous provocation, if it appear by any means that acted upon express malice. I shall now read part of the 21st section of the same chapter. It must not, however, be understood that any trivial provocation, which in point of law amounts to an assault or even a blow, will of course reduce the crime of the party killing to manslaughter. This I know has been supposed by some, but there is no authority for it in the law. For where the punishment inflicted for a slight transgression of any sort is outrageous in its nature, either in the manner or the continuance of it, and beyond all proportion to the offense, It is rather to be considered as the effect of a brutal and a diabolic malignity than of human frailty. It is one of the true symptoms of what the law denominates malice, and therefore the crime will amount to murder, notwithstanding such provocation. Barbarity, says Lord Holt in Keith's case, will often make malice. I will now read another rule from the 23rd section, page 239. In no case, however, will the plea of provocation avail the party, if it was sought for and induced by his own act, in order to afford him a pretense for wreaking his malice, as, where A and B, having fallen out, A says he will not strike, but will give B a pot of ale to touch him, on which B strikes A and A kills him. This is murder, and in all cases of provocation, in order to extenuate the offense, it must appear that the party killing acted upon such provocation and not upon an old grudge, for then it would amount to murder. Mr. Gore. The gentleman has stated and laid down principles which I shall oppose, and I may as well take the opinion of the court now as at any time hereafter. The gentleman has said that on this indictment he shall opt for evidence to show that there was that sort of malice which is described in the crime of murder. He has stated that by entering into the conversation and antecedent circumstances, he will be able to prove there was a previous malice, and that those circumstances and malice amount to the crime of murder. Now the indictment being for manslaughter negatives all idea of malice. He therefore can give no testimony on the ground of malice, as it does not comport with crimes stated in the indictment. It is confounding all rules of law if under this indictment for manslaughter he should attempt to set up a proof of malice. To this point, I quote Hawkins. Homicide against the life of another amounting to felony is either with or without malice. That which is without malice is manslaughter, or chance medley, by which we understand such killing as happens either on a sudden quarrel or in the commission of an unlawful act, without any deliberate intention of doing any mischief at all. And from hence it follows that there can be no accessories to this offense before the fact, because it must be done without premeditation. Here is an exact definition of the crime of manslaughter, corroborated by other definitions in the books cited in the margin, which perfectly excludes all idea of malice. Therefore, they cannot, under this indictment, attempt, according to any rule of law that I know of, to prove malice in my client, for it would make a distinct crime, different from that with which the defendant is charged. Solicitor General Davis. I had no inducement to make this statement to the jury, or to intimate the nature of evidence I should offer, but that of doing what I apprehend to be my duty. I stated that it was impossible for me to anticipate on what grounds the defense would be placed, for if it should turn out that it should be, that the defendant is not guilty of the crime of manslaughter, according to the technical definition of that crime, because the evidence may show that it was either murder or may tend to prove justifiable self-defense, that on the first case it was clearly law, that if, on an indictment for manslaughter, the evidence should show the crime was murder with malice, the jury would be justifiable in convicting him, at least, of manslaughter. The reason upon which I bottom this opinion is that they bring judges of the facts and of the law as it applies to those facts. They are competent to the decision, and they will find themselves warranted in so doing by the opinion Judge Holt delivered in Waldridge's case, reported by Keenan, on page 125. The principle I laid down was then recognized, and on the authority of that case, I ground myself on the present occasion. Holt then, after speaking of homicide or manslaughter, says, the killing of a man by assault of malice prepense hath been allowed to be murder, and to comprehend the other two instances. Parker J. I see no reason to doubt that principle. If the evidence proves the defendant guilty of a higher crime than that which he stands indicted, for example, if they prove him guilty of murder, it is competent to the jury to find him guilty of manslaughter, for which he is indicted. Mr. Dexter: I wish to know what is precisely the question, and to what point it is necessary to turn our attention. If it be true that the whole question before the court and jury is whether the same evidence can be given on a trial for manslaughter as on an indictment for murder, and it be decided that it can, it appears to follow that the cause is to be tried on principles on which there can be no legal decision. If we are to try on the present occasion for murder, the jury cannot convict nor acquit. It seems to me clear law that no case can be decided but that which is in issue. The indictment is for manslaughter. The definition of this crime is that it must be committed on a sudden, without malice. If malice aforethought be proved, then no part of the definition is substantiated. We cannot have come here to defend what we are not charged with. We have no objection to go into every fact interior, but we ought to have an opportunity to know of this, and of what was intended by the prosecution. And further, we ought to have known of it legally, that it is by the indictment. The defendant is not prepared to meet suggestions of malice. We are not willing to exclude any facts, but the truth is that, not expecting a charge of this kind, the defendant is not completely prepared. We do not wish to escape from the offense, if it be one, but it ought to have been described with technical precision. We insist that it has not. The authorities exclude malice and premeditation, and we cannot be prepared to meet them, nor is it competent for the government to show them, nor is it incumbent on us to prove that they were not in existence. Parker J. There is no definite motion before the court. The observations now made arise from what the Solicitor General expected to be able to prove. I understand that he expected to show a previous preparation, and that what was done by the defendant was not to protect himself from attack. Whether the offense was manslaughter or excusable homicide depends perhaps on the instrument that was employed, the opportunity to conceal it, whether he carried it before him, or whether he took up a stick in the street to defend himself. The object of the Solicitor General was to show whether it was merely in defense of himself, or whether there was any previous malice. It appeared to me proper to go into evidence to that effect. I state this, that if from the evidence admitted and laid before the jury, they should be of opinion that the crime was of a higher nature, the same facts would prove manslaughter was committed. I believe there can be no doubt of this. Attorney General Sullivan: If by excluding evidence that would show a previous design, they can get rid of this indictment, it would amount to saying, if it could be proved that he was guilty of murder, he should not be guilty of manslaughter. Mr. Davis: I was reading to you, gentlemen, a passage from the same authority which occupied your attention when I was interrupted. It was from East Pleas of the Crown. And in all cases of provocation, in order to extenuate the offense, it must appear that the party killing acted upon such provocation and not upon an old grudge, but then it would amount to murder. And in the next section, 24, he proceeds: But there is another class of cases where the degree or species of provocation enters not so deeply into the merits of them as the foregoing, and those are, whereupon words of reproach, or indeed any other sudden provocation, the parties come to blows, and a combat ensues, no undue advantage being taken or sought on either side. If death ensue, this amounts to manslaughter. The application of this rule will be to that part of the case, by which it will appear that the defendant took an undue advantage by being secretly armed, a fact of which the deceased could have had no knowledge at the time. I shall therefore next read the latter part of section 30, from the same chapter, page 251. It has been shown that such malice will be presumed, even though the act be perpetrated recently after the provocation received, if the instrument or manner of retaliation be greatly inadequate to the offense given, and cruel and dangerous in its nature, because the law supposes that a party capable of acting in so outrageous a manner upon a slight provocation must have entertained at least a general, if not a particular malice, and have before determined to inflict such vengeance upon any pretense that offered. I will now beg leave to say part of section 44 of the same chapter, page 272. A man may repel force by force in defense of his person, habitation, or property against anyone who manifestly intends or endeavors by violence or surprise to commit a known felony, such as murder, rape, robbery, arson, burglary, and the like, upon either. In these cases, he is not obliged to retreat, but may pursue his adversary until he has secured himself from all danger. And if he kill him in so doing, it is called justifiable self-defense. The next authority which I shall ask your attention to is in section 47, page 246. In another case, however, where the assault, though a very violent one, was plain with a view to chasten the party for his misbehavior, and there appeared no intent to aim at his life, his killing the assailant was holden not to be lawful or excusable under the plea of self-defense. That was Naylor's case, tried before Holt C.J., Tracy J., and Barry B. The prisoner, who was indicted for the murder of his brother, appeared to have come home drunk on the night the fact was committed. His father ordered him to go to bed, which he refused to do, whereupon a scuffle happened between the father and son. The deceased, who was then in bed, hearing the disturbance, got up, threw the prisoner on the ground, and fell upon him and beat him. The prisoner lying upon the ground with his brother upon him, not being able to avoid his blows or make any escape from his hands. And as they were striving together, the prisoner gave his brother the mortal wound with a penknife. At a conference of all the judges after Michaelmas term, 1704, it was unanimously holden to be manslaughter, but there did not appear to be any inevitable necessity so as to excuse the killing in that manner. The deceased did not appear to have aimed at the prisoner's life, but only to have intended to chastise him for his misbehavior to his father, and to excuse homicide upon the ground of self-defense. There must always appear to have been such a degree of necessity as may reasonably be deemed inevitable. At the conference in the above case, Powell J. put the case: if A strike B without any weapon, and B retreat to a wall, and then stab A, that will be manslaughter, which Holt C.J. said was the same as the principal case, and that was not denied by any of the judges, for it cannot be inferred from the bare act of striking without any dangerous weapon that the intent of the aggressor rose so high as the death of the party stricken, and without there be a plain manifestation of felonious intent. No assault, however violent, will justify killing the assailant under the plea of necessity. And in the same section it is further laid down: in no case can a man justify the killing of another under the pretense of necessity, unless he were wholly without any fault, imputable by law, in bringing that necessity upon himself. The next section I shall read is section 51, page 279. This section contains a rule and principle directly applicable to the present case, and the most important distinction you will have to take into consideration in this trial. I therefore ask your particular attention to it. It has been shown that where death ensues from a combat on a sudden quarrel, without prepense, malice, such act amounts to manslaughter, being attributed to heat of blood arising from human infirmity. I presume it will be impossible for the defendant's counsel to place his defense on stronger grounds than the one in this rule. Now the authority proceeds that in this necessity, which you will probably find to be precise case of the defendant, in order to reduce such offense from manslaughter to self-defense, upon chance medley, it is incumbent on the defendant to prove two things. First, that before a mortal stroke given, he had declined any further combat, and had retreated as far as he could with safety. Second, that he then killed his adversary through mere necessity, in order to avoid immediate death. And here you observe it will be a fact of inquiry whether the defendant declined the combat and retreated as far as he could with safety, and then killed the deceased through mere necessity, in order to avoid his own immediate death. If the fact should turn out to be such that the defendant cannot justify himself on one or other of these principles, so long as they remain the rule of law, the defendant must be found guilty. Parker J. There is a natural exception to that rule, which you will find in the book you have read. It is that if the retreat would be such as would cause his own death, then the retreat is not necessary. Mr. Davis, that forms a part of the rule itself and is not, I presume, an exception to it. I shall read some authorities to that by and by, and will not trouble you any farther, except for the purpose of reading part of Section 55, page 285. As to the other point to be established, namely, the existence of the necessity under which the party killing endeavors to excuse himself, he can in no case substantiate such excuse if he kill his adversary, even after a retreat, unless there were reasonable ground to apprehend that he would otherwise have been killed himself, and therefore where nothing appeared in Naylor's case above mentioned to show that the deceased aimed at the prisoner's life, although he held him down on the ground, beating him, and the prisoner could not avoid his blows, it was ruled manslaughter. That is the rule to which Your Honor referred, the author proceeds. It is to be noted in that case that the prisoner struck the mortal blow with a penknife, which was a dangerous, mischievous weapon, from whence it was to be presumed that he intended to rid himself of the chastisement which his brother was then inflicting on him by his death. Mr. Justice Foster, in alluding to this case, seems to lay a stress upon the want of inevitable necessity, so as to excuse the killing in that manner. It is unnecessary to read any farther. The cases you will find have direct application to the present cause. The books which contain them will be adverted to in the course of the trial by those gentlemen who follow me. I will only read one from Foster's Crown Law, and then pass to one or two other authorities, and that will be all that is necessary in the opening. I adduce this for your information, and by which you can apply the evidence more correctly, and also to advertise the defendant's counsel of the books we shall now rely on to establish that the defendant must be convicted of the crime for which he stands indicted. The first I shall now read is from Foster's Crown Law, page 255. In every charge of murder, the fact of killing being first proved, or the circumstances of accident, necessity, or infirmity are to be satisfactorily proved by the prisoner, unless they arise out of the evidence produced against him. For the law presumeth the fact to have been founded in malice, until the contrary appeareth. And very right it is that the law should so presume. The defendant in this instant standeth upon just the same foot that every other defendant doth, the matter tending to justify, excuse, or alleviate must appear in evidence before he can avail himself of them. There is a case, First Hale's History of the Pleas of the Crown, page 479. It contains a single sentence only, and very short, but which appears to me directly applicable to the present case. It is this: A assaults B, and B presently thereupon strikes A without flight, whereof A dies. This is manslaughter in B, and not, say, defendendendo. He further adds in page 480, regularly it is necessary that the person that kills another in his own defense fly as far as he may to avoid the violence of the assault before he turn upon his assailant. For though in cases of hostility between two nations, it is a reproach and piece of cowardice to fly from an enemy, yet in cases of assaults and affrays between subjects under the same law, the laws own not any such point of honor, because the king and his laws are to be vindicius injuriarum, and private persons are not trusted to take capital revenge one of another. One or two other passages in Hawkins are all that is necessary to trouble you with an opening and stating the law on the subject. In 1 Hawkins, P.C., Chapter 28, Section 25, page 109, there is a sentence which has a remarkable degree of applicability to the present case. However, perhaps in all these cases, there ought to be a distinction between an assault in the highway and an assault in the town. For in the first case it is said that the person assaulted may justify killing of the other without giving back at all, but that in the second case he ought to retreat as far as he can without apparently hazarding his life, in respect of the probability of getting assistance. You will recollect, gentlemen, the scene where this tragedy was performed, and will recollect from that scene, from the circumstances, situation, and possibility of assistance, how immediately applicable the quotation is to the present case. One other authority I shall adduce, which will have a reference to the authority I read to you, as to the defendant's being master of his temper and in possession of his mind. It is from page 123, chapter 31, section 23. And whenever it appears from the whole circumstances of the case that he who kills another on a sudden quarrel was master of his temper at the time, he is guilty of murder, as if after the quarrel he fell into other discourse and talked calmly therein, or perhaps if he have so much consideration as to say that the place wherein the quarrel happens is not convenient for fighting, or that if he should fight at present, he would have the disadvantage, by reason of the height of his shoes, etc. These are the cases and principles which I consider to have a direct reference to the nature of the cause you have to determine. I have now stated the facts, and the only remaining duty for me to perform is to call the witnesses to prove them. But before I do that, I will give you the usual evidence of the death or first fact that I shall do by the inquisition taken under the coroner's inquest. Mr. Dexter, we object to that. Mr. Davis, I read it merely to prove the fact of the death of the person deceased. Mr. Sullivan, it has been used as mere evidence of the death, and this before the Revolution. It was done in the case of the British soldiers, and they are admitted to prove the fact of death, and it was recently offered in the case of Fairbanks of Dedham. It was there objected to and allowed by the court. Parker J., I really should think it, were there no other evidence of the fact of the death, very important, because it might prejudice the minds of the jury on the subject. Have you not plenary evidence of another sort? Mr. Davis, yes, but I do it as being merely the counsel of the court, and have no view to create an impression on the minds of the jury, as we had agreed to leave out all those words which might have had that effect, and to read it merely to show that the death was occasioned by the injury received from the discharge of the pistol. Attorney General, we can show from the authority of Hale and Hawkins that it is admissible. Parker J., as the practice has been, as stated either way, I should like to have some authority upon the subject. Mr. Davis, we waive reading the coroner's inquest for the present, and now proceed to call our witnesses. End of section 61. Section 52 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Thomas O. Selfridge for the killing of Charles Auston, Boston, Massachusetts, 1806, Part 3. Witnesses for the Commonwealth. Dr. Thomas Danforth. I was desired on 4th of August to step into the shop of Mr. Townsend, and there saw the body of a dying man, lying on his back. The shirt was torn down and the neckcloth taken off when I discovered a wound a little below the left pap. The pulse was gone. There was yet a natural heat on the skin, and I thought some slight remains of life, but no respiration. Waited about a minute when I noticed the body to give the last gasp, immediately after which it expired, then proceeded to examine the wound and introduced my finger into it and noticed that the 5th rib was cut. Dr. Jarvis came into the shop. I took up a small hammer and passed the handle of it about 3 inches into the wound. The wound was upward, and on withdrawing the hammer the blood flowed very freely from it. Every circumstance satisfied me that he died of that wound. Found it was a young man, a Mr. Auston. Did not know him at first. I instantly after, however, recognized him. Standing on the brick pavement or sidewalk in front of Mr. Townsend's shop. His face was towards me. The person who was afterward shot, and whom I did not at that time know, was standing in front of defendant a little to the right. Defendant stood with his arms folded, or rather crossed horizontally, the right arm being uppermost, and in that position he fired the pistol, which I saw just as it went off at the deceased. He turned round instantly and gave the defendant several strokes before he fell. He was not more than a foot from the defendant when the pistol was discharged. Saw the defendant throw the pistol at the deceased while he was striking. At that time, blood was issuing from his mouth. He fell, and I saw no more of him. Did not go from my shop door. Major Melville and a gentleman from Salem were in the shop at the time. There might be 15 or 20 people on the sidewalks between Congress Street and Mr. Townsend's shop. There were also some moving up and down on the stone pavement. Cross-examined. Am positive that the defendant was facing me. His arms were crossed at the time the pistol was discharged. Am positive he did not extend his arm. His right arm rested on his left when he fired the pistol. Edward Howe. At 1:15 on 4th of August, I went from Mr. Townsend's shop in State Street, home to dinner. Crossing the east end of the old State House, met Mr. Selfridge, at the distance of about 2 rods from Townsend's shop. He passed me about 3 feet off, on my right hand. Took particular notice of him, having seen the publication in the Chronicle of that morning. He had on a frock coat, and his hands were behind him, but I am not able to say whether they were outside of his coat or not. Passed on 6 or 8 steps, when I heard a very loud talking behind me. Turned immediately round, and the first thing I saw was Mr. Selfridge's hand with a pistol in it, and immediately the pistol was discharged. The instant afterwards I saw the person who had been shot at step forward from the sidewalk and strike Mr. Selfridge several very heavy blows on his head. These blows were struck with so much force that I think, if Mr. Selfridge had not had on a very thick hat, they must have fractured his skull. He stood about 3 or 4 feet from the brick pavement or sidewalk, in front of Mr. Townsend's shop, and was facing up the street. Saw a defendant throw his pistol at the deceased, but I cannot say whether it hit him or not. Saw it roll on the pavement toward Mr. Russell's door. The instant after the pistol was fired, deceased sprang from off the brick pavement towards defendant and struck him as I have related before. Ichabod Frost. On the 4th of August, between 1 and 2, I was standing at the door of number 75 State Street, directly opposite Mr. Townsend's shop. Was looking at some gentlemen who were standing at the door of the post office, heard the report of a pistol, and turning my eyes, saw the smoke, and at that instant the deceased was stepping from the sidewalk with his stick up. He struck Mr. Selfridge several blows on his head, and Mr. Selfridge either struck at the deceased with his pistol or threw it at him. I am unable to say whether it went out of his hands or not. At this moment, saw blood issuing from deceased's mouth. Had seen Mr. Selfridge pass down the street immediately before I heard the report of the pistol. Cross-examined. Defendant was within 6 or 7 feet of the pavement. His face was towards the post office. Did not see either of the parties before the pistol was discharged, but instantly on the report, I turned towards them. The blows with the stick and the throwing or striking with the pistol seemed to be at the same instant. Did not see defendant retreat from the deceased, with his hands held up to ward off the blows. He appeared to press towards the deceased. When I first saw the defendant after the report of the pistol, his arm was lifted and aiming a blow with the pistol at the deceased, who was striking with his stick at the same moment. The defense. Mr. Gore, gentlemen of the jury, permit me to ask your candid attention and indulgence while I address you on behalf of the defendant at the bar, who stands charged by the Grand Inquest of this county with the crime of manslaughter. A patient investigation of the evidence so far as it is necessary to the attainment of the truth, a strict observance of the law of the land, as it is derived from the natural character of man, as it is recorded and laid down in our books, as it has been invariably known and practiced in all civilized countries as well as in our own, and as it shall be pronounced to you by the court, with a due regard to such arguments and observations as may be founded in reason and common sense, unbiased by any previous impressions, but what shall be imposed by the law and the testimony, constitute all I have a right to expect, and be assured that, notwithstanding the solicitude I may justly be presumed to feel on this occasion, it is all I have even a wish to obtain. After the most mature reflections I have been able to give to this cause, and as I trust it will appear to you when the whole transaction is exposed, I cannot prevail on my mind to raise a doubt as to the issue, however important the event may be to the public justice of the country, and however interesting to the property, the freedom and character of my client, provided the cause be decided on its own real and intrinsic merits. Yet I cannot but feel some apprehension from the various measures taken to preoccupy the public mind, nor is it surprising that I should be thus apprehensive when I call to mind the cruel, unjustifiable, and illegal conduct which has been resorted to through the newspapers, to influence the judgment, to inflame the passions, and cause such an agitation through the whole community that its effect might be felt even here, where the rights of all require that justice assisted by the calmest deliberation should alone preside. Whence should be banished everything that can tend to stir or move the passions, where every feeling which can disturb the judgment or influence the imagination ought to be extinguished, and no impression admitted but from the unerring voice of truth and of law, which are the same to all men and all occasions, which bend not to the supplications of mere distress, because extreme or deplorable, nor the clamors of the few or the many, however overbearing in power or terrific in threat, however eager and violent in their calls for the sanction of judicial authority, or their own wild and intemperate decrees. I will not be strange that I should feel something like apprehension, something like dismay when I behold the effect of this incitement in the immense multitude that throng around, and the crowd assembled in this court. Many, no doubt, are brought here by the most laudable motives, on a case the most solemn, affecting an individual in the most tender part, involving every interest that can be dear to man. If any be here with other views, I am sure they have seen, I am sure they will see nothing in the conduct and decision of this cause, but what will convince them of this inflexible truth, that the liberties, life, reputation, and property of every man essentially and mainly depends on the impartial administration of justice. And this is true at all times and on all occasions, whatever passion or prejudice or party spirit itself may whisper to the contrary or urge as an exception. On the impartial administration of justice, I repeat, depends at all times and on all occasions the liberties, life, reputation, and property of man, and in the very best of times, it is the best reliance and only solid foundation for the rights of all men. In evil times, which sooner or later befall every community, it will be found the only protection for the possessions of the rich against the grasp of the needy and the violence of the profligate, the only safeguard and shield for the rights of the poor and oppressed against the insolence of wealth and power. May we not therefore indulge the hope that all men, of whatever sect or party, persuaded of this truth, which will be found the more apparent, the more it is reflected on, will bring to the altar of public justice their passions and prejudices, however warmly they may have excited the one, or closely they may have clung to the other, as a tribute and willing sacrifice for their own good and that of their country. From the nature and circumstances of this case, known as they were or would have been at the moment of this dreadful catastrophe, which we all deplore, from the age and relation of the deceased to the cause which produced the fatal event, the subject of our present inquiry, the most unfavorable conclusions were made against my client. The deceased was young, just emerging from a state of pupillage to a state of manhood, glowing in all the bloom of youth and pride of strength. To behold him of graceful and well-proportioned form, of athletic muscle and nervous arm, in a moment stretched lifeless on the ground, his heart's blood gushing in copious streams from his manly face and heart, called forth the commiseration and regret of every beholder. These feelings almost as instantly changed to resentment against him who was supposed to have done the deed, for the hundreds, I may say thousands, who saw the last part of this tragic scene. There are not 10, perhaps not 5, who saw the whole transaction and witnessed the necessity imposed on the defendant, with which he could neither equivocate nor compromise, of preserving his own life at every expense of him who assailed it. And yet, even of these, some hurried away by the impulses of the instant, and catching the contagion of other men's passions, may have surrendered their judgment to their emotions, and have joined with others in the general execration of the deed, and blaming the conduct of the defendant, have found or thought they found an apology for this strange abandonment of their reason, by assuming the doctrine that no man can innocently spill the blood of another. This is a position unsupported by any law, human or divine, contradicted by the nature of man and the very purposes of his creation. I shall contend, and I have too much respect for those I address, to doubt of proving that every individual has not only the right, but is in duty bound to defend his own life at every hazard and expense of him who assaults it. The principle of self-defense is founded in the nature and the constitution of man. It is indispensable to and inseparable from his character. It is not derived from books, nor from the institutions of civil society, though they confirm it. It is born and created with us, coexisted with the first germs of life, conceived, felt, and apparent in the first dawn of being, and continues the same through all the stages, relations, and conditions of human existence. Without this right, and without its exercise whenever the occasion arises, man could perform no duties and enjoy no rights. He could not discharge even those duties imposed on him by a state of nature, neither could he perform those duties and superadded obligations created by and incurred in the state of society. If this be true, and that it is so self-evident that none will or can deny it, the consequence indisputably follows that man has not only a right, but is in duty a duty which he owes to himself, society, and his Maker, bound to defend and protect his own life by all the means in his power, at every hazard and expense of the life of him who assaults him, and that whatever the results may be, they are imputable not to him who may destroy, but to him who imposed the necessity. The institutions of civil society are made not only for the whole, but for every part, as well as the whole, and to confirm those rights derived from nature, and which are necessary for the performance of those duties imposed on man by the laws of that civil society itself. The first and fundamental principle in every free government is that obedience to the government and protection to the subject are reciprocal, and whatever statutes are made to abridge so essential and natural a right as that of self-defense, they are bottomed on this condition implied, as strongly as if expressed in language the most forcible, that the government can and will, by its laws, afford complete and perfect protection. The civil and subordinate rights the subject is forbidden to defend by force, because the laws of society hold out restoration if deprived of them, or a full indemnity for the injury sustained by their laws. Now life once taken away cannot be restored, and for the privation of being there is no indemnity. It follows therefore that society acknowledges and admits that every man is bound in order to protect his own life, when the government cannot do it for him, at every hazard and expense of the life of him who assaults it. Vain and absurd, nay, impractical, would be that statute which would demand of an individual to wait the formal and slow decision of a court of law, when the uplifted hand of violence was ready to end his days, to sink him into the earth, far beyond the reach of any earthly tribunal. I have said that the laws of civil society admit and confirm the right of self-defense. They stop not here, they go further. The institutions of civil society authorize and justify a man in taking the life of another who shall attempt to enter his house in the night. They justify the taking of life of him who shall attempt to rob of the smallest mite of property. The law excuses the man who shall take the life of another on an apparent, though not real, necessity of defending his own. When I come to read to you some of the authorities I shall offer, and which contain the law of our own country, you will be convinced that I have advanced no one principle which they do not warrant, nor do I, gentlemen, wish to extend them beyond their fair import in behalf of the cause I defend. At present, my only object is, by proposition so plain that they must command the assent of every human understanding, to efface any erroneous impressions which may have been made in relation to the law on this subject. There is another important, though groundless charge and prejudice against my client, which I wish and trust to remove. It is founded on this fact, that he had in his pocket a pistol with which he preserved his life, against a man who would have beaten out his brains with a cudgel, an instrument, gentlemen, as effectual for the purposes of death as a pistol, and if we take into view some considerations, perhaps far more so, for the pistol, once discharged, is useless against an assailant armed with a stick, and unless some vital part be struck by the bullet, can do no further injury. But a wrong blow with a cane may be rectified. A second may be given with more certainty. Others may be discharged and discharged again and again, till the person bring his victim maimed, disfigured and disgraced, dying and dead at his feet. I wish to bring before you this single fact, the circumstance of wearing a pistol, distinct from any relation to the particular state of the defendant, or the reason which, had the law been, as is pretended, might and would have justified him in wearing an instrument of this sort. There is no law, written or unwritten, no part of the statute, the common law of our country, which denies to a man the right of possessing or wearing any kind of arms. I say there is no such law, and in every free society a man is at liberty to do that which the law does not interdict, nor can the doing that which is not forbidden be imputed as a crime. But it may be again said, as it has already, that possessing a pistol is evidence of malice. If it be lawful to possess and wear such an instrument, it would be unjust in the highest degree to make it unconnected with anything else. Evidence to change another act, lawful in itself, into an act criminal and unlawful. For instance, it ought not, and I trust would not, in the opinion of any court or jury, change a justifiable homicide into manslaughter, or manslaughter into murder. I will attempt to illustrate this by putting one or two cases. Every man has a right to possess military arms of every sort and kind, and to furnish his rooms with them. Suppose a man occupying a house thus furnished, a neighbor comes in, and from some warm conversation an affray ensues. The owner glances his eye on the sword, instantly snatches it from the place where it hung, and destroys his neighbor. But for this possession it would, I presume under such circumstances, be manslaughter. Can that possession be so tinctured with criminality as to render this crime of manslaughter murder? If so, do but alter the case. Suppose the visitor, not the occupier of the house, to cast his eye on the sword and to use the same instrument in the destruction of his opponent. Would he be guilty of manslaughter only? The like fact committed by one man would then be murder, and by another only manslaughter. Can the mere circumstances of the not being owner of the instrument used change the act from murder to manslaughter? Further, a man about to travel a road infested with robbers and knowing it is lawful for him to kill another who attempts to rob him, arms himself with a pistol. On the road he is attacked by a person who means to rob him, on which, in exercise of his right, he uses his pistol and destroys the life of the aggressor. If the having a pistol with him be an argument against him, will not that which was a lawful act become an argument to prove it unlawful, and merely from having the precaution to supply himself with what the law authorizes him to carry? Again, suppose a man having occasion to travel a road infested by robbers, and for the purpose of defending himself and his property, that he provides himself with a pistol. On the way to the road, or on the road, or on his return from it, he is met by a person who attacks him without any intention of robbing, but with the view of assaulting his person only, makes an attack with so much violence that his life is brought into imminent hazard. On this, he uses his pistol and destroys his assailant. Shall you draw from the fact of his having a pistol for the just and lawful purpose of defense against one sort of violence, and using it to another equally just and lawful, although not the object of his being so provided, an argument to turn justifiable homicide into the crime of murder? A doctrine which leads to such absurd consequences cannot be founded in truth or justice, and it is on these principles that this cause must be determined. The quality of every act must be according to the intention and design of the agent at the moment. It is by this intention and design that you must decide the quality of the act, not by the manner of doing it or its event. So says our law, and so say the laws of God and of reason. But should a man have an instrument of death for an unlawful purpose, and be compelled to use it for one lawful and just, it would be the extreme of injustice so to tincture this lawful act by an unlawful intention, which was never executed, as to render that criminal which was right and just in itself. For instance, suppose a man armed for the purpose of a duel. He meets in the way to the place of appointment a person who attacks him, and in defense of his own life destroys the assailant. Can you say that having the pistol would make it a crime? If you can say so, it would be to confound every principle of law and justice. You would decide a lawful and just act to be criminal, merely because an unlawful act was intended, which could at the worst be but a misdemeanor. I draw from these premises this inference that you cannot make any conclusion against Mr. Selfridge from the circumstances of his having a pistol about him. It cannot be of the smallest weight, for if he had it with an intention that was lawful, it cannot give it an unlawful quality to this act of homicide. If he possessed it for any other purpose not lawful, and used it for a lawful end, it will not alter this lawful act. If then you shall be satisfied that the homicide committed was either justifiable or excusable self-defense, all presumptions which may arise from Mr. Selfridge's having a pistol with him are totally destroyed, for presumptions are resorted to only in the absence of express testimony. Wherever there is express evidence, presumptions are necessarily excluded. Otherwise, you will go into the wide field of uncertainty when you have certainty to rely on. If then you are satisfied from all circumstances which happened at the moment of acting that it was a lawful act of self-defense, all further inquiry is precluded, and much more so all presumption or conjecture of unlawful motives from any preceding act. End of section 52. Section 53 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Thomas O. Selfridge for the killing of Charles Auston, Boston, Massachusetts, 1806, Part 4. For the purpose of enabling you fully to understand the nature of the charge against the defendant, I shall read to you first from 3 Cokes Institute, page 56. Manslaughter is felony, and hereof there may be accessories after the fact done. But of murder, there may be accessories as well as before as after the fact. Some be voluntarily and yet being done upon an inevitable cause are no felony, as if A be assaulted by B, and they fight together, and before any mortal blow be given, A giveth back until he cometh unto a hedge, wall, or other strait, beyond which he cannot pass, and then in his own defense, and for safeguard of his own life, killeth the other. This is voluntary, and yet no felony. And the jury, that find it was done, se defendendo, ought to find the special matter. And yet such a precious regard the law hath of the life of man, though the cause was inevitable, that at the common law he should have suffered death, and though the statute of Gloucester save his life, yet he shall forfeit all his goods and chattels. Hereof there can be no accessories, either before or after the fact, because it is not done valio animo, but upon inevitable necessity, si defendendo. If A assault B so fiercely and violently, and in such a place and in such manner, as if B should give back, he should, in danger of his life, he may in this case defend himself. And if in that defense he killeth A, it is se defendendo, because it is not done valio animo. For the rule is, when he doth it on his own defense, upon any inevitable cause, quod quis obtutelum corporis sui fecerit, iuri id feciso veditor. What every one doth for the defense of his body, he seemeth do lawfully. I shall now call your attention to Foster's Crown Law, page 273. Self-defense naturally falleth under the head of homicide, founded in necessity, and may be considered in 2 different views. It is either that sort of homicide, se et sua defendendo, which is perfectly innocent and justifiable, or that which is in some measure blamable and barely excusable. The want of attending to this distinction hath, I believe, thrown some darkness and confusion upon this part of the law. The writers on the Crown Law, who, I think, have not treated the subject of self-defense with due precision, do not in terms make the distinction I am aiming at. Yet all agree that there are cases in which a man may, without retreating, oppose force to force, even to the death. This I call justifiable self-defense, they justifiable homicide. They likewise agree that there are cases in which the defendant cannot avail himself of the plea of self-defense without showing that he retreated as far as he could with safety, and then, merely for the preservation of his own life, killed the assailant. This I call self-defense culpable, but through the benignity of the law, excusable. In the case of justifiable self-defense, the injured party may repel force by force, in defense of his person, habitation, or property, against one who manifestly intendeth and endeavoureth by violence or surprise to commit a known felony upon either. In these cases he is not obliged to retreat, and may pursue his adversary till he findeth himself out of danger, and if in a conflict between them he happeneth to kill, such killing is justifiable. The right of self-defense in these cases is founded in the law of nature, and is not, nor can be, superseded by the law of society. For before civil societies were formed, one may conceive of such a state of things, though it is difficult to fix the period when civil societies were formed. I say, before societies were formed for mutual defense and preservation, the right of self-defense resided in individuals. It could not reside elsewhere, and since in cases of necessity, individuals incorporated into society cannot resort for protection to the law of the society, that law, with great propriety and strict justice, considereth them as still in that instance under the protection of the law of nature. Where a known felony is attempted upon the person, be it to rob or murder, here the party assaulted may repel force by force, and his servant then attendant on him, or any other person present, may interpose for preventing mischief, and if death ensueth, the party so interposing will be justified. In this case, nature and social duty cooperate. There may, gentlemen, be some confusion in your minds from the expression, a known felony. In order to do it away and explain what is meant when the terms of a known felony being intended are made use of, I shall read some authorities to show you that when there is, from circumstances, an apprehension of this tendency, the party is excused and may justify the killing his opponent. The first I shall refer to is from East PC 276. Other cases have occurred wherein the question has turned upon the apparency of the intent in one of the parties to commit such felony as will justify the other in killing him. As in Rottger's case, who upon words of anger between him and Mr. Cope, threw a bottle with great violence at the head of the latter, and immediately drew his sword, on which Mr. Cope returned the bottle with equal violence, which, says Lord Holt, it was lawful and justifiable for Mr. Cope to do. But he who hath shown that he hath malice against another is not fit to be trusted with a dangerous weapon in his hand. The words previously spoken by Mr. Cope could be no justification for Mortgage, and it was reasonable for the former to suppose his life in danger when attacked with so dangerous a weapon, and the assault followed up by another act indicating an intention of pursuing his life, and this at a time when he was off his guard and without any warning. The latter circumstance forms a main distinction between that case and the case of death ensuing from a combat, where both parties engage upon equal terms. For there, if upon a sudden quarrel, and before any dangerous blow given or aimed at either of the parties, the one who first has recourse to a deadly weapon suspend his arm till he has warned the other, and given him time to put himself on his guard, and afterwards they engage on equal terms. In such case it is plain that the design of the person making such assault is not so much to destroy his adversary at all events, as to combat with him and to run the hazard of his own life at the same time, and that would fall within the same common principle which governs the case of a sudden combat upon heat of blood, which has before been treated of. In the same work, page 273, the author, speaking of known felonies, says, "There seems, however, to be a distinction between such felonies as are attended with force, or any extraordinary degree of atrocity, which in their nature betoken such urgent necessity as will not allow of any delay, and others of a different sort, if no resistance be made by the felon, and therefore a party would not be justified in killing another who was attempting to pick his pocket. But if one pick my pocket, and I cannot otherwise take him than by killing him, this falls under the general rule concerning the arresting of felons. The above is further confirmed by the term known felony, made use of in our books, which distinguishes it from secret felonies, and seems to imply that the intent to murder, ravish, or commit other felonies, attended with force or surprise, should be apparent and not left in doubt, for otherwise the party killing will not be justified. It must plainly appear, says Lord Hale, speaking of a felonious act upon B, by the circumstances of the case, as the manner of the assault, the weapon, etc., that his life was in danger. Otherwise the killing of the assailant will not be justifiable self-defense. Yet still, if the party killing had reasonable grounds for believing that the person slain had a felonious design against him, and under the supposition kill him, although it should afterwards appear that there was no such design, it will only be manslaughter, or even misadventure, according to the degree of caution used and the probable grounds for such belief, as where an officer early in the morning pushed abruptly and violently into a gentleman's chamber in order to arrest him, not telling his business, nor using words of arrest, and the gentleman, not knowing that he was an officer, under the first surprise, took down a sword that hung in the chamber and stabbed him. It was ruled manslaughter at common law, though the defendant was indicted on the statute of stabbing. It is to be inferred from the form of the indictment, and what was said by Lord Hale, that the bailiff had no offensive weapon in his hand, from whence the party might reasonably have presumed that his life or property was aimed at, and therefore there seems to have been a manifest want of caution in not demanding the reason of such intrusion by a stranger, especially as some interval must have elapsed before the sword was taken down and drawn. From this authority it will appear that the officer went into the room without any weapon, and there could be no inference that he intended any bodily harm. Yet it was held manslaughter. But if he had an offensive weapon, it would undoubtedly have been excusable if not justifiable homicide. This would have been so on the apparent attempt, and therefore if a man has reason to suppose any felony is to be attempted on him, he has a right to defend his own life by taking that of his assailer. I will now read a case from the opinion of Powell J. in Naylor's case. If A strike B without any weapon, and B retreat to a wall and then stab A, that will be manslaughter, which Holt C.J. said was the same as the principal case, and that was not denied by any of the judges, for it cannot be inferred from the bare act of striking without any dangerous weapon that the intent of the aggressor was so high as the death of the party stricken, and without there be a plain manifestation and felonious intent. No assault, however violent, will justify killing the assailant under the plea of necessity. It would seem here that if the party who kills was resisting a person who had a dangerous weapon, it would be excusable homicide. And Naylor's case, which has been read to you by the Solicitor General, turned on that principle, for though the prisoner there was first in fault, it is clearly inferable that if the other who was killed had had a dangerous weapon, it would have been justifiable homicide and not manslaughter, or at most excusable homicide. On the same point as to the apprehension of a felony, I shall adduce the same authority, page 293. Hawkins indeed says that if a servant, coming suddenly and finding his master robbed and slain, fall on the murderer immediately and kill him, it may be justified, for he does it in the heat of his surprise and under just apprehensions of the like attempt on himself. But he adds that in other circumstances, which must be understood where he has no just reason to apprehend the like attempt on himself, and the fact is not recent, he could not have justified the killing of such a one, but ought to have apprehended him. The fact will be either murder or manslaughter, according to the circumstances above alluded to. You have already heard, gentlemen, that a man has a right to defend his own habitation by taking the life of another who attempts to enter it feloniously. In the same book from which I last read to you, it is laid down in page 321. In civil suits, the officer cannot justify the breaking open an outward door or window to execute the process. If he do, he is a trespasser, and consequently cannot be deemed acting in the discharge of his duty. In such case, therefore, if the occupier of the house resists the officer, and in the struggle kill him, it is only manslaughter. For every man's house is his castle, the safety and repose for himself and his family. And it is not murder in this case, says Lord Hale, because it is unlawful in the officer to break the house to arrest. Secondly, it is manslaughter because he knew him to be a bailiff. But thirdly, had he not known him to be a bailiff, or one who came on that business, it had been no felony because done in his house. This last instance, which is set in opposition to the second, must be understood to include at least a reasonable ground of suspicion that the party broke the house with a felonious intent, and that the party did not know, as in the second instance, nor had reason to believe that it was merely as a trespasser with a different intent. I shall now quote another passage from the same book, of which perhaps you will see the applicability as I read, though it may possibly strike you more forcibly after you have heard the evidence. It is from page 278. If A challenge B, who declines to fight, but lets A know that he will not be beaten, but will defend himself, and B, going about his occasions and wearing his sword, be assaulted by A and killed, this is clearly murder. But if B had killed A upon that assault, it would have been se defendendo, if he could not otherwise have escaped, or bear manslaughter, if he might and did not. But if B had only made this a disguise to evade the law, and had purposely gone to a place where it was probable he should meet A, then it had been murder. But here in the circumstances at the time of the fact done must guide the jury. Thus, if the person who is threatened says, "I will not fight, but I will not be beaten," and under these circumstances meets a man who attacks him, and in resisting that man, destroys him, it is justifiable self-defense, and that I take to be the law in this case. In page 393, which I shall now read to you, you will find principles equally governing the present occasion. A mayhem or maim at common law is such a bodily hurt as renders a man less able in fighting to defend himself or annoy an adversary. But if the injury be such as disfigures him only, without diminishing his corporal abilities, it does not fall within the crime of mayhem. Upon this distinction, the cutting off, disabling or weakening a man's hand or finger, or striking out an eye or foretooth, or castrating him, or, as Lord Coke adds, breaking his skull, are said to be maims. But the cutting off his ear or nose are not such a common law. But in order to found an indictment or appeal of mayhem, the act must be done maliciously, though it matters not how sudden the occasion. You have it in evidence, gentlemen, that the defendant's skull was attempted to be broken, and as the authorities say, if a man be attacked by another with a view to commit a felony, that is a known felony, as the law terms it, he may take away the life of the assailant. I shall now read a part of the same page to show that a mayhem is a felony. All maims are said to be felony, because anciently the offender had judgment of the loss of the same member, etc., which he had occasioned to the sufferer. But now the only judgment which remains in common law is of fine and imprisonment. I have quoted these last passages for the purpose of showing that breaking a man's skull is a mayhem, and that every mayhem is a felony. We shall give the most satisfactory proof that the deceased intended to break the defendant's skull. From a book which has been cited on the part of the government, I shall beg leave to read a few lines. It is from 4 Blackstone's column 184 to 192. Manslaughter, therefore, on a sudden provocation differs from excusable homicide, se defendendo, in this, that in one case there is an apparent necessity for self-preservation, to kill the aggressor. In the other, no necessity at all, being only a sudden act of revenge. If, therefore, there was an apparent necessity, and if putting yourselves, gentlemen, in the defendant's situation, you think there was a necessity of preserving his life by taking away that of the deceased, it was done in excusable self-defense. Manslaughter is a sudden act of revenge, excusable self-defense when there is an apparent necessity, though it may turn out not to be real, as was the case of the gentleman who was attacked in his room. That this is the true distinction between manslaughter and excusable self-defense, I refer to 1 Hale's History PC 478. Homicide se defendendo is the killing of another person in the necessary defense of himself against him that assaults him. In this case of homicide, se defendendo, there are these circumstances observable. 1. It is not necessary that the party killed be the first aggressor or assailant, or of his party, though commonly it holds. There is malice between A and B. They appoint a time and place to fight and meet accordingly. A gives the first onset. B retreats as far as he can with safety and then kills A, who had otherwise killed him. This is murder, for they met by compact and design, and therefore neither shall have the advantage of what they themselves each of them created. Ibid 482. In respect to the manner of the assault, if A assaults B so fiercely that B cannot save his life if he gives back, or if in the assault B falls to the ground, whereby he cannot fly, in such case, if B kills A, it is se defendendo. Having read to you, gentlemen, the authorities which confirm and go, indeed, beyond the principles I stated, I will proceed, before a remark on the testimony adduced on the part of the government, to call some witnesses which the gentleman on the behalf of the Commonwealth called, but did not choose to examine, that we may obtain from them the whole of the testimony respecting this transaction. End of section 53. Section 54 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Thomas O. Selfridge for the killing of Charles Auston, Boston, Massachusetts, 1806, Part 5. Witnesses for the defense. John Bailey. On August 4th, a little before 1 o'clock, being at work in Mr. Townsend's shop, saw Charles Auston pass down the street, and afterwards saw him pass up as far as Mr. Smith's. He returned and took his stand directly in front of the shop where I was at work. Young Mr. Fales was with him. Auston had a stick in his hand of an unusual size. had frequently seen him with a rattan. Said to a person in the shop, "We shall have a caper." Soon after, saw defendant passing down the street. He had his right hand in his pocket, his left hand hanging down. I was standing in the doorway of the shop, the door being open, when Mr. Selfridge first came in sight. Deceased was standing on the side pavement in front of the shop in conversation with Fales and playing with his cane. The moment defendant caught his eye, he left Fales and stepped off the brick pavement into the street. He moved with a quick pace, and while going, shifted his cane from his left to his right hand. After he got off the pavement, he turned and went towards defendant with his cane raised up. They met about 17 paces from the place the deceased had left. The deceased held the cane by the upper or largest end. The cane was uplifted and actually descending to give a blow at the time the pistol was discharged. The blow was not struck till after the pistol was fired. The first blow was a long blow, which staggered the defendant. The deceased struck 4 or 5 blows after the first. The first blow was on defendant's forehead. It was struck sidewise, and I thought passed under the defendant's hat. After the first blow, defendant held up his hands to ward off the blows from his head. As the blows were repeated, the defendant aimed a blow at the deceased with his pistol. Do not know that it hit him. Defendant's face was down street and inclining towards the shop where I stood. Mr. Selfridge could readily see Auston advancing towards him. He stopped the instant Auston stepped off the sidewalk. There were some people on the sidewalk with Auston, and he passed between 2 gentlemen as he stepped off into the street. The place where they met was nearly in a direct line from Mr. Townsend's shop to the northeast corner of the old State House, about 30 paces from the corner and about 17 paces from the shop. When deceased went off from the sidewalk with his cane up, no person attempted to stop him. There were 2 gentlemen standing on the edge of the sidewalk, between whom the deceased passed, but do not know whether they so covered the deceased that the defendant could not see him until he had passed by them. Zadok French, about 1 o'clock on 4th of August, was going up State Street when near Mr. Townsend's shop. Heard a person say there was to be a scuffle. Recollected the piece in the newspaper and stopped. The same person said, "There's Selfridge." I looked up and saw him coming round the northeast corner of the old State House. Made the observation they were pretty equally matched. He walked very deliberately with his hand behind him or under his coat. His course was towards the branch bank. When opposite to me, he was a little south of the middle of the street. All at once he turned or wheeled towards me. At the same instant, Auston stepped off from the brick pavement and walked with a very quick step towards him, having his cane raised. Selfridge, as he turned towards me, presented a pistol, as if to defend himself. It appeared to me that Auston's breast went against the muzzle of the pistol. Auston struck the defendant a blow on the head, and the pistol was fired at the same instant. The blow was a heavy one. The pistol was not held out. Before I saw Auston advancing towards defendant. Defendant did not advance towards deceased after he turned. He stepped 1 foot back, as if to put himself in a posture of defense. There were a good many people, but they stood chiefly lower down the street. When people cried out, "Who is the damned rascal who did it?" Mr. Selfridge said, "I am the man." Mr. Selfridge took hold of the cane after firing the pistol, but Mr. Auston retook it, apparently with great ease. Mr. Selfridge would have been 15 or 20 feet from Mr. Auston in passing by, if the latter had kept his situation, and Mr. Selfridge pursued the course he was going. When Auston was going towards defendant, his cane was raised. The end which he had hold of was even with his hip. The other end was elevated about to the height of his shoulder. No time passed from Selfridge's taking out the pistol and his firing it. The whole was instantaneous. December 24th. Richard Edwards, As I was passing in State Street a little past 1 o'clock, saw Mr. Benjamin Auston go down the street. Heard someone say there would be some scuffling. Standing with Mr. French near Mr. Townsend's shop, I saw Mr. Selfridge come round the northeast corner of the old State House. He was passing slowly in a direction towards the branch bank. I pointed him out to Mr. French, who did not know him. In less than a minute, a person passed quickly from behind me towards the street and brushed my arms as he passed me. This occasioned me to turn, and I saw the same person walking quickly towards the middle of the street. By the time I had turned, he had got nearly to the middle, and I saw Mr. Selfridge immediately before him, with his arm extended and a pistol in his hand. The person had a cane in his hand, and at the instant the pistol was discharged, I saw the cane elevated, but am not able to say whether it was descending to strike a blow or recovering from striking one. After the pistol was discharged, the deceased struck several blows with the cane. Mr. Selfridge raised his arms, but whether to give blows or to ward off those aimed at him, I am not able to say. Defendant retired to the sidewalk near me and leaned against Mr. Townsend's shop when the deceased fell. The first blow with the cane was not so severe as some which was struck afterwards. Think the deceased saw the pistol in the defendant's hand. Before it was discharged, it glistened, so that I saw it very plainly. Deceased was nearly in the same direction from it that I was. Deceased was advancing very fast towards Mr. Selfridge, with his stick level with his shoulder. When the pistol was discharged, they were so nigh each other that the stick might reach defendant. Static French. After the first blow was given and the pistol discharged, the deceased struck several blows, from 3 to 5. Mr. Selfridge seemed to stand or pause, and finding the blows repeated, he struck at Mr. Auston with his pistol. Mr. Auston made a misstep and sallied 2 or 3 paces down street. Mr. Selfridge threw the pistol at him, but it passed him without hitting him. After Mr. Auston had sallied, as I have mentioned, and returned, Mr. Selfridge lifted his hands and seemed taking hold of the cane. Mr. Auston fell very soon. When Mr. Selfridge had hold of the cane, Mr. Auston recovered it out of his hands and fell with it in his hands. He took it with as much ease as a man would from a boy. William Fales, about 9:30 in the morning of August 4th, was walking in State Street with a friend and met Charles Auston. He asked me why we had not been to see him lately. I went with him to his father's house and tarried there until near 11 o'clock, when I left him at home and went over to Charlestown. Returning a little before 1 o'clock, I again met the deceased in Court Street, and we went together into Concert Hall, in company with 2 other young men who had joined us. One of these was a Mr. Prince, who appeared to be an officer of the Navy. Prince and Auston were in conversation about a ball. They had something to drink, but I am not able to say what it was, not having tasted it myself. And Auston and myself left Prince at the hall and walked up to Judge Donaldson's to see his son. About 1 o'clock we went down State Street, intending to visit a Mr. Dexter in Broad Street, whom we had engaged to call upon. When we had gone as far as Kilby Street, Auston said he would go no further, and we returned up State Street. Opposite Mr. Townsend's shop we met Mr. Horatio Bass, with whom Auston conversed until the affray took place. When Auston left the sidewalk where we were standing, my back was toward the street. He moved very rapidly. When I turned round, I saw Mr. Selfridge standing with his face towards the post office. Auston was opposite to him with his cane raised, was greatly confused, am not able to say whether a blow was actually given before the pistol was discharged or not. Did not see the pistol until it was thrown by the defendant. After the pistol was fired, was so much agitated and confused that I apprehend I cannot relate anything that passed correctly. Did not see the defendant's arm extended with the pistol. Saw Auston strike several blows, think 4 or 5. Cannot say whether the cane, when I first saw it, was descending to give a blow or ascending after having given one. While walking down with him, deceased said that so long as he remained connected with the college, he could not, consistently with that connection, take any notice of the publication of that morning, but that after he left college, neither T.O. Selfridge nor anyone else should asperse his father or his connections with impunity, or words to that effect. Deceased usually carried a rattan cane. Did not ever before see him in town with so large a one as the one he had that day. But when he walked to Cambridge, he frequently carried one as large. Deceased was about 18, was tall, but not stout, was not strong. Did not hear him in the morning express any expectations of a rencontre. Horatio Bass. On 4th of August, as I was going from Long Wharf to the post office, saw the deceased and Mr. Fales standing in front of Mr. Townsend's shop. Shook hands with Mr. Auston and had some conversation with him. Soon after giving this, saw Mr. Selfridge coming from the north side of the State House, and Mr. Auston left me and walked quickly towards him, with his cane lifted. Selfridge took out his pistol and shot at Auston. At the same instant, Auston was striking at Selfridge with his cane. Which was first, the blow from the cane or the discharge of the pistol? It is impossible for me to say. When I first saw Mr. Selfridge, he was walking deliberately in a direction towards the branch bank, his hands hanging behind him, as I have observed him usually to walk. On seeing Mr. Auston, he faced round towards him. After the pistol was discharged, Mr. Auston struck 3 or 4 heavy blows with the cane, and Mr. Selfridge struck 2 or 3 times with his pistol at Mr. Auston's face. But I cannot say that he hit him. Mr. Auston sallied, and Mr. Selfridge threw his pistol, which passed on the left side of Mr. Auston without hitting him. John Irving. Saw Charles Auston and Mr. Fales go down State Street, and very soon after saw them return. Observed Auston to have a stick much larger than he usually walked with. Called a young man from the adjoining room, and soon saw Auston with the cane raised, moving from the side pavement, at a quick pace, but not running, towards Mr. Selfridge, who had his left arm lifted as if to parry a blow. He took a pistol from his right-hand pocket and fired under his arm. The first blow and the firing of the pistol seemed to be at the same instant. Auston made a second blow. Selfridge held up his arm to defend his head, and threw his pistol at Auston. At the 4th blow, Selfridge caught hold of the stick. Auston recovered it and fell immediately after. William Schaefer. About 10:15, Charles Auston came into my shop and picked out a cane. He bent it and asked me if it was a strong one, and would stand a good lick. Told him it would. It was a good piece of hickory, heavy for hickory. I told him it was as good a one as I had in the shop. He had usually bought small India joints. Louis Glover. Went into State Street on the morning of the 4th of August, expecting to see something take place. Was standing near the head of Congress Street, in State Street, when Mr. Selfridge came down from his office in a direction which had brought him to the Suffolk Buildings. When he came opposite Mr. Townsend's shop, a young man stepped quickly off from the sidewalk with his cane lifted. Selfridge had his hands behind him, but suddenly turned. When deceased came up to Mr. Selfridge, he struck him on his hat. Deceased stepped out very quick, raising his cane as he went along. While he was aiming the second blow, Selfridge took his hands from behind him, presented a pistol, and fired it. He afterwards threw away the pistol, while Auston continued striking him. Am confident there was one blow before the pistol was discharged, and that it was a violent one, sufficient to knock a man down that had no hat on. Mr. Selfridge stepped back 1 pace after he had turned, to take a position as if to fire. Auston struck 3 or 4 blows afterward before the blood issued from his mouth, and he fell. Went to his assistance, and with the aid of Mr. Scully, I carried him into Mr. Townsend's shop. Dr. Danforth shortly after came in, and I held the deceased up, took off his neck handkerchief and hat, and slipped his shirt down to find the wound. Dr. Danforth presently discovered that the person was dead. I went on change on purpose to see an affray, though I own I might have been better employed. Had observed old Mr. Auston to go 3 or 4 times up and down the street, and I followed him, expecting that a fracas would take place between him and Mr. Selfridge. Cannot say that there were any words spoken before the blow was struck. If there were, did not hear them. There was not time for many words. The thing was done instantaneously. John C. Warren was called on the evening of the 4th of August to visit Selfridge, found a large contusion which he had received on his forehead, about the middle of it. It was 3 inches in length, 2 in breadth, and 1 in depth. It was so serious a wound that I thought it necessary to let blood, which was done that evening. He must have received the blow through his hat. The skin was not broken, and it was impossible to say what would be the consequence if the hat had been off. Mr. Dexter. I asked whether such a blow given on a man's head without a hat would probably have fractured his skull. The Attorney General. I object to this, and ask the court whether it is proper to put a question for the opinion of a physician. Parker J. A physician may, I think, be questioned as to the probable effect of a wound. I understand this to be the practice. Attorney General. Is it not more proper for the jury to draw from the facts what would be the consequence of the blow? Mr. Gore. Every man cannot judge equally for want of anatomical knowledge. Parker J. I think a physician may declare what in his judgment would be the probable effect of a wound, but not as to the force of a blow. Mr. Dexter. I will submit the fact to the jury. Dr. Warren. I cannot say whether the blow would have fractured the skull had the hat been off. It was on a part of the skull that is very liable to be fractured, as the bone is thinner there than in any other part of the skull. And was the hat off, it is not unlikely that it would have caused a fracture, but it is impossible to say what would have been the effect. Was acquainted with the defendant at college, was my classmate. He was very feeble in muscular strength, more so than any young man of his size in the class. He did not engage in any of the athletic exercises or amusements of the college. Mr. Dexter. I wish to know whether a man having received such a wound, which caused his death within 5 or 6 minutes, could have sufficient muscular strength to have struck a blow to produce such a wound as that on Mr. Selfridge's forehead, through a thick hat. Attorney General. That is a complex question, and is to be decided rather by opinion than by matter of fact. It contains a perfect argument. Attorney General. After a shot had perforated the left lobe of the lungs, would it be possible to give a stronger blow instantly after the wound received than the person could have given before? Parker J. Is this not the same question that was asked Dr. Danforth? All these things are conjectural, and the jury had better infer them from facts proved. William Ritchie. Have the hat Mr. Selfridge wore on the 4th of August. Received it from Mr. Selfridge in prison. When he came into my house, the crown was raised up, and it was indented here, and it was broken here, pointing to the front of it, on the edge of the crown in front, so as to see the lining through the aperture. So the hat was broken before we left the street. When he went into my house, I took the hat, examined it more particularly, and found it as I have described. He went immediately from the exchange into my house, was standing near the fire in Marine Insurance office, with my face down the street, when a pistol went off. On hearing the report, heard someone exclaim, Selfridge had shot Auston. Was standing near the gutter looking down the street, and when I heard the pistol discharged, ran to the spot from whence the report came. As I was going to it, saw the parties engaged. Did not then know it was Mr. Auston. Mr. Selfridge's hands were raised up, but whether to strike or ward off blows I cannot say. When I got up to Mr. Townsend's shop, Mr. Auston had fallen. Mr. Selfridge was standing with his back towards the wall. Some of the people were about taking him. He spread open his arms and said 4 or 5 times, "I am the man." I advised Mr. Selfridge to go off the exchange. He declined it and said he would not. I prevailed him to go about 10 paces when Major Melville came up to him and said that after committing such a deed he ought not to go off. He said he did not mean to, but after some persuasion I induced him to move a little, but very reluctantly, and when he was as much as 10 or 11 feet from the place, he said he would not go away, but would go to my house, and in making that declaration he went off. He desired someone or other to say that he was gone to my house, and particularly to tell Mr. Bell, the deputy sheriff, to come to him. When I observed to him that he was agitated, he said, "Not so much as you are." He said that he knew what he had done. Duncan Ingraham. On Sunday evening the 3rd, Mr. Selfridge was at my house in Bedford. I desired him to get an execution for me at the clerk's office at Cambridge, on a judgment he had before obtained for me. It was upon a mortgage of a house in Concord. Attorney General. Is this proper? Mr. Gore. I was going to show the motive which induced Mr. Selfridge to go on 'change on the 4th of August, that it was in consequence of an arrangement with Mr. Ingraham, that he went there with the execution in his pocket, and that Mr. Ingraham went there himself to receive it. Parker J. I think this evidence admissible. Proceed. Mr. Ingraham. He promised to go to Cambridge for it, and it was agreed that he should give it me on 'change the next day. I went there twice to meet him, once before and once after the accident. Dr. James Jackson. When I saw Mr. Selfridge in prison on the 4th of August, it was 6 o'clock in the evening, 4 or 5 hours after the accident. I observed a contusion on the forehead. It was about 3 inches long, near 2 wide, and elevated above the surface of the skin about half an inch. Near the center the skin was broken, and appeared to me to have been bleeding. It was not bleeding when I saw it. He complained of great pain in his head generally, not only in the part where he had received the blow, but through the whole head. He had also a blow on his arm, but it was not very considerable. There was also an appearance of a fever. If he had a hat on, it would have covered the part where the blow was received. The highest part of the wound extended a little under the hair. It was oblique upon the front part of the forehead. The skull was not fractured. Have had occasion to know the state of Mr. Selfridge's health for several years past, having attended him professionally. Recollect his telling me about 4 years ago that his muscular strength was very little, that he was generally feeble from having at some former period lost the use of his limbs, and that a boy of 15 years of age could manage him. Consider his relation of his debility to be true. His mode of walking and general manner of carrying his body also satisfied me of the truth of his assertions. Dudley Pickman was in Mr. Lane's shop on the 4th of August when the pistol was fired in State Street. I was sitting in the shop with my face towards the street. Lane was sitting within his shop with his back towards the inside door when the pistol went off. When the pistol was heard, I said, "Mr. Lane, there is a report of a pistol." He rose up, went to the door, and I followed him, and positive he did not get up till after the report. I followed Lane to the door. We went out. Almost at the very same time, I then saw Mr. Selfridge and another person near the middle of the street, between Mr. Lane's shop and Mr. Townsend's. Mr. Selfridge had his arms raised up to ward off the blows that Auston was giving. The blood was then gushing out of Mr. Auston's mouth. Mr. Selfridge retreated towards Mr. Townsend's shop. The crowd gathered around them, and Auston soon fell. John Brown. I lived a near neighbor to Mr. Selfridge. He lost the use of his limbs in a great measure in early life. Before he went to college, he was always a feeble and weak young man. He was freed from military duty in consequence of his infirmity and weakness in his limbs. Dr. Isaac Rand was in the evening of the 4th of August requested by Dr. Jackson to visit Mr. Selfridge. Found a large tumor on the left side of the head. It was almost 2.5 inches long, 1.5 wide, and considerably elevated. He appeared to labor under considerable acceleration in the circulations. His pulse was hard and quick, so much so that I thought it necessary he should be bled. The operation took place. He said he should faint. The pain in his head was so very violent. He lay down, but immediately rose again, saying he could not lay. His countenance was flushed, the inflammation so great that it was necessary to apply every method to alleviate it. Did not seek him for a fortnight afterwards. The appearance of the wound was not gone. Round the part where it was inflamed the discoloration remained, and the tumor was not totally dispersed. There was a small fissure in a right line, and the blow not having broken the lower integuments of the head, the contusion was so much the greater. Had the skin been broken, the effect on the brain might probably have been less. If the blow had been given without the intervention of any substance, it is highly probable that the skin would have been more lacerated. Mr. Davis, is it your opinion that after a man has received a mortal wound in the lungs, it would have left him the power of muscular action? I believe that when there is an existing volition for a muscle to act, though a fatal wound be received, yet that volition existing at the time and exerting itself on the muscle would take effect. The muscular power depends on the quantity of blood when a person is in health. If a diminution of the blood take place, the muscles would be less full and less extended, their force and power therefore decreased, and as the pulmonary artery must have been injured, a great quantity of blood must have been discharged. By this, the muscular strength must have been reduced. But as this would not operate on the arm till the blood left the muscles there, the blow might not have been impeded by the wound. If the volition was instantaneous or contemporaneous, the stroke would descend with the whole force of the blow. But if the blow was given 3 or 4 seconds after such diminution of blood, he could not have struck with such force. If the party was in the act of striking when he received the fatal shot, the blow would be equally forcible. After the diminution of blood in the muscles, the blow would become weaker and weaker. A wound sometimes increases muscular action. I have seen persons spring up 4 or 5 feet after receiving a mortal wound. Solicitor General, is not that the case of persons who are wounded in the heart? There is such a sympathy between the heart and the other parts of the human system that in general there is instant death. Solicitor General, have you not known a person to be wounded in the lungs and yet recover? I have known a part of one of the lobes to be taken off and yet the patient recover. Solicitor General, might not the immediate cause of the death of Mr. Auston have been the bursting of a blood vessel in consequence of the wound? If so, might he not have given the blow with his full power? When a ball passes through a man, it is with such velocity as to cauterize the wound and prevent an instantaneous hemorrhage, so that it does not immediately diminish the muscular strength. Warren Dutton saw Mr. Selfridge walking down State Street on the morning of the 4th of August last, immediately preceding this rencontre. Not 1 minute before, cannot recollect with certainty the position of his hands. It is in my mind that they were either folded or behind him under his coat. The sun shone in his face. He had his hat over his eyes, and his arms, as I think, folded behind him. I had hardly turned my eyes from him when I heard the pistol. Lemuel Shaw. On Monday, the 4th of August, after he was in prison, I inquired of Mr. Selfridge whether he had any services for me. He said yes. I called on him the next morning and took from him a writ of possession in favor of Duncan Ingraham, Esquire, against Oliver Williams of Concord, and he requested me to deliver it to Mr. Ingraham. I occupied the same office with Mr. Selfridge. He came to town on that day from Bedford, between 9 and 10 o'clock. He mentioned the subject of his controversy with Mr. Benjamin Auston. The chief that I heard was when Mr. Richardson was present. Being engaged in business, and having known the affair before, I did not pay much attention to the conversation at that time. There was a boy in the office at the time. Do not recollect seeing any pistol that day. He had kept for many months before a pair of pistols in an open desk in the office. Do not know if he usually carried pistols with him in riding to and from Bedford. Was in the office when he went out to go on change. Did not go till after I heard the report of the pistol. Mr. Selfridge had on a common long coat. There was a pocket inside, in which he usually kept his pocketbook, but whether there were other pockets, or whether they were outside or inside, I cannot say. In walking, I think he generally rests his hands in some way or another, either by folding them before or behind him, or supporting them in the armholes of his jacket. Solicitor General. Should you know one of those pistols if it was shown to you? I think I should. They were steel barrels, but are generally called screw-barrel pistols. Solicitor General, showing the pistol which Mr. Selfridge had carried. Is that one of them? I think it is. Have no doubt it is one of the same. It is the same sort, but there may be many others of the same kind. After hearing the pistol, I ran out upon the exchange and saw Mr. Selfridge. I observed a break in his hat and saw something through it. Henry Cabot had a conversation with Mr. Selfridge on the morning of the 4th of August on the subject of his controversy with Mr. B. Auston. Mr. Gore, please relate what he told you. Attorney General, I must object to evidence as to what the defendant said to any person respecting this matter before it took place, unless when his confessions are given in evidence against him, and then what he said at the same time may be inquired of and shown in his favor, but to produce his declarations and testimony as to what he said before the fact, to establish the quo animo, is not otherwise admissible. Mr. Gore, I will then inquire only what Mr. Cabot told him, which I understood to have been to this effect, that he was that day to be attacked by someone who would be procured or hired to beat him. Parker J. As the having a pistol and conversations before the defendant when on change have been shown, I do not see but that the defendant may now show that it was necessary to put himself upon his guard. Mr. Cabot, in the morning before this affair took place, I notified him that he was to be attacked by a bully hired for the purpose. I drew this inference from a conversation with Mr. Welch. Attorney General, I have a motion to make that this may be considered as a transaction from the 1st day of August to the day of the affray, etc. It is in writing, and I shall use it by and by. Mr. Gore, if you will connect it with what passed in July, I have no objection. Attorney General, I cannot say that I can do that, as I have no knowledge of any transaction in July being connected with that of the 4th of August. But if there be any connection, I have no objection to going back to January. Parker J. If the evidence offered be as to any information given to the defendant of his being about to be attacked, so far as it is necessary to go back for that purpose, I see no impropriety in it, but I cannot permit improper testimony to be given, though it be agreed to by the parties. Attorney General, can we not ask questions in order to show that the defendant did not believe this was a reality? Parker J. Yes, but as to the going back, I do not see where the counsel mean to limit their inquiries. However, it is unnecessary to decide now how far they may go back. The information of an intended attack, though previous to the affray, may, I think, be received. Mr. Cabot, Mr. Welch in the morning informed me that Mr. Auston Sr. had said to him that he would have no personal altercation with Mr. Selfridge, but that someone would take him in hand who was able to handle him. The idea conveyed to me was that he did not think himself able to contend with Mr. Selfridge, but that he would procure somebody nearer his match, or one who was able to cope with him. When I told Mr. Selfridge he was to be attacked by someone, I thought it would be some bully, from my having seen, as I came down the street, a stout, athletic person with a horsewhip in his hand, standing near Mr. Selfridge's office. I mentioned this to Mr. Selfridge, but he said there was no danger of that man, as he was a client of his. Mr. Selfridge bowed his head and gave me to understand that he knew what was to happen, or had been previously notified, or was ready, or something to that effect. I do not recollect the words he used. John Brooks saw Mr. Selfridge before the affray, going down towards the exchange. He was walking slowly with his hands hanging loosely behind him, outside of his coat. I lost sight of him when he got 1/3 across the street. As long as I saw him, his hands were behind him, and without a pistol. End of section 54. Section 55 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Thomas O. Selfridge for the killing of Charles Auston, Boston, Massachusetts, 1806. Part 6. Mr. Gore, before I proceed in the defense, as we have now closed our evidence, I will beg leave to read one or two authorities. Grotius, Book 2, Chapter 1, Section 3 says, "We have before observed that if a man is assaulted in such a manner that his life shall appear in inevitable danger, he may not only make war upon, but very justly destroy the aggressor. And from this instance, what every one must allow us, it appears that such a private war may be just and lawful. For it is to be observed that this right or property of self-defense is what nature has implanted in every creature, without any regard to the intention of the aggressor. For if the person be no ways to blame, as for instance, a soldier upon duty, or a man that should mistake me for another, or one distracted, or a person in a dream, which may possibly happen, I don't therefore lose that right that I have of self-defense. For it is sufficient that I am not obliged to suffer the wrong that he intends me, no more than if it was a man's beast that came to set upon me." Ibid, Section 6, page 10. But what shall we then say of the danger of losing a limb or a member? When a member, especially if one of the principal, is of the highest consequence, and even equal to life itself, and 'tis besides doubtful whether we can survive the loss. 'Tis certain, if there be no possibility of avoiding the misfortune, the criminal person may be lawfully and instantly killed. 3. Grotius, Chapter 1, Section 2, page 2. Wherefore, as we have remarked elsewhere, if I cannot otherwise save my life, I may, by any force whatever, repel him who attempts it, though perhaps he who does so is not any ways to blame, because this right does not properly arise from the other's crime, but from that prerogative with which nature has invested me of defending myself. Attorney General, we have some witnesses to examine on behalf of the Commonwealth, and who we beg may be called. Other witnesses for the Commonwealth: William Dennison, Jr. About 3 weeks or so previous to the circumstance taking place in State Street, I was walking with Charles Auston down Court Street near Mr. John Phillips' office. Mr. Selfridge met me and inquired respecting my father's health. While I stopped to speak to him, Mr. Auston passed on, and Mr. Selfridge, pointing at him as he left me, asked whether that was not young Auston, and I replied that it was. Young Auston was always very nice in his person, about 18 years old. Just after 12 on August 4th, I met him, young Mr. Auston, with young Mr. Fales in Court Street near Concert Hall. We concluded to go in, and I sat about a quarter of an hour, and after that we went to my father's house and stayed there till about 10 or 15 minutes after 1. The bell was ringing for 1 o'clock while we were standing at the door. He and young Fales went away together, leaving me at home. He told me he had made a purchase of a new stick that morning. About the difference between his father and Mr. Selfridge, I merely mentioned the circumstance in walking up Cornhill. He seemed to treat it very lightly, and observed that he could not with propriety resent it while in college, but after he came out of college he would not suffer anything of the kind to be said with impunity. Never saw him move so large a stick before. Reverend Charles Lowell called at the house of Captain Prince the morning Auston died to inquire after the health of Mrs. Prince, and there met with a young man who was introduced to me as Mr. Auston. Had never met him before, and I conjectured then that he was the son of Mr. Benjamin Auston. Was there about half an hour, and had considerable conversation with him. He appeared to me to be a pleasant young man, and made a favorable impression on my mind. That was about 11 o'clock. Remember, he had a cane, a black one. Saw or heard nothing at that time about any other weapon, pistol, or anything else. Attorney General, the evidence we propose now to offer is this. Its nature and tendency will appear from the motion I now make, which for the purpose of being explicitly understood, I have reduced to writing and beg leave to read. James Richardson, having on a cross-examination by the defendant's counsel, said that the defendant a few minutes before the fact of killing had said that Auston had abused his professional character by saying that an action he had brought for a tavern keeper against Auston would not have been brought but for the interference of a damned federal lawyer, that he could prove it to be false and had him in his power, that he had applied to him and he had confessed it and refused to publish it, that the advertisement that day published was overpowered by that slander, and having sworn Duncan Ingraham and Lemuel Shaw to prove the design he went on 'change with, and having produced Henry Cabot to prove that he told Selfridge that morning that an attack would be made on him, and having produced Lemuel Shaw to prove that he commonly carried pistols to guard himself when he went out of town. The government now offer evidence to prove that this threatening to defend himself was from his unlawful intent to draw the father of the deceased or his family and friends into a mortal combat, with a design to destroy the life of anyone who should be so drawn in, that in pursuance of this design, he had within a few days previous, on the 1st and 2nd of August, sent letters and messages to B. Auston, the father of the deceased, to provoke him to a combat, and that he was under no fear of an assault, but what arose from his own seeking, and from what he intended by the advertisement he had published on that day. I do not pledge myself that the witness will support to the full extent what I did not suppose they would, in a great measure. I would not waste the time of the court in hearing it, nor unless I believed it to be pertinent. Mr. Gore, I do not exactly know from this cause has taken that we ought to object to this motion, because our desire is, if it be consistent with the rules of law, to go into all the anterior circumstances. Parker J. My own opinion is that nothing is proper evidence excepting what took place on the same day or very shortly before, and more particularly, that anything which goes to show a previous quarrel with another person, or even with the same person, is not proper, the law being clear that no provocation by words will justify blows. It therefore appears to me that this sort of evidence would not be proper, but as the government, should I so decide, could not have the question revised in case of an acquittal, I do not wish to decide it alone, but am desirous to request the aid of the Chief Justice who is in town. Attorney General, I would wish to hear the opinion of a full court. If the evidence is admitted wrongfully, the defendant can have the opinion of the whole court. But if the Chief Justice should come in, I know not whether, not having heard the antecedent evidence, he would be competent to decide on the admissibility of the evidence proposed by the motion I have submitted. Parker J. I should not have proposed inviting the Chief Justice to come into court, had you not stated in your motion all the circumstances on which you grounded. Mr. Gore, I was about remarking what was our peculiar situation, while we have an earnest desire to show everything that relates back, and think it had better be admitted. We have had an intimation from the court that this would be improper. We will accede to the motion under this condition, that the counsel for the government will not object to what we may adduce. But it seems to be implied by the terms of the motion that that part of the examination which went to what was prior to, and not a part of this transaction, was introduced by us. That is a mistake. Attorney General, I do not say so. If I am mistaken, I wish to be corrected. Mr. Gore, the words of the motion are that James Richardson, having on a cross-examination by the defendant's counsel, everything that came out was from Richardson, who was called by the government. He was their witness. We wanted to go into the question and were not permitted. I mention this merely to rebut the charge of anything having proceeded from us. We consent that every particular antecedent to the rencounter should be gone into without keeping back a tittle. Attorney General, if the court are willing to admit the whole, I have no objection. Parker J. I do not think the court ought, if it be not admissible, to receive it as legal testimony, although it be so agreed by the counsel on both sides. Attorney General, I do not believe it would take up a quarter of an hour or near so as debating it. It may, however, go to the jury by consent of parties, and I am willing that this motion, as it is on paper, and the evidence in support of it, should afterwards be laid before the whole court, if the defendant be found guilty. Parker J., do you consent that the evidence shall be gone into? Mr. Dexter, if the whole of the antecedent circumstances may be gone into, upon that condition. Attorney General, I wish to be set right if I am wrong, and as my voice is very feeble and the gentlemen on the other side are at some distance, I wish also to set them right, for I find that they misunderstood what I say, and therefore I will turn rather more towards them. I wish to be corrected in our facts if they be not so. I have said that, James Richardson having on a cross-examined by the defendant's counsel. I did not mean this as a charge against them, but I will appeal to the minutes of any person who is taking notes, if all that Richardson said respecting Mr. Selfridge's being the damned federal lawyer did not come from questions put by the counsel on the other side. Mr. Dexter, you say you wish to be set right, and therefore I only mention that Richardson was called by the Attorney General to testify to the conversation. He did so at the request of the Attorney General, and when cross-examined by the defendant's counsel, they proceeded as to the same conversation. It was the facts which made a part of the same conversation that they examined. Attorney General, as there is some doubt respecting the right to go into the evidence proposed by the motion, I shall read some authorities which I think pertinent to the question. The first is from 1 East CL, page 239. In no case, however, will the plea of provocation avail the party if it was sought for and induced by his own act in order to afford him a pretense for wreaking his malice, as, where A and B have fallen out, A says he will not strike, but will give B a pot of ale to touch him, on which B strikes A and A kills him. This is murder, and in all cases of provocation, in order to extenuate the offense, it must appear that the party killing acted upon such provocation and not upon an old grudge, for then it would amount to murder. I expect by the testimony proposed to show an old grudge against the father of the deceased, and that the advertisement from its common and usual effect, which the defendant published that morning, and must have published with an intention to provoke a quarrel, and that this intention further, in going armed in an unlawful, not to say felonious manner, was to resent whatever he might conceive to be an injury to his person or character. The principle is that when there is a mischievous intention of killing, and in consequence of that a man does a deliberate act with intent to take occasion to kill, it cannot be excusable homicide, but manslaughter, if not murder. It is easy for the court to see that the defense intended to be set up is that the defendant killed the deceased on a sudden provocation, and that it is designed to maintain this on two principles. In the first place, that in all assaults, the person assaulted has a right to kill the assailant. Secondly, that if the assault be such as to endanger the party attacked, he is then excusable, and perhaps justifiable, in killing his own defense. This is answered by observing that the excuse or justification of self-defense is taken away from the defendant when it appears that he sought the quarrel and went out expecting it, or that he armed unlawfully and then did anything to provoke an affray. Thus far, the evidence proposed would show that the defendant published an irritating advertisement in which he called the father of the deceased a liar, scoundrel, and coward. I have to submit it, whether that is not evidence of its being done to provoke a quarrel. Should I be told that it is not to be deemed so, I will desist. But they have proved from the testimony of Mr. Cabot that he told the defendant that he expected Mr. B. Auston was going to get some bully to handle him, probably to chastise him on the exchange. Then the evidence will show that he went on change unlawfully armed. There may be such a time in which a man may thus arm, but it could not be necessary at noonday, and when going on so public a place. The next evidence is that he expected this combat, not from the father, but from some other person, and went out with an intention to kill such person. I say, then, that he went out with an unlawful design. They have put it on his going there on a lawful design to deliver an execution to a client, and not with the design to kill, and that the attack on him was a sudden affray, without any fault in him. If that be the point of defense, the jury have a right to infer from the evidence I propose that he was the cause of this attack, and that the advertisement was designed to bring on the resentment of Mr. Auston and his family, that he went on change to meet an occasional quarreling, that this will connect itself with the defense set up, and show that it is a mere pretense, and that he had other views. For he said Mr. Welch that he did expect such a quarrel, and Mr. Welch had orders for the printers to stop the press and not to publish the advertisement. If Mr. Auston the elder would make such concessions as the defendant might require, we shall show that Auston said he would not, as he had given satisfaction enough. We have proved that Mr. Auston had not said the defendant was a rascal, for the words are not of that import. We will show that Mr. Auston said he was ready to give full satisfaction to him. If the killing happened from the preceding quarrel, it is not of consequence which was originally to blame. We mean to show that this going armed was unlawful, because he provoked the quarrel, and expected it, and that if he had not gone so, this manslaughter would not have been committed. He ought to have demanded sureties of the peace, or he need not have gone out without taking some friends with him. But to say that he might go at noonday to meet any person who might attack him, having a felonious intention to kill him, and to say that with this previous quarrel it was lawful to go so armed, is more, I hope, than ever will be said in this court. All the things I wish to show are parts of the case, and tend to prove that the defendant went on 'change unlawfully armed, on account of a quarrel of his own seeking, and therefore the loss of life being by his own act, it is not excusable, because if he would excuse himself, it is necessary, as all the authorities say, that he himself had no sort of blame. If this evidence is rejected, there will be no remedy for the government, but if admitted, there is a remedy for the defendant, for he may have the opinion of the whole court whether it was or was not admissible. I further say that, as I suppose, what they wish to offer in evidence is respecting the suit brought against Mr. B. Auston as a member of the Democratic Committee, and is saying that it was occasioned by Mr. Selfridge, or that it would not have been brought. I am willing to let in everything to that point, and even to admit to the facts. Parker J. Is the admitting this evidence consented to? Mr. Dexter. If the whole transaction can be gone into. Parker J. How far do you mean to extend it? Mr. Dexter. So far as to the origin, and to show that what Mr. Auston said to Mr. Selfridge was not true. Parker J. I am not inclined to give any opinion on the legality of the testimony, but to admit it, as it does not injure the defendant. Jonathan Hastings, postmaster. About 1:15, the deceased came to my office and inquired if there were any letters for him. There were none. He gave me an invitation to his commencement. I met him in the morning, as I came down to the office, and the only observation I made to him was that there was a piece in the paper that might be attended with bad consequences, and that people ought to be cautious and guarded in their conduct. He said he hoped they would, I think, and passed on. Saw Selfridge after I heard the pistol discharged, went to the window and saw a great concourse of people. Mr. Ritchie had hold of Mr. Selfridge, requesting of him to go away. He said, I am not at all agitated. I am the man. Mr. Selfridge's name was not mentioned in our interview. Hugh Rogers Kendall. A little past 1 o'clock on 4th of August, I was passing from Congress Street towards the market, when about the middle of State Street, heard a pistol go off. Turning round, saw 2 persons engaged. Knew Mr. Selfridge. His face was towards me. The back of the other was towards me, and I did not know him. He was striking blows at Mr. Selfridge with a cane. Saw the pistol in Mr. Selfridge's hand, but did not see him throw it. Mr. Auston struck 2 pretty smart blows. The 2 or 3 which he struck afterwards were pretty faint ones. The cane was then out of my sight. I had lost sight of the pistol before. It appeared to me that the parties were too near each other for them to strike fair blows. The people crowded round them, and they moved towards the side of the street. As Auston fell, it appeared to me Mr. Selfridge was in the act of striking with his fist. The first idea I had that there had been anything more than powder in the pistol arose from my seeing the blood. Mr. Selfridge retired from the crowd, and I saw no more of him. Israel Eaton Glover. Am past 13. Have lived with Mr. Selfridge in his office. On the Saturday before this affair, he sent me to buy some lead first, but I did not get it. I went back, and there were several persons in the office, Mr. Shaw and Mr. Hayward. He then asked Mr. Shaw how much shot was a pound. He gave me a 4.5D piece to go and buy some shot. Asked him what sort of shot. He said it was no odds what sort. It was near night. I went and bought the money's worth at Mr. Oden's shop. It was small shot. Mr. Selfridge came in between 9 and 10 o'clock on Monday and had a whip in his hand. There used to be 2 pistols in the office. For about 3 or 4 weeks, there was one missing. Saw Mr. Selfridge put the shot in his pocket. Mr. Selfridge sometimes put his pistols in the carriage when he went out of town. I recollect once I put them in the chaise myself. Thomas Welch. On Tuesday, 29th of July, Thomas O. Selfridge, Esquire, requested me to deliver a letter to Benjamin Auston, Esquire, which I did in the afternoon of that day. This is the letter, I think. Parker J. read the letter. Boston, 29th July, 1806. Mr. Benjamin Auston. Sir, I, friend Mr. Welch, will deliver you this note and receive any communication you may see fit to make. You have to various persons and at various times and places alleged that I sought Mr. Eager and solicited him to institute a suit against the committee, of which you were chairman, who provided the public dinner on Copp's Hill on the 4th of July, or language of similar import. As the allegation is utterly false, and if believed, highly derogatory to any gentleman in his professional pursuits, who conducts with fidelity to his clients, integrity to the courts, and with honor to the bar, you will have the goodness to do me the justice forthwith to enter your protest against the falsehood, and furnish me with the means of giving the same degree of publicity to its retraction that you have probably given to its propagation. I had hoped the mention of this subject to you yesterday would have spared me the trouble of this demand. That 24 hours would have enabled you without difficulty to have obtained correct information as to the fact, and that a just sense of propriety would have led you to make voluntary reparation where you had been the instrument of injustice. The contrary, however, impresses me with the idea that you intended a wanton injury from the beginning, which I never will receive from any man with impunity. Thomas O. Selfridge. Mr. Welch. Mr. Auston, after reading the letter, said that he could say nothing further concerning the thing than he had done to Mr. Selfridge yesterday, that he had heard the thing from another gentleman, and had mentioned it merely as a report, which he had heard, that he had not mentioned Mr. Selfridge's name, but had merely stated in the presence of a number of persons that he had been informed that Mr. Eager had not called upon the attorney who filed the writ, but that the attorney had called on him, and be at the same time expressed an opinion that such conduct in an attorney was disgraceful. He then observed, and repeated it once or twice afterward, that he would call on the person from whom he had heard the story, and would advise with him whether it was proper that he, Mr. Auston, should give up his name. Next morning, Mr. Auston met with me in the street, said that he had made inquiry concerning the truth of the report, which he had circulated concerning Mr. Selfridge's conduct in Eager's case against himself and the other gentlemen of the committee, that he was now convinced that the report was false, and that he had been to those persons to whom he had mentioned it for the purpose of removing the unfavorable impression which such a report, if true, would naturally make upon their minds. He observed that it was not true that he had used Mr. Selfridge's name, that at the time when this conversation took place, he did not know the name of the attorney, and that this was the only apology that he should make. He also said that he had convinced the person from whom he had received his information concerning Selfridge's conduct in Eager's suit that the information was incorrect. He did not mention the name of the person from whom he had received it, although I requested him to do it, because he, Mr. Auston, would then be exculpated, and the controversy would be between Mr. Selfridge and Mr. Auston's informant. I stated this to Mr. Selfridge when I returned from seeing Mr. Auston. He then requested me to call again on Mr. Auston. The same day, July 30, about 2 o'clock, I called Mr. Auston out of Russell's insurance office and mentioned to him that I had communicated to Mr. Selfridge the conversation of the morning. I observed to him that Mr. Selfridge was not satisfied with the result of it, that he conceived that he had a right to demand of him the means of counteracting the effects of the falsehood, to which he acknowledged he had given currency. He answered that he entertained a different opinion, and did not conceive that anything more could reasonably be expected of him. I then observed that as he acknowledged that he had circulated a report highly injurious to Mr. Selfridge's reputation as a lawyer, and that upon investigation he had convinced himself of its falsehood, Mr. Selfridge insisted upon an answer to his letter of yesterday, in which should be contained a retraction of the assertion. He said that he could not consent to do this, and that he did not perceive Mr. Selfridge's object in requesting it of him, as he had never mentioned the name of that gentleman, and as he had stated to Mr. Scott, the only person to whom he had related the thing, that he had made inquiry of the truth of the report and was convinced of its falsehood. He said it was impossible that he could have used Mr. Selfridge's name, as he did not know at the time, when he had conversation with Mr. Scott, that Mr. Selfridge was the attorney who commenced the suit. I expressed my opinion that Mr. Selfridge ought to be satisfied with the acknowledgment which he had made, were it true that Mr. Selfridge's name had never been used by him when speaking of this affair, and were it also true that he had declared to the persons to whom he had spoken concerning Mr. Selfridge's conduct in the management of the suit in question, that upon inquiry he found that he had been misinformed, and that Mr. Selfridge's conduct had been correct. At this moment, Captain Daniel Scott passed out of Russell's office, and Mr. Auston requested him to step to the place where we were talking, which Captain Scott did. Mr. Auston inquired of him whether he had used Mr. Selfridge's name, when he mentioned to him the conduct of the federal lawyer who commenced the suit against the gentleman of the Democratic Committee. Mr. Scott answered that he did not. Mr. Scott was then called away by a young man. Upon this, I told Mr. Auston I would communicate to Mr. Selfridge the result of our conversation, and left him. On Thursday, the 31st of July, I was prevented by business from calling on Mr. Auston with the letter, of which the following is a copy, and it was not delivered to that gentleman until the next day. July 30th, 1806. Mr. B. Auston. Sir, the declarations you have made to Mr. Welch are jurisdically false, and your concessions wholly unsatisfactory. You acknowledge to have spread a base falsehood against my professional reputation. Two alternatives, therefore, present themselves to you. Either give me the author's name, or assume it yourself. You call the author a gentleman, and probably a friend. He is in grain a liar and a scoundrel. If you assume the falsehood yourself to screen your friend, you must acknowledge it under your own hand, and give me the means of vindicating myself against the effect of your aspersion. A man who has been guilty of so gross a violation of truth and honor as to fabricate the story you have propagated, I will not trust. He must give me some better pledge than his word, for present indemnity and future security. The positions I have taken are too obviously just to admit of any illustration, and there is no ingenuous mind would revolt from a compliance with my requisitions. I am, sir, your humble servant, Thomas O. Selfridge. Mr. Welch. As soon as he had read the letter, he observed that he did not expect to hear again from Mr. Selfridge upon this subject, that he had done all that could reasonably be expected from him in a case of this kind, that after being convinced of the falsehood of the report, which he had circulated, and which he had merely mentioned again, after hearing it from another person, he had been to that person and satisfied him as to his falsehood, which he likewise had done to all the other persons to whom he had repeated it. He observed that Mr. Selfridge was pursuing him in an extraordinary manner, and asked what Mr. Selfridge meant by taking this high ground. I then answered that Mr. Selfridge would have been perfectly satisfied with the recantation, which Mr. Auston had declared that he had made, were he convinced that it had been done in a proper manner, and were he not in possession of evidence that he, Mr. Auston, had not only used his name, Selfridge's, connected with the report complained of to other persons, but had never seen those persons for the purpose of declaring to them its falsehood. He then repeated that he had never mentioned Mr. Selfridge's name when speaking of this business, and that he had done everything that any gentleman would consent to do under similar circumstances. I then told him that Mr. Selfridge had procured from Mr. Abraham Babcock a certificate that he, Mr. Auston, had told him that Mr. Selfridge had instigated the suit in question, that Mr. Eager did not apply to Mr. Selfridge, but that Mr. Selfridge had sought Eager, had induced him to commence the suit, and that Mr. Auston had never made any recantation to Mr. Babcock. He then inquired who Mr. Babcock was. I told him he was a friend of Eager, and was the person who had settled the bill with himself and the other gentlemen of the Democratic Committee. At first, he said that he did not know Babcock, but afterwards he said he recollected him, but made no observations upon what I stated to him as to the contents of Babcock's certificate. He then adverted to the orders which he pretended were given by Mr. Selfridge to Mr. Hartshorn, the deputy sheriff, to arrest him and the other gentlemen of the committee, and made use of this circumstance to justify his having spoken the words at which Mr. Selfridge had taken the exception. I replied that this, if true, would be no justification, and that he had had time to convince himself that it was not true by applying to Mr. Hartshorn, to whom I had applied, and who had informed me that he had never received such orders from Mr. Selfridge, and that, according to what he had repeatedly stated to me, it was impossible that he should have been induced by any injury, which he supposed Mr. Selfridge had done him in giving such orders, to circulate such a report concerning Mr. Selfridge, because he had invariably stated to me that at the time the suit was commenced, he was ignorant who the attorney was. I also stated to him that Mr. Selfridge was not satisfied with the retraction, if it were true that he had made it, because each of those persons who had heard Mr. Auston utter the obnoxious words might have repeated them to many other persons, and that verbal recantations to the persons who heard them from Mr. Auston were by no means commensurate with the injury. This conversation was extremely desultory, Mr. Auston being very much irritated by the contents of the last letter. After he became more calm, I requested him to take the letter into consideration and give me an answer to it in the course of the day. He answered that he would have nothing more to do with it. I then told him that Mr. Selfridge was determined to have satisfaction of some kind or other for the injury which had been done him, and that if he, Mr. Auston, should alter his determination, that I should be happy to be notified of it, and be the bearer of any communication satisfactory to Mr. Selfridge. He answered that he would give no further satisfaction whatever. After I communicated to Mr. Selfridge Mr. Auston's refusal to make any further concession, Mr. Selfridge said his only motive in moving in the affair was to rescue his professional conduct from the foul imputation which Mr. Auston had so unjustifiably thrown upon it, and that he would not relinquish the pursuits till the object was accomplished, but said before he adopted other measures, he would leave Mr. Auston a day or two to reflect, which might induce him to comply with one or the alternatives proposed in his last note. The time elapsed and no proposals were made, from the temper discovered by Mr. Auston in my several interviews with him, but more especially the last. Mr. Selfridge thought any further advances for accommodation were not advisable, and remarked that his means of redress were reduced to a triple alternative: a prosecution, chastisement, or posting. A prosecution, he said, was out of the question because a legal remedy, from its nature, were it certain in the event, could not be so promptly and efficaciously administered as the degree and kind of injury imperiously required. It would take 2 or 3 years to have an action decided, but few persons, comparatively, would ever know the result, and those few would be those only who were conversant with the reporter's volume, and not clients and men of business from whom he derived his living. that the damage arising to him would be unsusceptible of proof, for it would be impossible to prove who had abstained from employing him professionally in consequence of the circulation of the report, and while the process was pending, his business would dwindle away, and the cause would be unknown or forgotten, and the permanency of the evil would remain unrelieved. From his imbecility, a personal contest, he said, was impracticable, and to rely upon friends for protection, or to permit them to interfere when he commenced the affray, would be an act of cowardice. That this mode of redress savored too much of malice and revenge to be compatible with an honorable desire of procuring reparation for an injury. That dogfighting in the streets was what he had ever reprobated, and it could have no tendency to disprove to those whose good opinions he was solicitous to retain. A falsehood, the effects of which, if not efficiently resisted, must annihilate his business upon any other supposition than that the calumny of Mr. Auston could acquire no credit with the public. Posting, therefore, he said, was the only remaining alternative. This preventative remedy could be promptly applied to the mischief, and in its operation would be extensive with all its possible consequences. If one man injure another, no matter from what inducement, and after notice of the injury, and a demand of indemnity, commensurate with the injury, he refused to make satisfaction, having the ability, he leaves the party injured a perfect right to protect himself against all the consequences of the injury, by the surest means in his power, and the severest exercise of this right absolves the party exercising it from the imputation of malice or revenge. For although the man who committed the original wrong may suffer, his suffering is merely incidental, and follows from the exercise of a perfect right, which can never be adjudged an immoral invasion of the rights of another, though it may sensibly affect them. But no man has the right to complain of those consequential sufferings which may be reasonably expected to flow from his own falsehoods or injustice. Mr. Selfridge said, by adopting this measure, the facts alleged by him, if denied, would come fairly before the public, and the infamy of barbarously stirring up lawsuits would be justly laid at his door, or transferred to the villain who engendered the lie, or who screens the liar from his merited deserts. Did not see Mr. Selfridge on Saturday. On Sunday was requested by Mr. Cutler, one of the editors of the Boston Gazette, to call at their office, with which I complied. While there, Mr. Selfridge's advertisement of the 4th of August was shown to me, and I was informed that Mr. Selfridge had directed it to be suppressed, in case I should have received any favorable communication from Mr. Auston. I told Mr. Cutler that I had not seen Mr. Auston since Friday, and had not received any communication from him since that time. The following is Mr. Selfridge, note of August 4th. Benjamin Auston, loan officer, having acknowledged that he has circulated an infamous falsehood concerning my professional conduct in a certain cause, and having refused to give the satisfaction due to a gentleman in similar cases, I hereby publish said Auston as a coward, a liar, and a scoundrel, and if said Auston has the effrontery to deny any part of the charge, he shall be silenced by the most irrevocable proof. Thomas O. Selfridge. Boston, 4th August. P.S. The various editors in the United States are requested to insert the above notice in their journals, and their bills shall be paid to their respective agents in this town. Mr. Welch. Mr. Auston obtained knowledge that he was posted, and published in the Independent Chronicle of the same morning the following note, viz. Considering it derogatory to enter into a newspaper controversy with one T.O. Selfridge, in reply to his insolent and false publication in the Gazette of this day. If any gentleman is desirous to know the facts on which his impertinence is founded, any information will be given by me on the subject. Benjamin Auston, Boston, August 4th. Those who publish Selfridge's statement are requested to insert the above, and they shall be paid on presenting their bills. Mr. Welch. About 9 o'clock on Monday morning, 4th of August, Mr. Auston met me, and after some immaterial conversation said he should not meddle with Selfridge himself, but some person upon a footing with him should take him in hand, or words to that effect. After leaving Mr. Auston, I met by Mr. Henry Cabot, to whom I mentioned the conversation which had just passed between Mr. Auston and myself. Mr. Selfridge never expressed a vindictive spirit against Mr. Auston. He expressed a wish to have the matter accommodate. He said he only wished to have that done, which would put his character on the same ground as it stood before the report against it. Always conceived that Mr. Selfridge wished that Mr. Auston should sign something to show he had circulated a falsehood. Never asked Auston anything more than that he should put on paper that the report was not true. Never asked him to criminate himself. Benjamin Auston. Mr. Welch has made a very lengthy statement. Mine will be very short. If there is any difference, the court will be able to judge of it. I met Mr. Selfridge about the 20th or 22nd of July in Court Street. He came up to me and said he had understood by Captain Scott that I had used his name improperly at Mr. Russell's insurance office, respecting the action brought by him against the committee of arrangements for the dinner on Cobb's Hill on the 4th of July. I replied that I had never made use of his name, and was surprised that Mr. Scott had said so. As we went down the street, Mr. Selfridge said that it was an injury to his character. I said that there was a light conversation with Mr. Scott on the subject, but as I had not used his, Selfridge's name, so nothing I had said could affect his character, and again expressed my surprise that Captain Scott should give such information. Walked on till I came by Mr. Selfridge's office. Mr. Selfridge asked me in. I answered that I was in haste and did not go in, but again repeated that I had not used his name to any person. On the 28th or 29th of July, I received by the hands of Mr. Welch the letter which had just been read. The epithet certainly raised some indignation. When I had read it, I told Mr. Welch that I would go with him to Russell's insurance office and see Mr. Scott. We then went there and found both Mr. Scott and Mr. Brazier. I asked them whether I had made use of Mr. Selfridge's name or not. They said I had not. I then turned to Mr. Welch and said, "You find, sir, Mr. Selfridge is wrong in his information. What more would you have me do?" He appeared to me perfectly satisfied, and I thought the business was ended there. A few days afterwards, I received another letter, which was also brought to me by Mr. Welch. I then told him I was surprised at Mr. Selfridge's pursuing this matter and asked what more was wished for. No proposition was made. Welch answered that the contradiction had only been made verbally, and Mr. Selfridge wished me to sign a paper. I told him I did not know what more I could say, and as to giving anything in writing, the case did not require it, for I had not mentioned Mr. Selfridge's name, and Mr. Scott and Mr. Brazier had both declared the same thing in presence of Mr. Welch. On parting, Mr. Welch asked me what answer I meant to return to Mr. Selfridge. I said, "I do not know that I can do anything more." "Do you," said he, "mean to make any further answer?" I said, "I do not know of any I can make." He went away, and I heard nothing more of the business till I saw the publication in Monday's paper. Mr. Welch mentions that I said I would get some person to handle Mr. Selfridge. I said no such thing. I said, "Your friend has pursued this matter a great way," and expressed my surprise at the publication in the Gazette. I told him I had put in an answer in the Chronicle, and meant to take no further notice of it. I did not tell him that anyone else would, for I did not know that anyone would. I said if Mr. Selfridge attacks me, I hope to have such support from friends at hand as I shall be able to avoid any injury. I had no thoughts of assaulting him. I appealed to God. He would have passed me as safely as he stands here at your bar. Went on about 12:30 to the insurance office on August 4th. While I was in the office, saw my son go by the window with Mr. Fales. It could not be more than 4 or 5 minutes before the event took place. Did not expect him there. I never said a word to him on the subject of this dispute or the publication. My son usually walked with a small cane. I understood he bought one that day, but he had one at home, that when he had occasion to go over to Cambridge after it was dark, he used to walk with. It was twice as large, but he left it at home that morning. It was as much as twice as heavy as the one produced. He used it when he walked after dark. Thomas Melville was in Mr. Lane's shop at the time this affair took place. The boy had combed and lathered me for shaving when the report of the pistol was heard. Mr. Lane was standing at the street door. I heard the report and asked what it was. Mr. Lane made answer. "It is Mr. Selfridge. He has fired a pistol and he has killed a man." I asked as if it was Mr. Auston. Mr. Lane replied, "No, it is some young man I do not know. He is a very young man." I went into the street and afterwards saw Mr. Selfridge. I went up to him and tapped him gently on the shoulder and told him it was reported he had killed a person and desired him not to go away. He answered me with civility and said he had no intention of going away. So one called out loud, and I am sure it was Major Russell, and so no man had a right to stop him. I sat facing towards the door. Henry Flagmore was in Mr. Lane's shop at the time referred to. Mr. Lane was standing at the front door with his hands behind him. He had been sitting, but before the pistol was fired, he had gone to the door. Witnesses for the defense. Daniel Scott. About the lawsuit that has been alluded to, Mr. Auston told me that a federal lawyer who filed the writ against the committee went down several times to the tavern keeper to persuade him to institute a suit against the committee. He did not state who the lawyer was, but I knew who he meant. It was Mr. Selfridge. A number of gentlemen had questioned Mr. Auston as to the suit commenced against the committee, that the federal lawyer who filed the writ had been to the tavern keeper to persuade him to institute the suit. He repeated this observation, turning round and speaking at me. I asked him if he knew the person who filed the writ. He did not state that he knew the person, but said the whole matter would come out by and by. From his manner he gave me to understand, and everyone in the office, that it was Mr. Selfridge. I asked him if he positively knew that the lawyer who filed the writ did personally solicit the suit. He said, "Yes, I do." Parker J. At any time before, when conversing about this in the presence of Mr. Auston, was it said that Mr. Selfridge had filed the writ? No, sir. How did you know that Mr. Selfridge had filed it? I did not know it till I communicated it to Mr. Selfridge, which I did from what I then conjectured. Abraham Babcock. On the 28th of July, I met Mr. Auston in Court Street and told him I was desired by Mr. Eager to settle his bill. Of the 4th of July dinner, Mr. Auston desired me to go to Colonel Gardner and agree with him what he'd be paid for the dinner. I did so, and we agreed. I afterward told Mr. Auston of this. He said he was glad of it and told me that Dr. Noyes would pay me the money. He inquired of me how Mr. Selfridge came to be employed in this business. I told him I did not know. He replied that he sought it or went after it. I can't say which expression he used. I went directly to Mr. Selfridge's office and informed him that the action was settled. He said he was glad of it. He then observed, "Mr. Auston says I went after this business." I answered yes. He has just told me so. Mr. Selfridge asked me to give him this in writing, which I declined doing. He made a minute of it himself. Mr. Welch was present in the office. Afterwards I met with Mr. Auston in Colonel Gardner's office. He inquired of me what he had said to me in the street. I related it to him. He said if the story was not true, he had been wrongly informed. He said it arose from what he had heard from Colonel Gardner, as he supposed. This last conversation was sometime in the week before the affray, but I cannot tell what day it was in the street, but saw nothing before the pistol was discharged. On hearing that, I turned round and saw the young man strike Mr. Selfridge several strokes with his cane. I afterwards heard Mr. Selfridge say he was not going to leave the ground. He was ready to answer for what he had done. Nathaniel P. Russell heard Mr. B. Auston say that the action against the committee was commenced by a federal lawyer at his own solicitation. He did not mention the name of the lawyer, nor was I led from what he did say to think it was Mr. Selfridge that was meant. Do not know that I heard him mention it more than once. There were a number of gentlemen in the office at the time. Never heard Mr. Auston contradict this. M. Carroll. I live in Flag Alley, close by the market. I was opposite to the post office, heard a pistol fired behind me, and I ran to see what had happened. Was in my shirt sleeves. Saw Selfridge and Ritchie together. Ritchie said to Selfridge that he was extremely agitated, to which Selfridge replied, I am not agitated. I have done what I intended to do or meant to do. Benjamin Auston, recalled. Attorney General, did you ever tell anyone that you had destroyed the letters received from Mr. Selfridge by the hand of Mr. Welsh? I never did. The gentleman here must know I could not have said so, the letters being in court now. Attorney General, have you ever contradicted the story about the federal lawyer? I went to the insurance company and there made a declaration that I had been misinformed as to the circumstances. I asked Mr. Scott if I had used Selfridge's name. He told me I had not. In short, I cannot remember every particular. So many different circumstances have happened to affect my mind since, that it is not surprising I should forget. John Osborne was at Mr. Benjamin Auston's on the evening of the 4th of August. Young Mr. Fales was there. Some gentleman asked him whether young Mr. Auston struck before the pistol was discharged. Mr. Fales said that he was in State Street with Mr. Auston and some other gentlemen, and on a sudden young Auston stepped from them, that he then turned round and saw Mr. Auston strike Mr. Selfridge one blow, and then the pistol was discharged. He said also that Mr. Auston struck several blows after the pistol was discharged. Mr. Benjamin Auston was present at the time. He was attentive to this conversation and asked many particulars. Perkins Nichols was at Mr. Auston's on the evening of the 4th of August, heard Mr. Fales, among other things, say to Mr. Auston that he went down Cornhill with his son that day. His son said to him, I must be in State Street. That he, Fales, said to him, You had better not go, but had better go home with me. That he urged him to give up his cane to him, but that he refused. That they turned down State Street together. That he saw Selfridge before Auston came up to him. That Auston went with his cane up and struck him one blow over the head. That Selfridge made a pause and then drew his pistol from his pocket and fired it. That when the pistol went off, Auston was striking a second blow. John Parkman, about 5 minutes after the event, was standing in State Street with several other persons. Mr. Fales came up to us, and one of us asked him if the pistol was fired before any blow was given. He said it was not. There was one blow first. He was a good deal agitated some days after I conversed with him, but he said he could not recollect at that time how the facts were. William Fales recalled. Attorney General, you have heard this testimony. What will you say of it? I believe Mr. Parkman's relation is pretty correct. I think I've told him at the time he alludes to that Auston struck a first blow before the pistol was fired. I do not recollect seeing those gentlemen at Mr. Auston's house in the evening. I was very much confused and agitated that evening. Attorney General, what do you say now as to the fact? For 3 or 4 days after the event, I thought of the subject anxiously and endeavored to recollect the circumstances. I then wrote them down as correctly as I could. I am not able now to say whether a blow was given before the pistol was fired or not. What I have related is according to my best recollection and belief. Several of Mr. Selfridge's friends, I remember particularly Major Russell, advised me to write down the account. None of Mr. Auston's friends did. James T. Auston was at Mr. Benjamin Austin's the evening of the 4th of August. Everything was in great confusion. Mr. Fales was much agitated, and we could get no distinct account from him. Remember, he had deceased struck 3 or 4 blows, but I have no recollection of any discrimination being made between blows before and after the pistol was discharged. Joseph Wiggin. About 5 minutes after 1 o'clock, I left my store and went on change. There I saw the deceased with the cane. He seemed uneasy. I saw Mr. Selfridge coming from the corner of the State House, and turned round to see if Auston had moved from his place, and found he had. At that moment, I heard a sound as of a stroke of a stick on a coat. Casting my eye round, I then saw Mr. Selfridge present his pistol, stepping back 1 step, and fire. At the same instant, Auston was striking a blow. He afterwards struck 2 or 3 strokes more. James Cutler. The Gazette of the 4th of August was printed in our office, at the request and on the account of Mr. Selfridge, contained the note already read. The Saturday before, Mr. Selfridge told me he expected to be under the necessity of putting a piece in our Monday's paper. In the evening he showed me the piece. I hesitated about publishing it. He related to me the circumstances of the dispute, said he could obtain no satisfaction, expressed his regret at being reduced to the necessity of such a measure, and wished the printing delayed to the last moment, desired it might not be printed until we should have seen his friend Mr. Welsh. On Sunday I called on Mr. Welsh. He told me nothing had been done, and he gave me no directions to omit printing the note. Ephraim French. About 1 o'clock I was in Mr. Townsend's shop, and seeing old Mr. Auston go down, expected a squabble. I saw 2 young gentlemen go down street and presently return. Mr. Bailey said one of them was young Mr. Auston. I saw Mr. Selfridge coming from the corner of the State House. He walked very deliberately and looked sober. Young Auston went from near where I was standing towards Mr. Selfridge. As he advanced, I saw the pistol go off, and Auston struck several severe blows, and then fell near my feet. I should say that the pistol, according to my observation, was 1 or 2 seconds before the first blow was struck. I did not see any cane raised before the pistol went off. I looked particularly at Mr. Selfridge from the time he came in sight. After he had discharged his pistol, he held up his arms to defend his head from the blows, and afterwards threw his pistol. No person stood between me and the party, so that I saw them very distinctly, having gone out of the shop and stood on the sidewalk by Mr. Townsend's shop before they met. Evan Eager. Saw Mr. Selfridge passing the street. Told him I was the landlord that provided the dinner on Copp's Hill the 4th of July, and wanted him to sue the committee for my bill. I told him I would give him a $5 bill to undertake it. Mr. Clough was to explain the whole to him. I afterwards called at his office. He told me he was satisfied that I could support an action, but wished it to rest a few days. I went to see him at Medford. He was discouraging in his discourse, talked about lawsuits being long. I asked him what I should do for money, requested him to advance me some on account of this demand, and told him I was willing to take $300 in cash for the whole account rather than wait. He refused to have anything to do in this way, said it would be dishonorable to him in his position, that no honest man as a lawyer would do it. He told me he would not work cheap, and that his fee would be $25. I told him to go on with it. My whole bill was $630. They offered me at one time $350, but afterwards they told me they would have nothing to do with it. They offered me $360. I would not take it then because I thought I would get the whole. But afterwards, finding it was not to be obtained but by a lawsuit, I offered him the half. I certainly wished to have a part rather than lose the whole. Parker J. This was then settled as a point of honor between the committee and yourself. Attorney General. This question has no bearing on the issue. I have asked it merely to know whether the witness has acted from himself. End of section 55. Section 56 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Thomas O. Selfridge for the killing of Charles Auston. Boston, Massachusetts, 1806, Part 7. Mr. Gore. Gentlemen of the jury, before I proceed, I shall beg leave to read a few sentences from Grotius. No man is permitted to destroy another except in defense of that which, if once lost, is irrevocable forever, as life and chastity. 2 Grotius 19. If a man is assaulted in such a manner that his life shall appear in inevitable danger, he may not only make war upon, but very justly destroy the aggressor. And from this instance, which everyone must allow us, it appears that such a private war may be just and lawful. For it is to be observed that this right or property of self-defense is what nature has implanted in every creature, without regard to the intention of the aggressors. 2 Grotius 7. What shall we then say of the danger of losing a limb, or a member, when a member, especially if one of the principles, is of the highest consequence, and even equal to life itself? And it is besides doubtful whether we can survive the loss. It is certain if there be no possibility of avoiding the misfortune, the criminal person may be lawfully and instantly killed. 2 Grotius 10. So is he, reputed innocent by the laws of all known nations, who by arms defends himself against him, that assaults his life, which so manifests a consent, is a plain testimony that there is nothing in it contrary to the law of nature. 1 Grotius 117. If I cannot otherwise save my life, I may by any force whatever repel him who attempts it, though perhaps he who does so is not any ways to blame, because this right does not properly arise from the other's crime, but from that prerogative with which nature has invested me, of defending myself. 3 Grotius 2. After having made a few preliminary observations which I thought pertinent, merely with a view to placing you in a situation in which I presume you are disposed to be placed, that of being free from every bias or prejudice, and I in the like manner wish to be heard, as the Attorney General said he was disposed to be heard, that is, as if there were a cause between two indifferent persons of whom you know nothing. But that I presume to be the very essence of justice, and if it were possible that a court and jury should ever decide the suit between them, abstracted from the parties, and merely by fictitious names, we should have decisions more correct than we now have. Not that I mean to find fault with our own jurisprudence, or the organization of our courts, but it is sometimes impossible to be unaffected by the parties who are to be benefited or to suffer. It was therefore that I took the liberty to remark on the danger of prejudice, and to illustrate it by propositions so simple and plain that they would receive the assent not only of the minds to which directed, but of every human being to whom they could be addressed. The consequences that followed were so natural and necessary that they could not be mistaken, and I did flatter myself, and I do flatter myself, that they apply to the cause I now defend. Having stated the law from the several authorities which I have read in support of the principles I laid down, I went into the examination of the evidence, and you have heard it with an attention and patience which will enable you to determine this issue according to the dictates of impartial justice. This is a day of anxiety and solicitude to my client, and of interest to his counsel. Yet I can say that it is a day of humble hope and tranquility, a day of firm confidence in the truth and justice of his case, for it is on these that he must depend for his acquittal, and on these alone does he wish to depend. I should say, this was to him a day not only of consolation, but of joy. If joy could be presumed to enter the heart of a man who for more than 4 months has been immured within the damp and unwholesome walls of a prison, when his constitution demanded free and open air, who required liberty for the discharge of the usual duties of life, but who felt himself at that time subject to the most unfounded calumny, yet would not from his respect to the law of his country reply. But though he could have replied, he did not. No speeches were made, no observations were addressed to the public, except to request that they would not prejudge his cause, but wait patiently for the time when he might have it in his power to state fairly to the world the law and facts of his case, when he would put himself on trial by his country, which country you, gentlemen of the jury, are. And it is now on that law and on those facts, as they shall be laid before you, that he is willing to depend for his acquittal. With respect to the law, it is my duty, and I have no disposition to go beyond it, to state the principles as they have been read to you from the books, to ascertain what it is in this case, and when that is done, to state the facts, that you may apply the one to the other, and come to a just issue. The law I read to you is not of this day. It is not novel or of recent date. It is older than any of us, older than society, old as nature herself. It is founded in nature and in the principles of society, and without it man could not exist. Of the authorities that were read, one of the first was from Lord Coke, who says, that if A assaults B so fiercely and violently, and in such place and such a manner, that if he should get back he should be in danger of his life, B may defend himself, and if in that defense he killeth A, it is se defendendo, because it is not done velio animo. Whatever a man does in preservation of his person, he does not do feloniously. This I take to be the sense of the doctrine laid down by Lord Coke. I took the liberty of reading another authority from Grotius, one of the first and brightest ornaments of the age in which ye lived, which has done more for civilizing and humanizing the world than any author who ever wrote, who has written more forcibly and effectually on the rights of man, and in support of the religion of Jesus, than perhaps any divine, however celebrated. What says he? He says that if a person be in danger of life, or losing a limb or a member, especially one of the highest consequence, and it be ever doubtful if he can survive the loss, and there be no probability of avoiding it, the criminal person may be lawfully and instantly slain. We then come to Judge Foster, one of the ablest judges that ever sat on a British bench. He tells us that the injured party may repel force with force in defense of his person, habitation, or property against one who manifestly endeavors with violence and surprise to commit a known felony upon either. In these cases, he is not obliged to retreat, but may pursue his adversary till he find himself out of danger, and if in the conflict he happen to kill, such killing is justifiable self-defense. You have the same doctrine laid down by Lord Hale, who is one of the best and most humane of judges, as well as one of the most devout Christians that ever appeared. Both he and Hawkins support the same doctrine, and in Hawkins it is further said, if the party assaulted cannot conveniently and safely retreat, and if he kill the assailant to avoid this beating, it is justifiable homicide. This is the law from those writers. The next is Blackstone, whose doctrines have never been controverted. He tells you that the party assaulted must flee as far as the fierceness of the assault will permit him, for it may be so fierce as not to allow him to yield a step without manifest danger of his life or enormous bodily harm, and then in his defense he may kill his assailant. He does not put it on the question of life being in danger, but says that where a man is in danger of any enormous bodily harm, he is not to wait till the case has happened, but has a right to kill his assailant. This forms the law of justifiable homicide, and is the doctrine of universal justice, as well as of our municipal law. Thus, gentlemen, I have shown from the book the principles that govern in relation to justifiable homicide, and will now read one or two cases which more perfectly establish this doctrine, and show what is the nature of the assault that justifies the assaulted in taking the life of the assailant. In Rottger's case, who, upon the words of anger being between him and a Mr. Cope, threw a bottle with great violence at the head of the latter, and immediately drew his sword, on which Mr. Cope returned the bottle with equal violence. Lord Holt says, it was lawful for Mr. Cope so to do, but he who hath shown that he had malice against another is not fit to be trusted with a dangerous weapon in his hand. And he adds it was reasonable for Mr. Cope to suppose his life in danger when attacked with so dangerous a weapon, and the assault followed up by another act indicating an intention of pursuing his life. It appears to me that this case justifies him who shall kill, where a weapon is used which would endanger his life, though it have not the effect, and that the person assaulted has a right to attempt the destruction of the assailant, that he himself might not be destroyed. You there have the particular case. This case will depend on the law of justifiable homicide. It therefore is not necessary to have recourse to such as are so strong as that I have read. The law says that if there be reasonable ground to suspect that life is in danger, a man shall be excused, if he exercise the right nature has given him to destroy and take away the life of him, by whom his own has been endangered. As to Naylor's case, I do not mean to contradict it, any further than it is contradicted by the doctrine I state. You recollect, gentlemen, that it was a case where a son, in consequence of hearing a scuffle between his father and brother, rose from his bed, threw his brother on the ground, fell upon him, and beat him, that while in this situation he who was undermost, not being able to escape or avoid the blows he received, gave his brother a mortal wound with a penknife. This was ruled to be manslaughter because the prisoner was in the first place in the wrong, as much so as any man can be who offends against the law of society and of nature by fighting with his father, and further because he was not necessitated from the attack of his brother, which brother was without a weapon in his hand, to have recourse to such violent means for defense, because also he was in a wrong act, and then made use of a mischievous weapon. For, says the book, from the manner in which he was attacked, there was no reason to believe his life ever was in danger. But had he been attacked with a dangerous weapon, then he would have been clear of crime. The law will not countenance a man in destroying his assailant, unless there be a reasonable ground to believe that his life or person is in imminent danger, and whether it be so or not may be determined from the circumstance of the weapon, whether it appear to be such a one, with which life might be destroyed. On this apparency of intent and reasonable ground of apprehension that life was in danger, was determined the case of the servant, who coming up found his master robbed and slain, and instantly killed the murderer, although not attacked himself, yet on account of the apprehension which it was supposed he might be under of being attacked, and his own life put in danger, it was held excusable homicide. That is the principle on which some writers defend the authority given by the law of destroying the robber who demands your purse, because the same man who comes to rob would, if necessary for his purpose, take your life. Further, if an officer going to arrest a man in a civil suit break into a house which he is not justifiable in doing, and the person within kill him knowing him to be a bailiff, it is manslaughter. but adds the authority if he had not known him to be a civil officer. The breaking in would have afforded a reasonable ground of suspicion that it was done with a felonious intent, and of course, excusable homicide. There is another case read to you, which it is important perhaps to notice. It is that of the officer who entered the chamber of a gentleman who was in bed, on which he sprang out of bed, seized a sword, and ran the officer through the body. This was determined to be manslaughter, because he did not use sufficient caution and because the officer had no weapon in his hand. But had there been any, that circumstance may have led the gentleman to think there was a felonious intent in entering his room, and then it would have been excusable homicide. It will be important, gentlemen of the jury, for you to keep these doctrines in your minds when you come to consider this case on the evidence. It will be incumbent on you to further recollect the decision of Moggridge's case as to excusable homicide, as distinguished from manslaughter. If I recollect aright, the true criterion between homicide and chance meddling upon self-defense and manslaughter is where both parties are actually fighting at the time when the mortal stroke is given. The slayer is guilty of manslaughter, but if the slayer had not begun to fight, or having begun had endeavored to decline any further struggle, and afterwards, being closely pressed by his adversary, kill him to avoid his own destruction, this is homicide excusable in his own defense. Manslaughter, therefore, on a sudden provocation, differs from excusable homicide, se defendendo, in this, that in the one there is apparent necessity, for self-preservation, to kill the aggressor. In the other there is no necessity at all, being only a sudden act of revenge, and then it is manslaughter. This distinction I wish you gentlemen to keep in your minds when you come to examine this particular case. Having stated the law as I conceive it to be, on reflection, it will be found to be supported by the books which have been read, and as it will, I presume, be given to you by the court. I now come to state the facts, for it is my duty only to state the facts as they have appeared in evidence, without arguing upon them. In doing this, although I do not mean to go into a critical examination of the testimony you have heard from some of the witnesses, nor in the least to question their veracity, yet there is a fitness and propriety that some of them should be laid out of the way. I mean Mr. Lane, and though I have not the slightest intention of impeaching his character, yet it is manifest from the whole current of the testimony delivered that Mr. Pickman must have been right, and Mr. Lane, as well as the other witnesses who were examined in support of his evidence, mistaken, because Mr. Lane says that the transactions he testified to were on the brick pavement, when all the other witnesses, as well as Mr. Pickman, who was with him, say the scene was in the middle of the street. I shall say no more on this point. It would be wasting time to suppose you can attach the least weight to the testimony of Mr. Lane. On that of Mr. Howe, I have only to beg you will compare it with that of the other witnesses, because, as the first time he saw the parties together was when they were on the brick pavement, he could not have seen the first blow in the earlier parts of the transaction. He could not have witnessed all those ingredients which go to enable you to make a just conclusion from the whole. He could not have seen those circumstances which took place before the firing. On the previous circumstances that have been detailed to you, I mean the misunderstandings that take place between the defendant and Mr. Benjamin Auston, the father of the deceased. It is not necessary to say much. I shall merely ask you to consider the statement made to you by the witnesses examined. It is from them only that I wish you to judge the serious provocation received. You have the testimony of Messrs. Babcock, Scott, and Russell as to expressions used by Mr. Auston and the manner in which they were delivered. It is by putting yourself in the situation in which these witnesses stood that you must examine the force of Mr. Austin's expressions. Mr. Scott so perfectly understood the meaning of Mr. Austin that he went to Mr. Selfridge to communicate it, and permit me to say that whatever took place at that time, if from the general apprehension of yourselves you think it was applicable to Mr. Selfridge, you will believe and suppose it to be true, that Mr. Austin meant to charge Mr. Selfridge with being the damned federal lawyer who had solicited the action, and in a court of law cannot but be believed it was as high a charge as could be made. It amounted to a criminal offense, for it was that he went about stirring up and soliciting suits. You saw Mr. Scott on the examination stand and have to decide whether he did or could believe it was Mr. Selfridge that was meant. The story for Mr. Austin is that he had contradicted the report to the very persons to whom he mentioned it. Mr. Scott says that he never did. Mr. Russell, who also heard the imputation and knew, it appears, how it was intended to be implied, says that Mr. Austin never did contradict that fact. The conduct then of the defendant in demanding a written recantation from Mr. Austin must appear, I trust, to have been perfectly justifiable and warranted from the general charge against him. He did not persist in his demand of reparation more pertinaciously than what in duty to himself and family he was bound to do. He asked only for the means of proving that Mr. Austin himself had acquitted him from the charge he had made against him, as he found Mr. Austin would not do it himself. This satisfaction was refused. You have it in evidence that he never received anything like a satisfaction, which a man of honor in his profession, or as a man of any decent standing in society, could be satisfied with. For there is not the smallest evidence that there was a contradiction of the report, but only an evasion. Mr. Austin did not contradict the charge that he had made. He merely said that he had not used the name of Mr. Selfridge. This, too, was not done by way of disavowal to the man himself, to whom he had said it, and was, from the very manner, rather a confirmation than denial. Having thus acknowledged that he had not used the name of Mr. Selfridge, Mr. Austin satisfies his conscience that he had made every amends. Can any honorable man say that he had, when Mr. Russell and Mr. Scott say that he never had contradicted it to them? When asked, "Did you contradict it to Mr. Babcock?" he is in the first place says that he heard it from Mr. Babcock, and that this was after the suit was brought. I shall not enlarge on this point. I refer you to the evidence of Mr. Austin's behavior. His own testimony is against him. Can you then have any doubt that Mr. Selfridge persisted more than he ought to have done in requiring Mr. Austin to contradict in writing what he had circulated? Because, Mr. Selfridge, I find that when you say you have contradicted the assertion in person, these very people to whom you say you have done it declare it has not been done. Was it then honorable in Mr. Austin to refuse giving to the defendant a written acknowledgment that the report was without foundation? I put it to you, gentlemen, if you had stated to various persons from misinformation that which bore hard on the character of anyone, and you were asked to give a note in writing that you were misinformed, would either of you have refused that small and honest avowal? No, I know you too well to think it, for I know that no honorable man could or would refuse it. For where I have undesignedly done an injury by spreading a false report of another, would I not try to retract it, that I might make reparation as much as I could, and even put it in his power to show that he was right and I in an error? Examine whether there was, throughout the whole, a desire in the defendant of Mr. Austin to do anything more than to enable him to have this retraction, that it might be in his power to use it for his own justification. He says in his conversation with Mr. Welch that his only motive in moving in the affair was to rescue his professional conduct from imputation. that he could not relinquish this pursuit, but before he adopted other measures, he would leave Mr. Auston a day or two to reflect. Was this the language of a man who sought revenge? No, it was that of a calm and mild expostulation, asking redress for an injury sustained. I shall say no more on this part of the testimony than to observe, it rests with you. If you give credit to Mr. Auston, you must believe Mr. Welsh tells a falsehood. You must believe that Eager, Russell, and Scott all tell falsehoods, or at most strangely, not to say grossly mistaken. You cannot, I say, believe the relation of Mr. Auston unless you believe that all these persons are mistaken. I now come to the motives and to the conduct of the defendant on this unhappy day. If you are of opinion that there was no felonious intent on the part of Mr. Selfridge at that time, then you cannot find him guilty of manslaughter, because manslaughter must be committed with a felonious intent. If there were no felony in his mind, no crime in his heart, he must be decided by your verdict to be an innocent man. I wish now to trace the conduct of Mr. Selfridge on that day. You find that there had been a suit prosecuted by him, in which it was but the desire of Captain Ingraham to sue out an execution and deliver it on change. Captain Ingraham is positive that he told the defendant on Saturday or Sunday evening to get the execution, and that he himself went twice to the exchange for the purpose of receiving it from Mr. Selfridge. You have therefore the very reason why the defendant went there, when in the common practice of his profession it would be natural to go on the exchange in the general course of business. But here is a particular piece of business to meet a person by appointment. There can therefore be no doubt that he went there for that purpose and for that only. In the conversation with Mr. Richardson, the defendant said he could not confine himself, that his business was of a peculiar nature, and that he must go about it as usual. Perhaps he recollected at the time that he was to go out on special business, and that was the reason why he spoke to Mr. Richardson as he did. When this took place with Mr. Richardson, he had no idea of the affray which afterwards happened. It is hardly possible, if he had entertained the smallest intention of provoking a quarrel, that he should not have mentioned it in conversation to Mr. Welsh and Mr. Richardson, persons who were in his intimate professional acquaintances. After Mr. Selfridge left his office, you find him walking on change, in as calm and deliberate a manner as ever he did in his life. And if any of you gentlemen have ever observed Mr. Selfridge walk, you must recollect that he does hold his hands in walking, exactly as the witnesses have described, for it is the natural position of a man who would wish to aid the debility of his body, and the manner in which Mr. Selfridge is stated to have walked, given the exact description of the walk of a weak and feeble man. From the testimony offered you will further find, and particularly by the evidence of Brooks, for I wish to trace the defendant down to the exchange, that he is clear Mr. Selfridge's hands were behind him, and not in his pocket. Mr. Brooks stood at Clark's shop and observed Mr. Selfridge from the moment of his entering State Street. He therefore must have seen the position of his arms best. Some of the witnesses supposed that his hands were in his pocket. This was a mistake that might easily arise from not having a full view of his body. It would be difficult in some kinds of coats which have the pockets behind to ascertain whether the hands were actually in them or not. But Brooks, who saw him pass first in the front and then in the rear, must be the best qualified to determine what was the actual situation of the defendant's hands. Irwin tells us that his hands were behind him, that in this position he came down the street, but that when Auston came out from the sidewalk, Mr. Selfridge held up his left hand as if to guard his head, took his right hand from behind him, put it into his pocket, drew out a pistol, extended his arm, and fired. Take this with the testimony of French, Bailey, and Shaw, who received from the defendant the execution he sued out of the request of Mr. Ingraham, and the current of evidence from other witnesses. For on these facts it is that you have to determine, and if you must judge from the weight of evidence and decide according to the number of witnesses, you can have no doubt that the defendant, instead of going to meet an affray, was going down to change on special business with his hands behind him and walking very deliberately when he was assaulted by young Mr. Auston. To further prove that he could not have gone to seek this insult, you will please to recollect that he went with his face looking towards the branch bank and not towards the place where the deceased was. When in the situation, judge you whether a man with, as you are told, the sun in his eyes and his hat flapped or slouched over them, could have seen Mr. Auston, who stood with his back against Mr. Townsend's shop. It is manifest that Mr. Selfridge could not, from the course he was taking, have looked that way, and it is in evidence that he did not bear towards Mr. Townsend's shop, till obliged, from the violence of young Austin's attack, to turn to defend himself. Some say that he stepped back, others that he turned round to do this. It would seem that when the defendant had got a little to the southward of the middle of the street, the unfortunate young man rushed out and made an attack upon him. Let us, for the purpose of ascertaining this, now compare the testimony. Louis Glover states to you that he went into State Street that day for the express purpose of seeing what would take place, supposing there would be an affray between Mr. Selfridge and some other person, in consequence of the publication in the Gazette. He says he took a station where he had a full view of the defendant as he came down the street, that he walked very deliberately with his hands behind him, that Auston went from the pavement with a quick pace directly against Selfridge, with his cane uplifted, and gave the defendant a violent blow. And as he was giving the second, Selfridge fired. If you believe this, it was before the discharge of the pistol, as violent a blow given as could be struck by an athletic young man directly on the defendant's head. The witness's credit stands totally unimpeached, even if alone. But is it not corroborated? For was not Edwards also in expectation of some affray, and stopped before Mr. Townsend's shop? He saw Mr. Selfridge walking in a direction that would have brought him on the brick pavement near the branch bank, when a person brushed by him and got near the middle of the street with a stick in his hand. He adds that it was uplifted, but whether in the attitude of giving or receiving a blow, he could not say, but that the cane descended and the pistol was fired at the same instant. You have it, however, in evidence that just before, something caught the eye of Mr. Edwards, and he turned his head to Mr. French. Does not this interval afford time for the first blow deposed to by Glover? Were there no other testimony that delivered by these two witnesses? Would not this of Edwards be the strongest corroboration of that by Glover? Would you not, on giving a due credit to both, say that his evidence is confirmed by the statement of Edwards? Consider the situation of the parties. Selfridge coming down the street pursuing a course that would have taken him to the left of Auston, towards the branch bank. As soon as Auston perceived him, he changed his stick from the left to the right hand, and brushed by everyone with a quick pace. Consider the distance between him and Selfridge, the few paces that intervened, that Mr. Auston was running on the defendant, as you have been told, as if he was going to attack a wild beast, that he sprung from the pavement and rushed on him, when it was not possible for Mr. Selfridge, whose hat was over his eyes, and when his hands were behind him, to guard himself before a blow could have been given. The circumstances of the case render the testimony of Glover so connected as not to leave you a possibility of doubting it, and unless what is testified be contradicted, you cannot reject it. But if it be of such a nature that it can be reconciled with, and is supported by circumstances and other evidence, you cannot but believe it. See how this is established more and more by every comparison. Wiggins says that he was in State Street also, for the purpose of seeing anything that might take place, that he was conversing about young Auston and Selfridge, that he saw Mr. Auston with a stick in his hand, and Selfridge coming down the street, that he looked around for Auston. After having seen Mr. Selfridge, and while his eye was thus momentarily directed, he heard a blow. Can you account for this and the other blow which followed, unless there was one given before the pistol was fired? Mr. Wiggins could not have been deceived when all his attention was awake for the purpose of observation, and he saw, when the pistol was fired, the hand descending again. There is a corroboration as strong as possible of this fact, that a blow was given before the discharge of the pistol, from the testimony of Bailey and French. They tell you the assault was as violent as possible, and that they could not tell which was first, the blow or the firing of the pistol. Now, if their eyes were turned aside, but for an instant, there can be no doubt but that the evidence is true, and that they did not see the whole of the transaction. From some of the testimony, it appears that in wounds of this kind, the strength is very great, and the muscular action quicker and more sudden. Do not these circumstances go to corroborate the statement of Mr. Glover, and to account for the instantaneous act of the blow and discharge of the pistol? It is but fair to draw this conclusion, that when witnesses testify positively to a fact which other persons might not have seen, but which is neither contradicted by nor contradicts the testimony given by others, to believe that what was seen by some of the witnesses might have escaped the observation of the others, because if you do this, you give credit to each party without supposing either to have sworn falsely. End of section 56. Section 57 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Thomas O. Selfridge for the killing of Charles Auston. Boston, Massachusetts, 1806. Part 8. I now come to the testimony of Mr. Fales. I mean not by any means to discredit him. I believe him to be an honorable young man, nor has anything that has taken place caused me to doubt it. I, however, do believe that when a transaction is recent and fresh, the impressions are stronger than at a future day. I need not contend for a proposition like this. There is no reason to suppose that he could, then, tell what was untrue. He relates that there was some conversation between young Auston and himself about the cane, from which you will draw your own conclusions. It appears, however, that he had some apprehensions about his friend's having this cane, for he asked young Auston to give it to him, and he states that when at Townsend's shop the deceased brushed by him and went toward Mr. Selfridge. He further tells you, and he tells you very candidly, that he cannot tell which was first, the blow or the firing of the pistol. When you see the sensibility of this young gentleman, who could not but be agitated on the occasion, when he was deceived and deluded by his friend, who had told him he was not on this errand, could he be unruffled, calm, and unagitated? Surely not, for even at our time of life, when the nerves are hardened, when we are not so liable to be agitated as a young man like Mr. Fales, should we see a person spring forward to do that which we should so earnestly wish he was not going to do, would we not feel agitated and alarmed? Had he any motive on earth not to declare the actual fact? Had he any occasion to prevaricate? None. Would you, gentlemen of the jury, or would you not believe what he said at that time? Can you think he did not then feel every disposition to speak in favor of his friend, who lay bleeding and dead on the spot he had left? He must have had every feeling alive to the memory of his friend, and would have been happy to raise it in the estimation of those he addressed. It is but natural that he should, but it is not in nature that he should wish to say anything against him. How then can you account for the answer? It was the undisguised voice of truth, at a moment when she could be the least concealed, in answer to a distinct and positive question. It is on that answer that I would rely, and it is on that you will, I trust, also rely. Look to the further declarations of Mr. Fales on this unhappy occasion. In the course of the evening, when Mr. Benjamin Auston must have felt all that resentment which a parent may be supposed to feel against the man who had taken the life of his son, when he could not wish to hear his child deemed the aggressor, when Mr. Fales could not have wished to plant a dagger in a father's bosom, when he must have gone to the house of Mr. Auston with far different intentions, when he went to administer balm and consolation to an aged and afflicted parent, when it might, without impeaching the character of Mr. Fales, be well supposed he wished to hide the truth, but truth must be told. What was it that he then answered to a father's question? Your son struck a blow first, a violent blow before the pistol was fired. Had Mr. Fales the least motive to represent his friend's conduct as influenced by bravado spirit, or to give that color to the transaction? Mr. Nichols went and made a memorandum of the words. You have this fact fully in evidence. There was then every motive on earth but that of truth, to tell a different story. From the representations made by the friend of the deceased at the very hour of his death, from his answer to an inquiring and afflicted parent, you, therefore, had the testimony of Glover most fully and completely corroborated. There must necessarily have been one violent blow first, and on the second blow descending, the pistol was fired. Thus then stands the evidence of this important fact. You have to it the positive testimony of Glover, corroborated by that of Edwards and of Wigan, by a circumstance as strong as if he had seen the blow, for he heard it. You have it corroborated not only by the first declarations of Mr. Fales, but from probability arising from the manner in which he delivered his testimony when on the stand. This, then, was the situation of the defendant. He was going down State Street not only on his just and ordinary business, but on a special engagement to meet a client there for a particular purpose. True, he had noticed that some person was to be hired to destroy or attack him. It may have been said that he could have gone to a magistrate and obtained the protection of the laws of his country, and have taken security for keeping the peace. I agree that this would have been a fair answer to the question of, what could he do? If Mr. Cabot had said, young Auston is to attack you, speaking as I do in a court of justice, it was, under such a circumstance, his duty to have done so. But it was not so said to him. It was merely mentioned to him that some person was to be hired or employed to destroy or beat him. He had it not, then, in his power to avail himself of the protection of the law by taking security, for he did not know by whom he was to be assailed. It became then, as the laws of his country could not afford him protection, a duty in him to protect his own life by all the means in his power. The particular purpose for which he had the pistol in his pocket I know not. What it was is not fully in evidence, but the plain fact is this, that the defendant with the pistol in his pocket was going down to the exchange on business, and was met by a man coming upon him like a person attacking a wild beast. A blow was struck on his head which would have fractured his skull had it not been for the hat which he had on. What did nature, what did law and reason prompt to do on such an occasion? Was it not to make use of every means in his power to defend himself? Let me here ask, what were these means? You have heard accounts of his debilitated state, his total want of muscular strength. He could not have defended himself by his hands. He could not have gone out of the way, for he was unable to fly. You have it in evidence that Auston was on the run. He could not then have even turned around without receiving 2 or 3 blows, perhaps fatal ones. What then could he do? That only which he could do in defense of his life. The only remaining thing he had to do was what he was compelled to do. He took his pistol from his pocket and, after having received 1 blow, killed as he was receiving another from the assailant who would have killed him. This is the defense we make to the charge against Mr. Selfridge. This we contend to be the legal and proper one, of justifiable homicide to preserve his own life. If this be unwarrantable, our defense is gone. But if nature, if reason, if instinct impel every created being, one attack to make use of all the means in his power to defend his life and person, you cannot adjudge this to have been unlawful in the defendant, without reducing everyone that is assailed by a ruffian to his dreadful alternative of perishing by the hand of violence or by the verdict of a jury. After this was done, Mr. Selfridge defended himself by holding up his hands. Some say he struck. I must say that from the testimony, it appears to me he did not. But allowing that he did, it was natural that he should do so. He threw his pistol, it is true, but whether at the deceased or not does not appear. The person says it was thrown at his head, and Howe tells us it rolled toward Mr. Russell's printing office. The conflict over, no violence was seen on the part of Mr. Selfridge. Nothing barbarous, nothing even like anger or rage. He went forward as if exhausted, and leaned against Mr. Townsend's shop. Some cried out, "Who is the rascal that has killed him?" "I," said the defendant, "am the man. I mean not to go away. I know what I have done, and am ready to answer for it to the laws of my country." Mr. Belleville came up to him and said, "You ought not to go away." "I do not intend to," was still the answer. One other person, seeing the crowd assembled, and violence talked of, advised him to retire. He went off, sending for the officers of justice, that he might be ready to answer to the laws of his country, if he had offended against them. He desired Mr. Bourne to let Bell be informed where he was to be found. This was the conduct not of guilt, but of conscious innocence. It is attempted to be done away by saying that he was to have dined with Mr. Bell, but could any man, especially a lawyer, after an act of this sort, have imagined that he might take his dinner without interruption in a public house? There can be no doubt, therefore, that he told where he was to be found by the sheriff of the county. True, he went away, but not to fly. It was in that awful moment, as in this, that he appealed from the passions of the people to their judgment, from their imagination to their reason, from their feelings to their sense of justice, from their violence to his country. You, gentlemen of the jury, are that country. It is not possible to conceive any motive to do this act, but what arose from necessity, imposed at the very instant. It is hardly an evidence that Mr. Selfridge knew this unfortunate young man. If there had been any feelings of revenge to gratify, would he have gone on the exchange to indulge them? No, he would have sought some other opportunity. And what was his behavior there? He was tranquil and calm. Look his after conduct. It was not the result of hardness of heart, but of that conscious innocence which protects the man unpolluted with sin, when every friend flies from him, which in the hour of terror and dismay whispers comfort and consolation to his soul. For the heart which knows no crime can be tormented with no remorse. This, gentlemen, is, I believe, the whole of our story. I am not permitted by the rules of the court to go into argument on the facts. I have barely stated the law, not what are my notions of it, but from the books. I took especial care not to state the case before the witnesses were examined, but it was not my wish either to exaggerate or diminish. I meant to place it on the ground of the evidence itself, and to leave, without any appeal to the passions, your minds open to receive the fair impressions from the testimony I have attempted to recapitulate. Having said nothing but what they testified, I have done all the duty which in this state of the case I am at liberty to perform. I therefore leave the defendant with you, merely stating my own conviction as a lawyer, a Christian, and a man that he has committed no offense, either against the law of society, of religion, or of nature. That he is not against the law of society, I bottom myself on the authorities which have been read. That he is not against the laws of religion, I infer from the duty which every created being owes to him, who in his beneficence brought us into existence, to defend life by all the means in his power, not against the law of nature, for whatever theorists or speculative men may say to the contrary. Yet, when the alternative arises, whether a man must fall, or whether it must be he who assaults him, whether he must sacrifice all his duties to God, to religion, and to society, or would put to death the man by whom he is assailed, nature would assert her prerogative. The aggressor must die, and the innocent man remain alive. Stephen Skelton. Very shortly after the death, I saw the defendant. He was standing near the post office. A gentleman that was by him said to him, "You are agitated." He replied that he was not. He had done as he meant to do, or what he meant to do, or no more than he meant to do. Richard Edwards was by when Mr. Selfridge went from State Street, had been observing him to see if he was going away, and which way he should go. Heard him say that he was the man, that he did not intend to go away. When Major Melville came up and told him he hoped he would not think of going away, he said he was not going off. Afterwards, Mr. Ritchie pressed him and took him away with him. Heard no such observation as Mr. Skelton has testified to. William Ritchie. Heard nothing of the speech which Mr. Skelton had testified to. When I advised him to go with me, he would not. Had hold of his arm, and was pressing him to go, when Major Melville spoke to him. He broke from me and refused to go. He said he was not so much agitated as I was. He knew very well what he had done. He afterwards went with me to my house, and when he heard of the death, I had no belief that Auston was dead before I went home. He expressed great regret, and said if he should be permitted to attend the funeral, he believed he should be as sincere a mourner as anyone in the procession except the parents themselves. Joe Bass. First saw Mr. Selfridge standing at his office door. Saw him walk down the corner of the old State House. When past the corner, he put his hands behind him and walked slowly towards Congress Street. Saw Mr. Auston standing near Mr. Townsend's shop, and when he stepped out towards Mr. Selfridge, he raised his right arm. Mr. Selfridge's arm was removed from behind him and raised to a horizontal position. The pistol went off immediately, and then Mr. Auston struck him violently across the forehead. End of section 57.